Yo, thanks. Oda Shara. 10 Wick TV gift memberships. We haven't started yet, man. Thanks. Appreciate you. Man, I feel like I gotta go early. I gotta turn my little cam on early for that. That's crazy. Just, you know what? It's good. It's good. More people should act exactly like that. Okay. More people should just throw money at me, even when I'm not live. Okay. Even when I'm not live, you should just toss cash in my direction. That is a true fan. Okay. That's all I'm saying here. That's all I'm saying. Nah. How you guys doing? I took yesterday off for a little mental health break and to plan some content for next week. And gang, we got some content for next week on the schedule, on the menu, okay? Next week's going to be fire content. I'm going to be debating. I'm going to be moderating some great people, right? We're going to have some first-time debaters on, or at least first time on my channel. They're pretty big debaters, some big leftist debaters, okay? I won't spoil it quite yet, okay? I won't spoil it quite yet, but we got some strong people coming in and going to be taking on some of the stronger right-wing debaters. It should be fun. We're going to have Destiny on next week on Tuesday to talk about, to debate Jola on the DSA. That would be fun. And hopefully, if he gets back to me. He said he's interested, but he's got to get back to me. Hopefully we get Hutch on Monday to talk about Keith Edwards. $7 from Big Leafy Tree. What's good, Mr. Wick? You're good for giving me $7 Canadian. What is that, like $5 in normal money? So I guess we'll find out. Rodney Hobbs says, "What the fuck, Wick? Are you platforming Ryan? He's a piece of shit weasel." I platform people of all stripes, good, bad, and ugly. I think that platforming people isn't a good or a bad thing. It's how you platform them that matters. Like, if I had a terrorist on and cheered him on, that would be bad, obviously. But if I had a terrorist on and then I confronted him and exposed his terroristic tendencies, that's good. That should happen. That's what we want to happen, right? Yes? I don't know. I just don't give a shit about platforming arguments of that nature. If you don't like that I platform someone, oh well. Sorry. I will put on people who I think either A, would make good content, B, have a legitimate point of view that are very wrong and need to be corrected. I'm sure that there are other reasons that I could list, but those are the main three. I don't think it's a bad thing. I think it's good, actually. We're waiting for the guy who challenged me. So we're going live early. Well, Ryan's in an hour. If you're here for the Ryan Mullally debate, that's in an hour. But we had a guy on Twitter, okay? A guy on Twitter who told me that my take on the DSA and Wisconsin and all that I was, and I'm going to quote him, a fucking moron, okay? And I thought it might be interesting to invite him on and have him confront me directly with this. So I've sent him the Discord link. If you're in chat, just jump backstage. Give me 1 second. Let me find the tweet I'm talking about so you all can see. Boo, boo, boo. So here we go. Wick is a fucking moron, virtue signaling, pearl clutching, weak ass moron. It's in response to this video by Tomfoolery, where we debated Wednesday night about my take on Wisconsin vote. And again, when we come to platforming, I'm always going to be able to have people on that challenge my opinions, that have different ideas than I do. All these things are good, and we should do it more, right? Maybe I am a fucking moron. Maybe he's going to expose me to the world right now. But the first thing he needs to do before he exposes me to the world is get on the stream. So hopefully he shows up. If not, we got an hour to kill, and I'll just kind of yap at you guys. Let's see. Has he DM'd me or anything? Man, I really hope he shows. It's gonna really suck if he doesn't. FC says, can we encourage answers to be in the form of yes or no and then their explanation? Beard is gonna yap. Sure. I'm for it. Hong is a prototype android. Prove me wrong. I think she's an alien, okay? She's got to be from space. I don't know. He's a not gonna show troll. Oh, well then, that's really sucky. Old School for $5 says, I actually respect your anti-DSA stance. You should also be against El Said, since he makes excuses for terrorism. I don't like El Said. I, unfortunately, have to endorse him, or feel I have to endorse him, because his opponent is just that bad, and the Senate seat is just that important. That said, until he disavows Hassan Piker and the other extremists that have campaigned with him, that he has stood by and stood for photo shoots with, right? I can't really campaign for him. So he gets my endorsement, but not my campaign. Did another person flake on our boy? It's looking. Look, let's give him a few more minutes. Maybe he's just late. Maybe he's just rushing home from work or something. Let's give him a little time. Maybe he's struggling with the Discord, like some people do. Like some people are very bad at Discord. Oh, he joined. It's looking like he joined the Discord. Let me give him a role so he can see the settings. Give me a second. Give me a second. Oh, we might have him in. We might have a he might not have flaked on us. We might actually have an actual conversation. I gave him the role. If you're listening, my buddy, my pal, okay? Refresh and you should be able to see all of the channels. Jump backstage and I'll pull you in, okay? No, he's here. He's here. He's someone with the same screen name just joined the Discord. So he is here. We're trying to get him on, okay? Oh, I think this is him. If it's not, oh well. Let's see what we can do. Bring him on and see what he has to say. Hello.
Good evening.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So far so good. I detect an accent. Are you from Australia?
Nope, I am from the UK.
Okay, I always mix up those accents, right? I think you guys have a shared
Easily
heritage,
done.
but it's okay. I'm very bad at accents. How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm very good. Thanks for calling me out, I suppose.
Well, technically, you're the one who called me out, and I saw it. I was able to, it caught my eye, and I was like, you know what? If this guy's got such a beef with what I've been saying, we should have him on to talk and to discuss and to see. I guess the first thing I'll ask you is, do you stand by your comment that you made? Let me get it up one more time. Whick is a fucking moron, virtue signaling, pearl clutching, weak ass moron. Do you stand by this, sir?
I do. I do
Okay.
stand by it.
Let's start, I guess, with the first one, virtue signaling. What's that in reference to? Just give me your argument. Give me your argument, and then we'll go from there. How's that?
Right. So basically, this whole issue going on now with DSA members, politicians getting into positions of potential power in congressional seats, possible senator seats, etc. I've been seeing your sort of little, I would say, I don't know if it's like a meltdown, but you've been really pushing back hard on that.
Yeah.
And it was basically in relation to the conversation I saw you had with tomfoolery,
Okay.
and that was basically what I was replying to.
Sure.
And for me, it's just like I've been seeing you lately, and I'm thinking, I mean, it's just this what your country's got, and just for so everyone knows. I mean, despite you know, I'm from the UK, half Norwegian, half British. I've lived 4 years previously in America. I've got loads of friends in America. I mean, so I do follow American politics quite closely. So it's not like I've absolutely no clue what's going on. I'm just yeah,
And
like
people are asking who you are. What do we refer to you as? Is Sam okay?
oh, just
Sam
Sam, yeah,
fine?
Sam,
Okay, just making
Sam,
sure. I
yeah,
don't want to, right? I don't want to get it
yeah, no,
wrong or anything like that.
no, it's fine. It's I'm not a content creator. I'm just a commenter on X
Okay.
and other
Okay,
social
so you
media.
saw my stream with tomfoolery on Wednesday. You had
Yeah,
issues with my argument. What is your issue with my argument? I guess let's start there.
yeah. So I feel that it's got to a point in American politics now where I think you're virtue signaling and sort of pearl clutching over this whole what's going on with Hassan and the whole Graham Platinum thing and everything, and you're seeing
The
sort of
whole
the
Graham
DSA.
Plattner thing. You think that was me pearl clutching? So
Well,
just so you know, like the reason I would not vote for Graham Plattner is because he's probably a rapist. There's good
hmm.
evidence. I find it good that he probably raped a woman. Um, I don't know if being against that is pro clutching exactly, is it? I mean, is that pro clutching to be like against rape?
I mean, the thing is, maybe that was maybe a slightly strong way of putting it, but you see, the thing is, it's listen. First of all, it's good that they didn't select him, but the point was
Yes.
that if they had have selected him, if they had have let him go on, go to the primary, win the primary, and be the the candidate for senator in Maine, then I think it doesn't matter. You have to support him because at the point where you are in America now, you have a literal rapist as president.
Yeah, that's bad
You've
though,
got
right? That he's president.
yeah, but it's you're at the point where you do realize that the MAGA movement and Trump and everything he is putting into place it's an existential threat in the very near future for your country. You need to get seats of power in
I
Senate.
agree.
You need to get more seats in
I agree.
Congress. So when you have Democratic candidates who win the primary and they go into a general election for their state or for the Senate, for their whether it's Congress or the Senate, though you need to back those Democrats no matter what kind of background they have.
See,
Right? That's the thing.
this is where we're going to disagree. I think that because Trump, and I agree with you that Trump is an existential threat to democracy, right? I agree with you that MAGA is very, very bad and it's doing a lot of damage to this country. But that is not a blank check to just accept literally any behavior or any kind of bad actions by my side or people who claim to be on my side. Simply because Plattner won the primary, and he did win the primary, right? Won the
Yeah, that's right.
votes of
Yeah,
the primary, right?
yeah, that's right. Yeah,
And then once he won, we found out that there's this information. It's a credible accusation. He should probably drop out. We forced him out. That was good that we did that. If we had not been able to do that, I think it would have been bad for the party. It would have hurt our reputation. And even worse, if we had voted for him, it would have signaled to the electorate that we don't care about rape, that our accusations against Trump for being a racist and how we said that was bad, that we actually do not hold that value. It wasn't a value we held, it wasn't a principle, it was a tactic. And I think that if we set that precedent, right, that we're willing to tolerate literally any behavior from one side, from our side, to get at the enemy, I think it creates it just creates a situation where no matter if MAGA loses, MAGA still wins because we've just become MAGA.
Well, the point, you see, this is where I think you're taking too much of a moral stance, and you're in a reality now where morality no longer matters. That's the point. I don't think you're grasping that you're living in a reality now in America where morality doesn't matter anymore. I'm sorry to put it towards you like that. I know it sounds horrible. That doesn't mean I'm personally condoning any of that horrible behavior that Platten has done. But if he would have survived and gone through and gone into a general election now, and for me, you still have to back him, right? You got to back
Well,
the
what if he had raped
Democrats.
2 women? Would you still back them?
For me personally,
Yeah.
if he's a,
You
I know
you
this
are
sounds horrible.
I've given you, boom, you're a citizen, right? So you can vote
Yeah.
legally. Now you're in Maine, okay?
Hmm.
The ballot is placed before you. You have on one side Senator Collins, okay? Not great. She supported Trump. She's voted for Trump and MAGA stuff. And also, on the other side, you have someone who you have very good reason to suspect raped 2 women. Would you vote for the rapist over Collins?
If I'm being brutally honest with you, yes, I would.
Okay. What about 10 women? Say the person didn't just rape
You're getting
2.
you're getting to crazy hypotheticals
No,
now, aren't you?
I'm trying to find your line here. I'm trying to find, is there a point where the behavior on our side could be so bad that you would either sit out and refuse to vote, which is my advocacy, or vote for Collins?
I think you still have to vote for the Democrat. It's. I think you have to.
What if these had been like,
If that's the candidate,
so there's
if
no
that's the
there's
candidate,
literally no line? There's nothing?
no,
No, I
there's
want
no.
to hear you say this. I want to hear you say that the Democratic candidate could have raped 100 children and you would still vote for him over MAGA. I want to hear you say that out loud.
That's crazy. That there's no reality where that would be.
It is, well, it should be an easy no. It should be an easy no. I would never vote for a child rapist. This should be easy. And it concerns me that it's not. It concerns me that I have people who claim to be my allies who would allow child rapists to be, not just allow them, but to support and vote for them just because MAGA's on the other side. I am very, very against it. I don't think that makes me a fucking moron. I think that makes me someone who's normal. I think that's a very normal thing.
I think you're looking at it from a moral perspective.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm looking at it from a utilitarian. You got to do what's right thing for the country in terms of that seat. That Senate seat can be what gets you a majority to stop what Trump can do to maybe. And if you get the president in 28, you have a Senate majority. You have hopefully a congressional majority. In terms of the House of Representatives, you have majority there as well. You get that trifecta, and you can actually start to push back and start to rectify and stop the MAGA movement, stop the Republican movement, right?
But maybe I try to make this clear to Tom. Maybe I can make it clear to you. MAGA isn't my only enemy. Okay?
And that's where you're wrong.
I don't know how to proceed here. I want you to understand, and I'm hoping my audience can understand, that MAGA isn't the only evil in the world, right? There are other entities, there are other factions, there are other actors that are just as, if not more, evil than MAGA. Would you agree with that statement?
I do agree with that statement. I do believe there are different levels of evil in the world. I do think you can
Yeah.
actually rate or compare levels of evil. I do believe that, and that's where I believe you are making a incorrect comparison, because you have the MAGA movement with Trump as president and so many of the people around him in his cabinet in positions of power, senators, members of Congress that have, all the crazy, horrible stuff they've done, I think they are more evil than what you've got as current Democratic candidates.
I think that is true 99% of the time. But there is a 1%, such as Plattner, which I don't think that's true anymore. I think that for Plattner specifically, he had showcased a pattern of behavior that he was okay with abusing and hurting women for his personal pleasure and gain. And I don't want someone like that with any sort of authority or decision-making capability, especially not in one of the most powerful positions on earth, right? We're talking a senator here. They're one of 100 people that have some of the most large ability to affect change and to affect the world, not just America, but the world. And I don't want someone who I know has engaged in that behavior to be in that seat. And again, I will not put my support behind anyone who has raped someone or I suspect has raped someone. That's just, and I suspect that most people view the world as I do, at least on the left, at least in people who are inclined to vote towards the left, towards Democratic candidates. I think most people are like me in this. And this is where we get into the pragmatic argument. Since the morality argument doesn't concern you, it should, but it doesn't. That's fair. I think that, well, let me ask you this. If the nation, right, saw Democrats line up behind Plattner and vote for him even after the allegations, do you think that it would incline the average voter to trust Democrats more or trust Democrats less, or would it have a no effect?
That's a very difficult question to answer. I think it has less effect than you think it does, because
But
we
but it
already
would have an effect, do you think?
oh, it could have some effect. I just don't know whether it'd have as negative effect as you think it does. I think yes, it would have some negative effect, because there will be some
Sure.
people who will look at that and react negatively to that, of course. People who think from a more moral standpoint instead of a utilitarian, you got to get the right thing done in terms of the vote, right? The vote, the democratic vote, what that can do in terms of power, in terms of pushing back against the Republican movement, MAGA movement, pushing back against Trump. Listen, the standard you're talking about went out the window when the United States of America selected Trump as president, right?
I
And let
disagree. I
and
disagree.
then let him select, especially the second time round, right, where you just let loose. He's like Project 2025. That's it. That's the playbook. Don't
No,
care about anything
I
anymore.
disagree.
Pushing out.
And I'll tell
So,
you
so
why.
that's but that's what you're up against, Wick. That's what you're up against, right? So, like if Plattner, listen, I just for the record, I'm happy that Plattner is not the current candidate, right, for the Democrats. But we're talking about in a hypothetical situation here, where if Plattner, for example, just talking about Plattner, if he had continued to be the candidate for the general election, then in my opinion, you have to vote for him, because you're at the level now where that his vote could be the 50. It could be a majority. It could be the 51st
But
vote,
he
right,
won't
in
be
the
in
Senate.
that situation, right? Because we would lose the Senate overall, right? We would lose. And I'll tell you why, right? One of the things that people forget is most races, especially for Senate, become national. Well, I won't say most, but a good portion of races become nationalized, especially when it comes for Senate. And so what would happen if Plattner were to continue to be the nomination and, heaven forbid, win the actual Senate seat? People would be running against not their opponent, but Plattner. They would tie Plattner to the larger Democratic brand and paint all of Democrats as rapists and people who accept rapists. And in that situation, they would not be wrong in a lot of ways, right? They would not be wrong. And so it would be harder to combat. It's harder to combat mistruth in a lot of ways, a mistruthful accusation. Or it's harder to combat truthful accusations than it is mistruthful accusations, excuse me. When it comes down to winning against MAGA, we can't just look at the very next move. Like, you play chess, sir, at all?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
Yes.
Not
So you
not very
recognize
well, but
sometimes you have to sacrifice a piece in order
Mhm.
to get a better position on the board in order to win the game. Yes?
Can I use your analogy or when you got metaphor
If I
back?
say no, what would happen?
Because I understand what you're saying there, but in my scenario, sacrificing that piece means you lose your king in the next move.
I disagree. I don't think we are there. I think that if Hong or Plattner were to lose their Senate race, it would not be game over for the Democrats or this country. It would be bad, right?
Isn't Hong
Well,
candidate for
it would
governor?
be bad, but I think that Hong and Plattner winning their races would be worse overall, because not only would we it wouldn't be just one seat at risk in that case. It would be many, many more. Did you see when El Said won, right? When El Said won for the Senate, his primary, we saw the likelihood of Michigan going blue went from lean Democrat to a toss-up because he won. Because him winning, because of who has supported him, Hassan Piker and other very leftist organizations have supported him, it made our chances of winning the Senate go down. So now just imagine a scenario where it isn't just he was supported by someone who was bad, it's he raped women. Imagine how the effect that would have across the nation on our chances in future races. I'm not just looking at the next race. I'm looking at all the races in perpetuity. And I am advocating that we draw lines in the sand of things we are not willing to accept. And by doing so, we appeal to the average voter, we appeal to the median voter to be willing to support us because we have substantively differentiated ourselves from MAGA. One of the problems we have in the 2024 election is too many people saw not a big enough difference between the Democrats and Republicans. Would you agree with me on that? That there was not enough people who saw a substantive difference between Republicans and Democrats, correct?
Correct. Yeah. Yep.
Yes. So one of the ways that we distinguish ourselves and distinguish ourselves further to those people is by having lines where the Republicans do not. If we take your advocacy and we simply start playing by MAGA's rules, all we are doing is playing into that delusion that the Republicans and Democrats are the same because they act the same. And I don't want to do that because I know that costs us election seats. And so I want to draw bright, big fucking lines and stick by them. And then, again, I'm not saying Democrats have done it perfectly. We need to step up. We need to message better. We need better candidates. That's absolutely true. But this idea that MAGA is a blank check and we should play MAGA's game, no, it's going to lose us elections in the future. We might win one governor seat or one Senate seat, but it won't matter because we'll lose 10 down the road.
If this was like run up to 2016, I would probably be much more inclined to agree with you and be much more willing to take your position on this. But the fact that we're in 2026 now, and there is a very real possibility that Donald Trump and the people around him in positions of power, that they can that they can actually, use to actually do really harmful, terrible actions to maybe stop elections or at least make them extremely difficult for people to vote. Both now, I mean, I think we're going to see things start to happen now towards November. I think Trump's going to start putting moves together to try and suppress the vote as much as possible, make it as difficult for people to vote as possible. If he maybe even tries to stop state level elections where you got Republican governors, right? This is why a Republican governor means a lot, right? At state level when you're doing elections. So, I mean, you are so close to an imminent threat where you have the actual serious possibility of elections not being held or suppressed or severely, quelled in some way to make it really, really hard to vote, and which could maybe even possibly make it impossible to vote. If he goes that far, if he
No,
declares a national emergency, if Trump declares a national emergency, suspends elections, you're not going to have another election. You're not going to get to vote for anyone.
so I understand that there is a risk of him trying that. He's going to try something, right? I would agree with that. I just think that the likelihood of his success is very, very, very low for a whole host of reasons. One, that he's tried it before. We know he's going to try it again. We have people on the ground preparing for this eventuality. We have people working overtime to make sure that does not exist. We have closed some loopholes that he used last time to do this in our legal code, right? We have strengthened to some extent a lot of the guardrails, as they call them. Is there still a risk? Yes, and I would be foolish to say that there is no risk. But my calculation and my advocacy here, and what I'm trying to kind of showcase, is that the risk of electing DSA members or rapists and tainting our party that much is far more likely to lead to a bad outcome, a measurable bad outcome. Again, it's a simple question. Are you willing to lose one race to save 10 in the future? And I am. I'm willing to make that sacrifice. And it sucks, and it's not good, and it's not ideal. I'm not going to vote for MAGA. I won't do that just for the moral reasons, right? But when it comes to the pragmatics of it, I think that we can recognize that there are situations where you have to take a loss in order to get wins in the future. And this is what I think. Because DSA, if it were to gain power to a significant degree in the United States, would be just as bad as MAGA for different reasons. It's a different flavor of authoritarianism, but it's authoritarianism nonetheless. And that's when I say I have more than one enemy. My enemy isn't just MAGA. It's authoritarianism of all flavors, whether it be Rocky
But
Road, mint
but you
chocolate
see,
chip, vanilla, doesn't matter.
this is where you're weak, right? This is
This is
where
where
the whole
I'm
weak
weak.
argument
Okay,
comes
where
in.
am I weak?
Because you have the threat right in front of you that you're not willing to actually stop.
I am. I'm willing to stop it in Texas, Ohio, Iowa, Michigan to an extent. All these places, I am willing to put my time, effort, resources, energy, endorsements, campaigning, all these things in order to flip seats from red to blue, right? Important Senate seats, important things. And I think that Hong, El Said to a degree, and Plattner especially hurt my ability to do that. I disavow them, and I don't campaign for them, or I don't endorse them, because not endorsing Plattner and not endorsing Hong makes it easier for me to succeed in these other areas. And I am willing to take a loss in one area if it means I get W's in 2 or 3 more.
But you see, you're not sure
How is
that's
that
the
weak?
mentality.
To be clear, how is it? Because you made that accusation that it's
Yeah,
weak that I'm willing to do this. So how is that
you
weak?
don't know, because I feel more certain that attacking the imminent threat right now by voting for Platinum, so you get that extra seat that could be vital. It could be the 51st seat, right, to get a majority. That is what you need to stop to stop things in the Senate, right now.
But again, I'm
I
not
mean,
willing to do it. I think I agree with you that we should stop them, but I think that it's not a blank check that I'm willing to do literally anything to
but this
stop them.
is you're talking about. You agree with me that there is an existential threat.
Yes.
You have if you have two threats, one is an imminent threat, the other is a threat that is more long term, right? You're saying that you're willing to accept the imminent threat because you feel that you're going to lessen
What
or
you're doing
decrease
right
the
now,
long term threat.
what you're doing right now is you're arming the Taliban and then thinking, "Oh, it's okay. We'll just take
That's a
care of it in the future."
that's a
That's what you're
crazy.
doing. You're saying
No,
the
that's
Taliban,
that's
we have a
crazy.
bigger
That's
threat.
crazy.
The Taliban is
That's
fighting that
crazy.
threat. Let's give the
No,
Taliban some weapons so that they can fight that
crazy.
threat, right?
That's your
Then nothing will
that's
happen.
crazy.
It will be
That's crazy.
A-okay. We'll all be
Taliban.
fine. Nothing bad will come
There's
from
no
this.
Taliban in
And that
America, Rick.
is crazy to me. That's what
Rick,
you're doing
there's
right
no
now. You're arming the
there's no
Taliban.
Taliban
That's
in
what you're
America.
advocating for.
No, I'm not. I'm not advocating for the Taliban. Right?
You are.
You're making a
That's what the
completely
DSA
crazy
is in this
comparison.
analogy. You are arming
You're
the
making a crazy
Taliban
comparison.
and thinking
Yeah,
there's
you
an
like
enemy
to
that they
use
need to fight that's
you like
greater
to
than
use
the
crazy
Taliban.
you like to use crazy comparisons and
It's not a
analogies
crazy
because that makes
comparison.
your point more powerful, right?
It's not a crazy
You say
comparison.
that the Taliban. You know, people say, "Oh, would you vote for Epstein if he was a Democrat?" You know, they're just crazy, silly, stupid analogies used for debate
You said
tactics or whatever, right?
hold on. You said this
You know,
wasn't an analogy. We had a rapist who won
do you
the
know?
Democratic nomination, and you said that you would still vote for them if they retained that nomination. That's not a crazy hypothetical. That's something you actually
No,
said that was actually a thing.
The Taliban is a crazy
I
hypothetical.
disagree. I think it illustrates the
And
point.
then saying, and then trying to extend the analogy or the
And it's not a
metaphor, or whatever
hypothetical;
you
it's an
want to use,
analogy. Yeah,
or extend the
analogy.
hypothetical
The
for
analogy.
Platinum that he's raped 100 children, right? I mean, it
Well, because
gets to
I was
it gets
wondering
to,
where
it
your
gets to
line was.
it gets to a point where it gets stupid, right? But the thing is, right? I want to take you back to authoritarianism for a second, right? Because I think this is an interesting point that you don't really address. And that is, you say, right, you're worried about DSA socialist authoritarian future, right, for America. That's what you're thinking about, right? You're thinking
No, I'm thinking. Well, there's a few threats that they have. One of the highest likelihood of threat that the DSA presents is it makes it significantly harder to beat Republicans in the future, because once again, they a lot of the people who are associated with the DSA went hard for El Said in the primary, and by winning their primary, and we can measure this, they took the chances of us winning Michigan Senate seat from lean Democrat to a toss-up, to a 50-50. They effectively, if I may finish,
yes,
if I may finish, yeah, they lowered our chances, right? So if we are to have better primaries in the future where we elect candidates that are more likely to win in the general, one of the things that we have to do is limit DSA and other such organizations' influence in the Democratic primary process. One of the ways to do that is by making them lose, having them lose, not just in the primaries, but in the general, to showcase to the average Democratic voter that these people cannot win. And that by having that argument and by having that demonstrated, less people will be willing to vote for their candidates in the future, therefore increasing our chances of winning against MAGA in the future. That's the argument. What's wrong with that argument?
because you might not even get there. You might not even get to have elections.
I don't feel that that's a significant threat. I don't think that us not having elections is it's possible, but it's just not likely.
It's more possible than you having a socialist authoritarian government in 10 years.
Yes, but was that the highest risk that I just outlined, that it was a social authoritarian government?
I'm telling you what an imminent threat. You agree there's an imminent threat there. There is a threat there that elections will be suspended. You'll
It's
have
a
Trump
possibility. It's
declare a
just
national. He'll declare a national emergency, some threat for some terrorist threat from domestic
that is
terrorist threat
possible.
or whatever,
That is possible.
and then there won't be elections, and your country's going to go into turmoil. It's going to go into a whole
That is
crazy,
possible.
right? That I would say the possibility of that is right of that happening within this election cycle now or towards the 2028 presidential election cycle. I think the risk of that is significantly higher than the risk of a socialist authoritarian government
That
happening.
might be true, but that's not what we're comparing it against. Once again, the risk that
Well,
I
because you're
outlined,
looking, you're
if I
looking
may
at the
finish,
person. I'm
if
looking at the
I let you
vote.
go, let me go, right?
Well, you
The
need to talk much. Okay, yeah.
I let you talk a lot. The risk
Okay.
that I outlined was that not of a democratic socialist takeover, authoritarian government that rises, right? I agree also that that risk is very, very low. It's minuscule, okay? We agree on that. But the risk I'm outlining for you, which is a very real risk and far more likely than no elections ever again, is that the DSA gains influence in Democratic primary processes such that they continue to saddle us with candidates that have less of a chance of winning in the general election. I think that that risk is orders of magnitude more likely than no elections ever again.
Right, but that scenario you just talked about there, right? That what you're saying is a far higher likelihood that you might not even get that. There might not be elections, right?
I understand that there is a risk that Trump and MAGA will suspend elections forevermore. I just don't think that that risk is very, very high.
I mean, so you're talking about also that you said it went from lean Democrat, and I mean,
To toss
you're
up.
looking at.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that's polling data immediately after the primary. There's that data could change. I think El Sayed is still a very strong candidate because I do
What
think
makes you think
people
he's a strong candidate?
because he advocates things people want, right? You got to remember that there's people want better healthcare, right? They want stronger workers unions rights. They want basically a better share of they want
Sure, then why did
better
most people vote
equality,
Trump?
right?
If that's what they want, why did most people vote Trump?
Trump, what are you talking 2024 or are
Yeah,
you talking
if
about?
that's what most people want, why did people vote Trump?
They did vote Trump for that because that's what they thought they was getting.
Mm. And
Remember,
you think that El Said is going to be the person who the public trusts in order
more than a
to do
Republican,
that over a
more
Republican?
than Mike Rogers, more than a Republican, more than
Yeah,
Mike Rogers,
why don't the
absolutely.
polls show that?
Because right now the polls have just finished after a primary, and the whole.
What's that have to do with the general
So
though?
what? So what about all about Haley Stevens voters and everything? What about when they start to come into the mix?
Do you think that they will? We have polling data showing that at least 12% of them won't.
Well, that polling data's been wrong, right?
It has, but it's
Yeah,
been
very wrong.
wrong in the opposite direction of your argument. The polling data, at least for this, has shown El Said up by 19. He was supposed to win by 19 points, 16 points, 20 points, 10 points. He won by less than 1%. So again, primary electorate is different than a general electorate, but most data that we have, the only data that we have right now, and we've had it since before the primary, to be clear, we've had it for weeks, right? Show El Said losing to Rogers. That's what it shows. That's the data that we have. And again, if he is a strong candidate because most people want what he's selling, why isn't he winning these polls?
I don't think you can trust the polls as much as you want to. To be serious, to be honest with you, it's.
Okay.
I think we'll see, right? We'll see when the election comes
I mean,
along.
we will. We will see.
We will.
And polls can change.
I think
Polls
there's
can
such a
change.
big pushback. I think there's such a big pushback within, Americans all over America now because they just don't want a Republican to win, right? That they will actually look at a Plattner, they will actually look at
Yeah.
a Hong, right? They will look at all these people that 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they would never even get anywhere close in a primary, right? But
Yeah.
now
I agree
people
with
are
you.
pushing back because people don't want Republicans. That's they look at a
Yes.
Republican and say,
Yes.
I don't want to vote for that. It's as
That's
simple
true.
as that.
All of what you just said is true. That's why we have Texas, Tallarico's polling better than his Republican opponent by 2 to 3
Yeah.
points in Texas, right? We
Yeah,
have
yeah.
across the board nationally a D+8 environment, right? It's usually the winds are behind the Democrats' back on this, right? And even with all that, even with that national type of headwind, even with all the fundamentals pushing in the Democrat direction, El Said's still losing to Rogers.
I don't have as much confidence in that data as you do.
Okay.
I think our side's ground game was so much better than Haley Stevens. Haley Stevens had over $70 million in
Agreed. El Said's
funding,
ground game was tremendously better than
and
Stevens.
you got to remember that you're going
And
to
El
have
Said only won by a percentage
now
point.
you're going to have the Democratic funding, right, from the DNC, all the organizations that, well, most of them that were backing Stevens right now, they're going to put their weight behind El Sayed. A lot of that funding is going to go into to his campaign. He already had a very strong grassroots movement that's going to increase, right? I think El Sayed is a much stronger candidate that you believe, right? You disagree with that. I think we're going to see what happens now that
We
the
are
actual
going to see what
apparatus
happens, and I hope
when the
I am wrong.
apparatus
And I'm
actually
going to
goes
be
in
really
behind
clear
him
here.
now.
I do hope I'm wrong. I hope that you're correct and El Sayed is going to win by a mile. But I don't think he
I don't
is.
think he win by a mile. I think it'd be in my opinion, I think it'd be a narrow victory, but I can see him winning due to the ground game, the absolute disgust with having a Republican, senator. Rogers is not very popular. There's a lot of things with him that people don't like. And then you got, like I said, you got the DNC getting behind. I think there's a lot of things here that are going to come into play now going towards the election,
This is wish
and
casting.
we'll see how that goes. And
This is wish
I just think
casting.
I just think I was just saying, I think you're weak by, like you say, you'd rather sit out in an election if you've got a candidate like that instead
Because
of
again,
voting.
look, I think it is a position of strength that you're willing to take a hit to make sure that you win the bout. It is not a weak man that
But
gets
look what happened in
hit,
24.
then they're willing to,
The people
again,
like you, people thinking the way you think now in 2024, that's very much a reason why Donald Trump got elected again. The
hold on,
guy,
explain that, elaborate.
the guy tried a coup in January 2021, right? The guy tried a literal coup, and
Yes.
people still voted him for president, right?
Yes. What does
And
that have to do
one,
with my way of
what,
thinking?
well, because you said you rather sit it out, right? A lot of people thought like that about Kamala Harris.
Yeah,
They
but
thought
the
I'd rather sit
reasons
it
that they
out
wanted to
because
sit out were because they thought that Kamala Harris was a genocider or something. They were wrong. My reasons for wanting to sit out are correct because I know that by electing Hong or electing someone like Plattner, we will lose in the future to MAGA. And I don't want to do that. I want to win the long game. I want to win overall. And if I have to sacrifice my rook in order to get into a position where I can checkmate them, I will do so. And that is not weak. That is not moronic. That's strategic. That's wisdom. And that's how we should go forward. Because again, we do not win if DSA is the option against MAGA. We lose. Liberals,
um,
me,
I
lose. And
just think
I'm not willing to do that.
I think sacrificing that rook in this scenario is you're giving your king away. You're giving the game away. I just think it's that much of an imminent threat.
Okay, we just
And you
disagree
just
on this.
it's all hands on deck. You need every vote you can. You need every Democratic governor you can. You need every Democratic member of Congress you can. You need every Democratic senator you can, because you need to get You need to get
Okay.
majorities in Congress. You need to get majority. You need to get of course, if you get a Democrat president in 28, you need a trifecta. You need that power. You need to get as close to a super. I don't think a super majority would happen anywhere close, but you need to step towards that
It
level
would
to
if we
actually.
did it my way. If we
But
followed the Whick way, we would have a super majority by 2036.
doubt it.
We would have a trifecta. We would have 60 seats in the Senate,
I think
and
I
we would
think people I
have
think I
control of
think
the House to a large degree.
I
I
think people
do.
I think people are a lot I think people are a lot more fed up with what you guys what's commonly called as establishment candidates, right? Establishment. I know people hate that term. It's used, right,
No,
because
I am the establishment. I have been
they
established by the people of the
it's
Democratic Party, the American Democratic Party, and I've been established in order to beat Trump. You should help us.
I
I do have another guest.
oh, sorry about that.
No,
Yeah.
you're fine. But I want to read these two super chats out and more. If you guys got super chat questions for this guy, we got about 5 more minutes with him, okay? Loki 8888888 for $5 says, "Wick, I love you. Keep being the best liberal on the internet." I don't know about the best, but I love you too. Thank you for the $5. $20 from the pleb. As a Wisconsinite, is that how you say it? I don't know. Who hates Hong? You are so in the wrong, Wick. He spells my name wrong. GOP holds the state legislator here. You advocating against Hong is saying put an election denier in power to do whatever he wants in a swing state. The pleb, who controls your Supreme Court? Is it red or blue? Last I checked, and I could be wrong. Supreme Court.
But with a Senate
Let me
with a
look.
are you
It
talking
is
state level?
currently has a 5-2 split in liberal Democrat favor. And again, who gets to override the legislature when they're in power? The courts. I think that's the reason we are mad at the Supreme Court of Trump, right? Because 6-3 court could override our legislature. Is that true? So I am confident that a blue supermajority Supreme Court could stop anything the government tries, any fucky wucky shit. It's a risk still. I will cede to that, but I still think 20 more pounds. Ooh, from your way right of thinking. What will convince him he's wrong about this? Will it take all the DSA candidates losing their generals? What is the point in supporting them if they cost 3 to 4 other seats? I'll give you a chance to respond. Go ahead.
I just don't think that's a reality. I really don't. I think why are they winning? Why are they winning primaries? Because people want them, right? They're popular. I think you look at those policies that DSA stand for. I know they've got some silly policies, right? But there's a lot of policies, stronger workers, right? Less inequality, stronger educational reform. There's loads of things there that people want, right? That they just know the Republican Party is not going to deliver on. And I think they're a lot more popular than what people think. I think this is the pushback we're seeing now. That people are fed up with the establishment, and that's the pushback we're seeing. I think that there's going to be a lot more
So
going in that direction than you think.
out of the in 2025 and 2026 combined, 97% of incumbents have won their primaries on the Democrat side.
Hmm.
It doesn't seem to be the case that people are actually fed up with the establishment. The establishment wins 97% of the time. I don't know, man. Like, I don't think we can look at that 3% and say, oh, there is mass popular support for challengers to the Democratic establishment. I don't know if we can make that claim. Now, I will agree with you that people are fed up with the Democratic Party, right? I'm fed up with the Democratic Party because it keeps playing footsies with DSA, and I don't like that. I think that that's bad. All the Democratic senators and politicians and influencers who endorse Plattner have a black eye on a black mark on their record to me. I'm fed up with that shit. We need to stop that shit. So yes, many people are fed up with the Democratic Party, but to assume it's because of the reasons you are fed up with the Democratic Party it just doesn't follow. I'm going to give you the last word. Then we'll go get a drink, and then we're going to rate for Ryan Mullally. Last word. Go ahead, quickly.
I just want to say thanks for having me on. I just think the imminent threat is something you need to handle here and now rather than looking at long term, because I think the long term, there's a possibility the long term doesn't happen. I think that possibility is more at the moment is a higher possibility than the long term threat you're thinking about. I think not having that position of looking at the imminent threat and doing something about that is a weak position. I think you need to get to carry every vote you can on the Democratic side, no matter who that candidate is, because you need to stop the imminent threat. That's my take on it. I also think that the more socialist policies are becoming a lot more popular in America in the coming years, and that's you're seeing a lot of pushback against the establishment. I think it's going to be interesting to see. The El Sayed election now is going to be very, very interesting to see. And yeah, I just think I think your position is a weak position in my opinion. But I want to thank you for having me on. I do enjoy your content. I think you're really good at what you do.
You call me a fucking moron, man. But okay.
Yeah,
I love your content. And behind, like when you're off stage, you're a fucking moron. When you come on here, I love your content. You do real good stuff. Come on, talking about pussy shit. Okay.
Your position on that, I thought was a bit moronic in my opinion, right? I think you're a bit weak.
I'll talk to you later. I gotta let you go. I gotta get a drink, and we gotta prepare for Ryan. Bye.
Thanks.
Whick, I love your stuff. I think it's really good. And on the internet, he's like, he's a fucking moron. Come on, say it to my face. Say it to my face. I'd respect you more, okay? I'd respect you more. I'm going to get a drink real quick. I'll be right back. And then Ryan should be here in the next 5 minutes. Okay, cool. Hello. Hello. I'm back. Got a drink. What did we miss? $2 from Loki to say, how is 2 wins and 10 losses winning? You know, it's you ever hear of girl math? It's socialist math. It's why they all end up starving. $5 from Adam Defunded. Ryan, why are you supporting people from the DSA? You are a liberal against everything the founding fathers. That's not Ryan. I understand the confusion based on the title and the thumbnail, but we went live early because this guy called me out, and I wanted a chance to debate him and maybe nip a few things in the bud. And plus, it's good content, and I hope you guys enjoyed that content. Okay, I do hope you enjoyed the little pre-show debate that we had. It's going to be funny, because I'm going to use the exact opposites. Like, I'm going to use the exact same arguments, but applied to the other side, right? When Ryan gets on, I'm sure, right? I guess my main thrusts, and I'll explain now. My main contentions, I guess, because Ryan made a video, and he called me out, okay? Where, well, I guess we'll talk about it when we get there. But my main contentions tonight will be on 2 points. One, that there is no real functional difference between how Trump has governed and how the DSA would govern. They will both be authoritarian in nature, anti-liberal, and they are both threats to liberalism. The second contention that I'm going to make is that one of the reasons that the DSA is rising is because of Trump. Trump is in part responsible for that rise. But he's here now, so instead of just pontificating at you all, I'll have him on and we'll have a nice chat. Hello, you're live.
Is my stuff working or no? Hold on one
I
second.
can hear you.
There we go.
Now I can see you.
All righty. Hold on. Let me just get the Discord text synced up on my side.
Take your time. I like the pinstripes, by the way.
Yeah, man. Staying classy. A little bit of a summer vibe.
Yeah, it's, breezy, easy, letting it flow a bit.
All right, gang. Can someone confirm that you can hear and see on my end as well? I always have to check this with Discord because I sometimes screw it up. And then about 5 minutes in, I look over and chat's like, "We can't see or hear anything, you boomer retard." And I'm trying to avoid the slurs this evening.
Take it. Take the time you need. We're just
Yeah.
we had a little bit of a pre-show. I don't know if you saw it before we came on.
I saw you were having a pre-show. I didn't get to watch the pre-show, so
yeah. It was you can't escape the punching left. Okay, we had a guy call me a moron because I wouldn't vote for a rapist, and I invited him.
That sounds like you're a moron. I don't know what to tell you.
I invited him to come on and talk to me about it. And to his credit, and look, I give credit to anyone who's willing to come and confront me on my takes, or if they have a take that they disagree with me on and they want to come and confront me to my face. You get credit for entering the arena. You get a baseline level of respect. But damn, it's wild to me that I have to make these, that I even have to kind of present this argument to people, what I thought would be very obvious, that we don't vote for these types of people. We don't support.
Well, this is what I wanted to chat with you about. So it's a perfect segue.
That's why it plays in.
Well done. You seem to have talk show experience. Yeah. I think what I was curious about this, but just to like put cards on the table and level set for the chat, like, and I think it's just important to like get these like obvious bias points out of the way early on. I obviously recognize that the DSA running hot is very good for my side politically. Like the DSA is the right strongest soldier in general elections. But I didn't like it when the left propped up Trumpy candidates because they thought Trumpy candidates were better to run against. And similarly, I want communists to lose at everything. I want communists to lose. Like when communists play Go Fish with their kids, I hope they lose. I hope their kids crush them at Go Fish. I want communists to lose at everything they do. So while it would be, I think, helpful for the right, for the DSA types to run strong in these generals, I don't want them to win. And I applaud you for picking this fight. Like I think it's a great fight to pick. But I wanted
natural fight, right? It's a natural fight that I think, and we see this. James Carville, Bill Maher, other prominent liberals are all standing up and having this fight because there was always, and this is I think where we're going to disagree, right? Because obviously we both agree that the DSA is a menace, right? We agree. Where we disagree, one of the points we disagree on is that liberals have no limiting principles that allow them to fight this, because we see this happening now. We see many prominent liberal influencers and even some progressive influencers stepping up, taking a stand against not only the DSA, but Hassan Piker and everyone associated with him, the Keith Edwards of the world and all those things. We are coming together, organizing, taking a stand, and fighting back against the illiberal, more socialist elements of our party and people who are trying to subvert our party. It is happening. I'll just real quick.
And God bless. I hope you win.
Yes.
I suspect maybe in the short term you might have some success. In the medium to long term, I think you're going to lose. But I I hope you win. I applaud the effort. But the reason I reached out to you, and I do want to get into all the stuff you just said, but do you remember a year ago or so? It was basically last year. I was still doing the centrist thing. I hadn't pitched my tent on the right yet. My channel basically didn't exist. I was still doing the crowd the basically couch surfing more or less. I think I'd maybe posted a video or two. And I got incensed about this particular op-ed in the New York Times. I had you and I had a big spat about it on Twitter.
I don't. Which can you remind me which spat we
Well,
had? We've had a
this is
couple.
yeah, we've had a couple, but this is why this interested me because the point I made was it appeared to me like the left was using Trump as an obfuscation, as a vehicle to avoid having to articulate what their views were while they were coalescing around some truly terrible ideas that I thought were like absolute deal breakers, unsupportable, horrifying ideas. And the ones in particular in this op-ed were abolish the Senate, end the Electoral College, pack the court, which are core
Uh,
DSA positions.
I remember. I remember disagreeing with you on ending the Electoral College, and I still do. I don't think we should like abolish it through extrajudicial means or extra constitutional means, but I think that the Electoral College is one check too many, and we have plenty of other checks in place that do keep away from the tyranny of the majority type of deal, right? I think
Well,
we have the Senate for that. I think we have the filibuster for that. I think we have the Supreme Court for that. I think we have other mechanisms in place, and there is such a thing as too many checks, which imbalance these things. And I think at this point, the Electoral College is that. But this isn't a debate on Electoral College. I don't want to.
no,
We can just
and I
that,
do,
right?
but I want to circle back to all the stuff you said. I think is worth circling back to. But the
Yeah.
reason I brought up that tweet as a starting point is it begs the question: why now? And I applaud you for picking the fight. I think it's a good fight to pick.
Why now?
So
Because if I don't, then there will be no liberal parties in America, right? The reason I'm picking this fight now is because we have finally come to a point where, and to be clear, I haven't just started picking this fight now. I've been fighting my whole career against the far left, communist, socialist type of agendas. I've always, and we have records of this, and you can go back through my YouTube career, where I've stood up against people who are advocating for what I feel are illiberal ideals on the left. Before Trump got elected, and when it was Biden, I would push back against people who were advocating for things like banning
Mhm.
everyone on the right from social media platforms and things like that, right? There was a big push to like ban people like Alex Jones and Nick Fuentes and all these people off of every single media platform, and I thought that was an illiberal act, and I fought against that. So I don't think that it's fair to characterize as me starting this fight now. But to answer your question of why I am fighting this fight, it's because I think that there is no functional difference between the DSA and MAGA, and I don't want MAGA to win. And if the DSA wins, functionally MAGA has won. And I don't want that to happen because both are illiberal actors and both are a threat to my democracy and a threat to my Constitution. And I
But
want to defend that.
I guess the thing that I find amongst our points of disagreement, and I think the most substantive, is what American liberalism actually is. And I think that that's probably the most substantive disagreement. But I think the more topical disagreement, and maybe the one that's more apropos for tonight, is like it appears to me like from the outside looking in, like you think that the rise of overt DSA politicians means that this is the early phase of like the DSA ascension. Whereas I would call this like the late stages of a long march through our institutions, that like the politicians come last, and it was the cultural capture that came first. Like the first move was not the politicians. The first move was creating the group of people who overwhelmingly support these types of politicians to the point where they're polling better than the Democratic, Congress people right now, and they're polling bet socialism is outperforming capitalism on like a CNN poll they were just talking about like a day or two ago amongst Democratic voters.
Well,
And that project has been ongoing for a really long time and doesn't strike me as new at all. It seems very late stage.
so there's a couple threads I want to push on and pull on, but I do want to get to your definition of liberalism eventually. I have a definition of liberalism that I want to compare notes on.
Yeah,
But
let's
before
do. We should do that for sure.
But before we do that, when I say early stages, what I mean is that this is the first time that they have an actual chance of gaining political influence and power above just the noise level. And one of the reasons that that is true, and that is the case, is because of the rise of Trump. Trump is, in my view, a large part responsible for the rise of the illiberal left, as I like to call them, because it's more than just the DSA, right? It's more than just the DSA specifically. There's a large group of illiberalism rising on the left and challenging the establishment, status quo, whatever you want to call it, that is being empowered by Trump. And not just directly as they are now, because I think you'd agree with me that Fox News and other Republican organizations are now promoting DSA candidates and bringing them on their show to showcase them. And the idea is it's going to show everyone how crazy they are, and it's going to help the right. And I think you ceded that to me.
I said that in my opening. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
so, like, you agree with this, right? But I think that if Trump had lost in 2016, we wouldn't be seeing the rise of the DSA now. If Trump had lost in 2024, we wouldn't be seeing the rise of the DSA now. Do you disagree?
I think that it's just a misdiagnosis on almost every level. But the way that I look at the DSA,
pick one level, and let's start there. Right?
Well, the ideological capture of key U.S. institutions, mostly education, but we could talk about media, but education's where I spend more time thinking and researching, and because I'm a former teacher. But as universities and college and teacher training facilities and colleges in the country became increasingly dominantly left-leaning, like so left-leaning that you would be much more likely to find an open Marxist than a conservative in most of like a teacher training course or humanities course these days. I view Trump and Trumpism as a reaction to that. Like basically conservatives completely failed to stem the tide of a rising cultural, I'm going to use the term neo-Marxism, but you could talk about postmodernism, post-structuralism, whatever you want to call it, sentiment on the left. They failed to stem the tide, and they kind of bought into this idea that the right could only ever serve as a brake on the left. The left, was going to have the ultimate ends of history, whatever, the scales of justice are long, this sort of thing. And the right was there only to slow them down temporarily, but not actually to aim at any particular target. And Trump was a kind of vulgar groping in the direction of a recalibration. I don't think he does this consciously necessarily, though sometimes I wonder, or well all the time, which is oftentimes my frustration with him. But it was a reaction to that, like the sense that what it meant to have American values was being fundamentally altered.
Sure, I disagree. And I think that we can look, my evidence of this is...
I super apologize. My kids are freaking out in the background. Give me 1 second.
Oh, take care of family stuff. I will talk to my chat. Okay.
Sorry, 1 second.
You're fine. I'll talk to Ryan's chat too while he's doing this. Okay. Chat. I don't know you, but welcome. This is a thing that this is a game they like to play, and I'll save my arguments here. But like, if you're worried about an authoritarian figure coming in and reshaping the courts reshaping schooling, Trump's doing that, right? He's doing that now. That is what Trump is doing. If you're worried about the government coming in and taking up portions and nationalizing portions of private industry, Trump's doing that. Trump's doing that now. If you're worried about a social, a unitary party, right? Like, by kind of bringing up all and kind of centralizing an authority, right? And taking away checks and balances and taking away the distribution of powers. Trump's doing that right now. This is all happening right now under Trump. So everything that they use to say that they fear us, right, of us doing, Trump's doing it right now. But I guess we'll wait for you to back. All good?
Hey there. One
Everything
second.
fine? Look, family's first. So if you need
No,
to,
no. It should be okay. My wife's out of town, so I'm Mr. Momming it tonight. So, if hopefully they will go to sleep at this point.
hopefully. We'll see. I don't know.
No promises.
Okay. We'll find out. So I guess where I would say that you're misdiagnosing, to get back to that portion, is all my life, and I'm an old man. I'm 43. I just had my birthday a few days ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I've survived, I guess, 33 revolutions around the sun. All my life, I've heard that Democrats are communists. They're socialist communists. This was a favorite weaponized language of people like, who is that talk show guy? What the fuck is his name? I'm blanking on him. He's dead now.
There's a bunch of them.
Not Alex Jones. No, there's a real, he won the Presidential Medal of Freedom, right, under, I think, Bush or Trump. Who am I thinking of? Come on, chat. Chat, help me out.
Gingrich?
No, Rush Limbaugh. Limbaugh. Yes, the guy that everyone was listening to in the 90s and things like that. And a bunch of people have always painted the Democrats as socialist. And I think you even wrote an article on this that I read, saying that the overuse of the terms socialist and communist is like the boy crying wolf, right? If you cry wolf, cry socialist so many times, eventually, even though people come and check, oh, it's not actual socialism. Eventually, a socialist will come along. And when it's time to point out the socialist, no one's going to believe you. So when people point to the rise of socialism on the left, I think that most of that comes through, not all of it, but most of that can be laid at the feet of the people who made the term meaningless when they accused every single person of being a socialist.
No, that's. I think.
Are you so? Hold on. What are you saying no to precisely? Are you saying no that most Republicans and most Republican influencers since the 90s have painted everyone from Clinton to Obama to every moderate as a socialist?
I mean, I agree that the term has been overused historically, but what I'm talking about is, like, for example, like Paulo Freire, who's a overt Marxist educational author who wrote books like The Pedagogy of the Oppressed, which, if you go on Google Scholar, has I forgot the exact number. It's somewhere like 70 to 100,000 citations. He's not just the most cited scholar in all of, like, educational theory for teacher training. He's one of the most cited scholars in all of the humanities, on the same level as people like Foucault, who, by the way, also postmodernist. But Freire is an overt Marxist, and was teaching the idea that education is a political act and that we should be teaching, in the Gramscian way, children to have critical consciousness and to awaken to the injustices of the world. So it's not like this is this isn't like a weird corner case theory. And I'm not talking about, like, what language political influencers were using. I'm saying that, like, there actually was ideological capture of key institutions along the way, which teach overtly Marxist things, but it didn't start with them. It started with the progressives in the 1900s, who abandoned American morality, natural law theory, these kind of core American philosophies, and moved towards this idea, the teaching that, society is what works, and that we have this kind of Darwinian evolutionary living model, which is kind of shades of the modern day moral anti-realism, moral subjectivism, and injected that into the way that we do education, and that opened the door down the road for people like Freire and others like him who've become very influential. And that
Sure.
this is, I'm not saying that this is, I don't know whether Rush Limbaugh accurately diagnosed these things when he called people communists, but I do know that that happened, and that has had a profound influence on the way
Okay.
that people, particularly young people who get degrees and go into
So,
the world, think.
as
And
someone,
that's the issue.
sure, as someone who has been through the education system, not through as a teacher, but as a student, I can tell you that that did not happen in my instance, right? That I went to college in Florida. I went to, well, I shouldn't say specifics because people are weird. Okay,
Yeah, don't
but
just don't.
I've been through the education system. I was not primed with socialist theory or primed to be a communist in any way, shape, or form. The exact opposite, in fact. And I think that you're overstating your case. There are absolutely a more leftward tint to education in America. That's just true. That would be silly of me to deny that in America, an education system, it's primarily taught and run by people who are on the left and sometimes the far left. And in fact, I have pushed against that kind of lack of diversity of thought, the lack of pluralism in our education system. That has been a problem. But that is not why we have the rise of the DSA today, because as you said, this has been something that's been going on for decades. But it isn't until recently that the seeds have borne fruit, and that is because some of the basic checks and guardrails against that have been weakened for a variety of reasons. Two of those reasons are, one, the desecration of language done and helped and propped on and taken advantage of, right, by bad actors to pervert what socialism means, right? Today, kids today, that CNN poll you cited, a lot of people identify with socialism, but it's not socialism. It's just like a more kind of Nordic model of liberalism. It's not socialism, right? They have been, the word has been tainted. They hear socialism and they think Obama, but a little more left than Obama, right? That's what they think, right? That's why they identify with it. And this has been something that the right and the left have worked hand in hand to do, because people generally don't like socialism, or at least historically. So you had people like Rush Limbaugh, you had people like James Lindsay. No, not James Lindsay. What's his name? He recently died. There's a lot of people who recently died.
A lot of people who died that you want to talk about.
Look, I'm forgetting names, but there's a lot of people on the right who have pushed this narrative that everyone on the left, all of us, were secret socialists, and Obama was a secret socialist, Clinton was a secret socialist, all these things, right? And the socialists have taken advantage of that, and they've used it to disguise themselves, to mask on and say, yeah, I'm a socialist like Obama was a socialist. It's not so bad, bro. I'm a socialist like Clinton is a socialist.
Unfortunately,
it's not so bad, bro.
I think this is why...
Is that wrong, what I just said?
No, I think this is why you're going to lose this fight with them, because even if all of that is true, and I don't even think I disagree with most of that, the issue that I'm pointing out is that if you view the rise of socialism and the DSA and all these things as primarily a political vector, you're missing that they overtly and openly, like if you read Gramsci, you read the people who cite Gramsci, talked about the need to capture culture before moving into politics. It's not a subtle thing. It's in the writings of the people these people cite and love. And then they did it. And then they did capture our educational institutions in the humanities, in various. It's your personal experience, and we can get into mine, and we can talk about where we differ on that. But the fact that this has happened is verifiable. You can look at the scholarship, like read Paulo Freire. Like just read what he says.
I've read Gramsci.
At critical race theorists.
I read these Gramscian theorists and things like that. I understand the argument. I understand that the plan that they had. I am saying that they were failing in their plan. That they had while you could point to individual instances of them being successful, to act as if the culture had been captured by socialism is just, at least until the last maybe 5 or 10 years, incorrect. And the reason that they have gained what they have now, which I think that, well, maybe you would disagree.
It's called a long march because it takes a long time, man.
Can I just ask real quick? Do you think that in our culture today, socialism is more popular than it was, I think, any time since maybe the 30s?
I don't know. Probably. I'm not sure.
I would make that argument that
I think
maybe the 50s, right? Maybe in the last 30 years at least, right? In my lifetime.
By focusing only on the politics, what you're going to miss is how the seedbed was created. And certainly
I just need you to respond to what I said, though. Not to talk about the politics. I was talking about the culture. We're not talking about politics
It sounded like you were talking about the politics.
No, I'm talking about the culture. I'm talking about in the culture, being socialist today is more popular, and we can look at the CNN polling.
Oh, sorry. I did respond. I said I don't know, probably, but I don't know, probably.
I don't know.
I've not looked at polling across time.
Okay.
I assume you're right.
In the last 30 years, at least, it might be in the 50s or something that it was more popular than now. I don't know, but at least now, today, in the last 30 years, it is on the rise. And I guess where we differ is I don't think that that's largely in part of this grand plan by socialists that have been going for 100 years, right? Even though I acknowledge that exists to some degree.
The thing is, when the bugbear was critical theory specifically, right? It was a conspiracy theory, and then it was a, right, racist, fascist, whatever the ism of the day was. And then it just turned out that people looked at, they're like, oh, there actually is a lot of critical theory being taught in educational institutions. And, oh, it turns out that, yes, this is actually a thing that's happening. And then you had people like Jonathan Haidt, who documented how various educational institutions like Yale changed their mission statement to incorporate social justice elements rather than only truth-seeking elements, because they recognized that the mission of their establishment had changed on the basis of these ideas. You can go back and you can trace how area studies started promulgating in these institutions.
So just to be clear, a group coming in and enforcing change upon a university to how they teach is bad, correct?
No, my point is, and I see what you're doing, Whick, but the point I'm making is, by fixating on Trump, you are going to lose this fight because you don't understand it. And what I'm trying to point out to you is that the actual fight with people who believe these things, and by the way, this is why I'm pitching my tent on the right, not the left, is because I tried to have this conversation and similar conversations with people on the left, and it was always dead-ended in present day politics. Like, you want to make the conversation about how much you dislike Trump. I believe you. I don't need to be convinced you dislike Trump. What I'm trying to say is, if the left really is going to throw off this parasite, you need to fight it where it lives. And where it lives is in our educational institutions primarily. That's the host. That's where it lives. If we did something about that, it would do wonders to fix the whole thing. But the fight is only done politically, and I think you're going to lose that fight in the long run because, and this is not you necessarily, though we can talk about it, but when I hear people talk about the DSA on CNN, but also in our corner of the internet, their objections are mostly practical. I don't think the electorate's going to go for it. I think it's too extreme. I don't think it's going to get votes. It's going to hurt us with the normies. They don't actually have principled objections to these things because their principles were informed by the very cultural takeover that I'm flagging. So unless this is addressed, long term, you're going to lose. And that's the thing I'm trying to get through and try to flag for you.
I think that you're correct in that we have to fight this on multiple fronts. And if you look at my content, if you think that my content primarily today is Trump bad content? It's not, because I am fighting something that no one else is doing right now on my
unnecessary. The
side.
reason I'm talking to you is because you're the
Okay,
only person
but
on the
let
left
me
I
let
know
me
who's
let me
having
let
this
me continue.
conversation.
Let me
Yeah,
continue. Let me
but you don't need
continue.
to convince me. Yeah.
But we have audiences watching. I may not be able to convince you, but I'm talking to my audience, and I'm talking to your audience, and I'm talking to other audiences who might view this, right? But my problem here is that we cannot win this fight from the right, because the right has fallen to it. If you were worried about private industry being nationalized by the government, then you should be worried when Trump nationalizes private industries for the government, which he did, right? If you were worried about central power authority coming in to dictate what universities can and cannot teach, then Trump already is doing that, right? If you were worried about the consolidation of power from a federalized system into a central authority, then Trump is doing that today. You cannot win this fight from the right, because the right has lost this fight because they don't have the actual principles in place, or they abandoned them, to actually fight socialism. You have lost your fight to authoritarianism specifically, right? You were weak to this. And I think that what I can learn from you is maybe some different ways to fight this on the education front. You are an educator. That's fair. But when we're talking that it cannot just be fought on the education front. It has to be fought on the cultural front. It has to be fought on the political front. It has to be fought on the influencer front, because I think that rather than money in politics, and this is a little bit of a side, it's the influencer class, the staffer class that is causing us so much pain.
So,
right?
But this is where the chickens come home to roost, unfortunately. And the reason I say this is, obviously you and I disagree about our assessment of the right, and we can. I mean, litigating that is almost tedious at this point,
Well,
because
we
we've done it before.
disagree on our assessment for the left too.
Yeah,
we
we can do
disagree,
it again.
right?
Well, look, I just let you
Why?
go on.
But why is it? Why is it? Hold on. Why is it tedious to do it for the right, but it's not tedious for the left?
I just let you go on a long tirade that was premised by me saying, I don't need to hear this. I know what your position is. You saying I'm doing it expressly for the audience, even though you don't need to hear it, and me letting you say it anyway. So if we're gonna, it'd be nice if you didn't interrupt me 2 seconds in after I generously let you just lecture the audience in the spirit of a conversation that we frankly know I don't need to hear, because I already told you I knew what you were going to say. So sorry, man. We disagree on our assessment of the right, and we can disagree about our assessment of the left. That's fine. The problem here is that we're heading into a post-Trump world very soon. Even stalwarts like Destiny are recognizing that the current Trump world paradigm is not adequate for whatever comes next. And it's just not going to be adequate for whatever comes next. So in that spirit, what I was hoping to have the conversation with you about was what can be done to fight this particular evil, because it is an evil. And the reason that I get frustrated about the speech is that the chickens came home to roost. All the time that people were calling Trump a Nazi or a fascist, the moral loading got extreme enough that now that you have the DSA rising, they are being treated like, oh, the DSA is a problem and MAGA is a problem. So we have two equivalent problems. That's not true. The equivalent to Marxism is Nazism. And the MAGA are not Nazis. They might be things you disagree with, but they're not Nazis. What you have on the left is the equivalent of that. It is the rise of the particular pernicious form of left-wing ideology that we know to be evil and lethal if it is allowed to run its course. It is the equivalent of Nazism, not whatever MAGA is, and that's the problem.
Okay. So first of all, I disagree with you that the right and MAGA are Nazis. I don't think they are. I don't think most of them are. Stephen Miller maybe, okay, but most of them are not. And that is a misdiagnosis. Socialism is not the opposite of Nazism. I would say, or the opposite side of the same coin thing, right? I would argue, in my enemy and this is why MAGA and the DSA are both my enemy, is authoritarianism, right? Whatever flavor that might rear its head in. And I worry that the same reason I fight so much on Live and Learn and with other liberal creators and leftist creators who my frustration with them is that they do not recognize the existential danger of what they are facing. And I will agree with you. It's an existential threat. Would we agree there at least? Socialism and the rise of socialism on the left is existentially threatening to our liberal democracy.
To America and American values, yeah.
To our liberal democracy, yes. Liberal democracy everywhere, not just in America, right? But everywhere. I think that you are making a similar mistake as they are, and you do not recognize the existential threat that is posed by MAGA authoritarianism that has actually won over on the right. You are right that Trump himself is on the way out, right? And you are right to see MAGA is failing in the polls. It's failing in government. It's failing in its ability to win over voters. It's why the strategy right now of the Republicans in MAGA are not to fight against, right, or not to prop up their own wins, but to point out Democrats bad, right, leftists bad. It's not going to work, unfortunately for them, fortunately for us, but because we live in such a D+8 environment right now. We live in such an environment that is so preferential to the Democrats right now. That's why the DSA has a chance. In another environment, like in a D+2, D+1, they wouldn't have any chance at all. So this is the time. They see this as their chance. And they even say this. I've heard Mike from PA say this, like it's now or not at all. This is their time. And I need to get across to those people on the left that that's an existential threat.
Yeah.
But I wish you would recognize that Trump is also an existential threat. And I know you don't like it, you find it tedious, but I don't think it's tedious.
I think at this point, we're not going to be able to avoid a tangent that's probably going to take up the rest of the conversation.
Okay.
But I think what we're going to have to do is talk about what we think American liberalism actually is at this point. Because I think I agree with you that people need to be wary of threats to American liberalism, but I disagree with you about like what American liberalism actually is. And that's probably the main source of our disagreement, if I had to guess. So maybe I don't know what the right way to lead into this conversation
I could just give you my definition.
Okay, sure. Give me your definition. I might ask you some follow-up questions
Sure.
though, because
It's a pretty succinct. Liberalism is a political philosophy that protects individual liberty through equal rights, rule of law, democratic government, pluralism, and limits on state power. I think that's a good, succinct definition. It's not all-encompassing. We could probably get into more detail on each little bit, right? But I think that's a good starting spot.
I mean, I'm going to do the 4-year-old question now.
Sure.
Like why? Like why is any of that? Why does any of that matter?
Well, why does it matter? Because
why are those values good values?
Sure. These values protect our ability to have free agency, the ability to make choices and have those choices matter, and to seek our own, what did they say? In the pursuit of happiness, right?
Sure.
That is why it matters, that these, frankly, fundamental and core liberal values, right, protect us from oppression by bad actors. They protect us from oppression by the tyranny of the majority, right? And they protect us from tyrants and dictators. Those are the three things.
Okay. And I think that, obviously I'm a big fan of the Declaration. I think where the main disagreement I have with the modern quote unquote liberal movement is I feel like they're progressives who rolled up the carpet behind them and called the status quo liberalism. There's been an ocean of change to the core American values over time that have been, I think, missteps and pushed us off of what American liberalism actually is. And those missteps need to be corrected.
Well, can
Now,
you give us
one
your
of them
definition of
one
American
of them
liberalism?
you flagged earlier, which was the DSA and the left as a whole is very invested in getting us closer to a one-to-one populist democracy. They would like to remove checks on the one-to-one democratic process. Our founders were deeply suspicious. In fact, the entire structure of the federal government was designed to prevent one-to-one populist democracy. And what we're seeing from the left is a continuous push to get closer to one-to-one populist democracy. That doesn't strike me as compatible with American liberalism. That actually strikes me as a threat to American liberalism, though it might make you feel like you're more free.
I
in
don't
some
disagree.
sense.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. That
But you
DSA
just talked
is
about
a
you
threat to
wanted to.
American liberalism. I want to
But
know
you,
what
but,
you think American
but,
liberalism
well,
is.
hold on. But you just said earlier in this conversation that you wanted to get rid of the Electoral College, which is one of those checks.
Yes, because I think that while we could prevent all crime by arresting everyone, that's possible, right? But that would infringe on certain freedoms and democracy and other things. And I think that by getting rid of the Electoral College, we have so many other checks in place that is overkill. Much like arresting everyone would also be overkill to prevent crime, even though preventing crime is a perfectly good thing to seek, right? Is a good goal. There are steps you could take that are oversteps. And I think that the Electoral College in today's environment has proven itself to be an overstep because, again,
Because
not
why?
every. If I may finish,
What's wrong with it?
if I may finish, right? Not every single thing in the original Constitution was good. They allowed slavery, for example. That was very anti-liberal.
Mm.
It was antithetical to the idea of American values, but it was a compromise they made at the time because of a variety of reasons, right? I think that getting rid of that was good overall to get us closer to liberalism, which is a balancing act in a lot of ways between competing rights that are in tension. And I think that by getting rid of the Electoral College, we get us closer to what I feel is a liberal society, right?
Why? Why is it? That's what I don't get. Like,
Sure.
why is it closer?
Well, because there currently are too many checks in place on the will of the majority. It's good to have some. That's why I like the Senate, for example. The Senate itself is a check on democracy run amok, right?
Mm-hmm.
Democracy at scale, as you say.
So we
give
already
each state
weakened that
two
check.
representatives. We give each state two representatives to represent the will of a community and things like that. Even if the community is small, right, such as like, I don't know, Nebraska, versus a larger community such as California, right? I think that those are good checks. The Supreme Court's another check, right? We have the Supreme Court, which can knock down legislation that violates individual rights just because the will of the majority said that individual right they didn't want anymore. The Supreme Court's there, and as just a matter of law, to say this goes against the Constitution, and we're going to strike it down. And I think that's another check. I think what the Electoral College does is it imbalances things too much on the other side. But I'm not going to, to be clear, I'm not going to die on that hill. It's not something that's like an article of faith for me. If you can convince me that the Electoral College actually still serves its purpose today, fair enough. Whatever, right? Not a big deal.
Yeah. So I think where we're going to the reason that we're going to have some of these fundamental disagreements is I look at our system, and it is supposed to have a lot of checks on populist democracy. But a lot of the checks that we initially had don't exist anymore. One of them was that the franchise was limited. I don't think that the way it was limited was correct, but it was limited. Another was that the Senate was appointed by the states, not voted on by the people. Now, another one that we flagged is that the states have a role in electing the president, but that's another one that we're going to get rid of. And another one was the idea that the Supreme Court would be interpreting an enduring
I do still want your definition, by the way.
And we can get to that. Yeah, but
When?
but
Before we forget,
I'm trying to respond to your point.
Okay.
but then that got corrupted by the idea of living constitutionalism, where the court could invent rights that were not in the Constitution in the first place. So what I'm pointing out is that you want to get rid of one more check against populist democracy. The DSA wants to get rid of like 3 or 4. I want to restore more of those checks. And that's the fundamental probably the fundamental difference in our worldview, and why I was asking why you think getting rid of the Electoral College would be a good thing. Because to me, I look at our system and I go, oh shit, we've eroded too many of the checks. We have too much faction capture. We have too much populist democracy. We actually need to restore the checks, not
look,
get rid of them.
I don't disagree that we've eliminated too many checks. It's just the areas of the checks that we've eliminated are things like now the executive has much more power than it ever has, right? Those checks on executive authority are far more important to me than the checks that have been like eroded there are checks like the fucking Electoral College. But I want to hear your definition of liberalism. Go ahead.
American liberalism is the attempt to create a government to secure our natural rights.
Okay, when you say American liberalism, how does it differentiate from liberalism generally?
Because when I talk to people like Helen Pluckrose, who are like more like European classic liberals, they ground their liberalism in like I'd say fail to ground, but they attempt to ground their liberalism in kind of just like secular preference. And American liberalism was grounded specifically in our relationship with our creator and in like an overtly objective moral framework, and not grounded in the same way, which makes it philosophically different, even though it often has the same outcome if you apply it to a situation.
Okay, what would you define? Because that just begs the question: what is natural rights under your definition? If American liberalism, and I'm going to repeat your definition, make sure I heard it correctly. I might not have. Right? Chat distracts me with those $50 super chats. I see you, and I'm going to get to them. Don't worry, we're going to read those super chats soon. Money is important. I'm a capitalist. Okay, if you haven't noticed. But when you say that American liberalism is the attempt to create a form of governance that protects our natural rights, is that correct? Did I repeat it correctly?
Yeah, I'm just quoting the Declaration of Independence. Okay. To secure these rights, governments are instituted amongst men.
Sure. What are natural rights what's your definition of a natural right?
Natural rights are objective moral obligations, duties, and corresponding rights that are inherent in humans and precede government. So they're not things that the government gives you. They are things that are inherent to your nature.
I don't know how this is liberalism. Can you explain that?
Well, it's the reason why you would care about liberalism. Like, why is free speech better than not free speech? Because we have a right to liberty, and that's inherent to human nature, and liberty is better than tyranny. Like, why do we want people to be able to have freedom of religion so that they can choose based on their conscience what's right and good and noble and true? Because that's inherent to our nature to be able to make these choices. Why should property rights be protected? Because it is inherent in human nature to try to make your life better, to try to make the life of your children's better, and that entails acquiring and improving property. That's part of what it means to be a human. This is like, it's a view of human nature and what it means to be a human and to have a good and noble society that is, in this case, grounded overtly in God, which is like a uniquely American spin on like the Lockean framework that we inherited. The Europeans didn't add that piece to it, but we did.
So what, in your opinion, makes protecting those rights, like what with my definition of liberalism, what is in conflict here? I feel that my definition from the rights that you have laid out, the reasons that you've laid out, my definition of liberalism, which I feel is kind of the classic definition of liberalism, it's one that's kind of universal. It's not unique to America, though I would agree that America, at least currently today, best represents it. I'm just curious, what's in conflict? Why is your definition in conflict with mine?
Well, my definition better explains why it is important to protect individual liberties when the majority does not want them.
I fail to see how that follows because again, I have in my definition, and let me check it again, make sure. Yeah, the political philosophy that protects individual liberty through equal rights, rule of law, democratic government, pluralism, and limits on state power. All of these things protect all the rights that you mentioned,
Yeah,
private property rights, free speech, etc.
but they do,
Strongly.
but they don't answer the why. And the reason that matters is because when you're dealing with like a socialist type, what they're going to say is, well, what does it matter if I have a right to liberty if I don't have enough financial wherewithal to enjoy it? What good is my right to life if I don't have any bread?
The
What,
liberals,
you know, what,
the liberals have answered this, and that's why socialists usually hate liberals, right? They will side with fascists over liberals in most cases, right? The
but
liberals have answers for these things.
But by your own admission in this conversation and in others, you would like to remove the check, at least slower than they would, but some more of the checks on populist democracy, which would eventually lead to the erosion of those very rights. Like if you get rid of the electoral college, that is one more move towards the faction capture and tyranny of the majority that our founders vehemently decried.
Sure, and
So,
if you let people run free from their prison cells, crime will increase. Yes, perhaps, but it will get us to a more liberal place that does protect freedoms overall. Because again, part of liberalism is protecting the right of the individual to dictate how they are governed, to have
well,
a say in that. And I
no,
think
but
that by getting, if I may finish, in my argument, and again, I won't die on this hill. I might be wrong here because my principle isn't electoral college, right? My principle is what can we do to protect the individual right to have a say in how they are governed, but also prevent the mob from being able to have the will of the majority override the individual's rights to that choice. So
well,
these are things that are in tension, right? There's a tension between these two things. And I think that the liberal policies provide relief of that tension, or at least allow us to live with that tension in a way that is better than any other isms. So to frame my opposition to the Electoral College is if we get rid of this, it's like this slippery slope fallacy that the removal of the Electoral College means I'm the same as someone who wants to abolish the Senate. I just reject that framing. I think that's unfair.
well, I started researching this recently, and I looked back, and I was like, God, how did we get to this place? And in the early progressive era, like the Woodrow Wilson era, there was a move to say that the limitations on the kind of Jeffersonian government were, he called them Newtonian, but the government needs to be Darwinian and evolving. And we can't be constrained by a constitution or like a set of values that's outdated. So we need to institute the income tax, but only for the very wealthy and only temporarily, surely. We need to change the 17th Amendment. We need to, totally change the structure of our government in the same arc that you're describing, which weakened all the checks that I've been concerned about and raising, and has led to the place where you have the ultimate risk of faction capture, which is that when you have one person who can vote to get a raise from somebody else's pocket, you dramatically change the nature of what democracy is about and what the stakes are. Now that plays forward, and we just see continuous removals of these checks over time, and always it's the left pushing, and always it's the right ceding ground and halting them only temporarily, but never regaining any ground. And unless you think the arc of history is in the direction that the leftists are trying to take it, then there needs to be a stopping point. There needs to be a limiting principle. There needs to be an
There are.
enough is enough point. And what the problem I have is that I don't think that there are articulable limiting principles that will bear the weight that they need to bear, because ultimately someone's going to say, well, God, Wick, like, yeah, I get that freedom of speech is great and all, but like, isn't hate speech harmful?
Yeah,
And if all you have is like,
but that's what
well, I
that's
have
been
this
happening
preference for this.
from the right, at least in my in the at least in the modern sense of things, that these fears that you have of these limitations being eroded are happening primarily today politically from the right. When we talk about arresting people for their free speech or
We're,
detaining people for their free speech,
we're
that is
having a
happening on the right,
conversation.
far more
We're
to the
having a
left. Can I finish?
conversation
I
about
let
our
you go on
philosophies.
this rant for a long
Okay,
time.
then
Allow me to
I'm
respond,
just
please.
okay. You can say this, but I'm just going to go right back to the same
Okay, you
topic and not
can,
deal with
because I
this.
understand that you can't address these points.
No, it's
But
because
that's
you're
fine.
pivoting to something that
But
is not
you're
relevant.
filibustering because you won't let me respond. I gave you quite a bit of time.
Sure,
I think I've been
Wick,
very, very fair.
make
Allow me to
make your
actually
point.
talk.
I'm just
Right?
make your
Allow
point.
me to actually talk, and you can address all my inconsistencies or errors as you see them after I'm finished. But I have to be able to get it out before you correct me on something that I am not incorrect about. One of the things that one of the frustrations I have with talking to you is you do this. You play the clock, right? And you're distracting me now, and I'm complaining about you instead of addressing my point. And let me get to my point here, right? I understand that we have had changes in our system in the last 100 years, right? That have, in many ways, gone towards a more progressive bent. But they have always been in line with liberal values. Like, for example, protecting individual liberties through equal rights. The Civil Rights Act and other such movements, the Civil Rights Movement, largely changed the system in a way that made it more liberal, not less, right? The removal of the ability for states to appoint the senator instead of people within that state to elect that senator removed an obstacle to liberalism, which is, again, the right of the individual to have a say in how they are governed. That it was made more possible by the 17th Amendment, not less. Now, I'm with you that not every change has been good, right? That not everything that has been removed has been a good thing. I think that a lot recently of the removal of checks on executive power, both from Supreme Court decisions and in executive overreach with what are they called? Executive orders? Yeah. That on the right and the left, no one's been good at that, right? But the right has been at least orders of magnitude worse when it comes to fiscal responsibility, which isn't necessarily a liberal value, but it protects liberal values, right? Being able to stay out of the slavery that is debt, right, does protect our liberal values to actually make choices and have freedom, right? The right has jumped up our debt far more than the left ever has. And we have to make these comparisons. It's not a both sidesism, right? It's comparing, like, if you actually care about these things, you want to vote for the side that is doing it less. And last thing, and then I'll cede the mic, right? I think that you are doing this thing where you're saying any sort of removal of an obstacle or a removal of something that was traditionally in the Constitution is going to inevitably lead to the dissolution of all checks. And I just reject that framing. I don't think that is necessarily true.
So what we were talking about was not to vote left or vote right. I would not waste my time.
I know.
Trying to
That's
convince
why, again, most of my
your
talking about
audience
was
on
about
this.
removing checks, which you
The
did
Wick,
say
Wick,
were.
holy shit! You can't complain about me interrupting you and then instantly interrupt me.
I'm matching energy, boy.
Okay, we can blood sport it if you want to, but I did let you say a long soliloquy of things that I thought were off point.
That you're not responding to.
Ultimately, in your lengthy soliloquy, though, what you pointed out was that all the changes that I was pointing out as being problematic because they increased the one-to-one faction capture enabling populist democracy, you think are good things. And you said they were good things expressly because, and I'm trying to get the language right, it gives people a say in their government more than they used to have, and that's liberalism. But that's the very thing I was saying that is the problem. The modern version of liberalism views one-to-one democracy as the ultimate goal and ideal. And when something is removed that blocks that, it is automatically viewed.
Okay.
It is automatically viewed as a good thing.
For you. Go ahead.
Wick, did you say that it was a good thing that we would remove the 17th because it gave people more of a
It
say
gave
in their government.
individuals more of a say, a direct say in their government.
Okay.
But I also acknowledged, which I
So
think you failed
you
to
did
point
say that. I
out.
wasn't fucking
Yes,
hearing things.
but part of lying is lying by omission, right? And part of misrepresenting a point is leaving out pretty important portions of that point to change the context. And the context of what I'm saying is that to protect liberalism, which I already stated should have checks on mob rule, it's a balancing act. These things are in tension. The tension between the individual's right to dictate how they are governed is in tension with the right of the individual to be protected from majority tyranny, the tyranny of the majority, right? I think that it is a better balance that the individual voter gets a chance to vote who their senators are rather than the governor or the state legislator appointing them. I think that is better. That does not mean that I think that it's one-to-one democracy is the best.
What is the balancing point then, Whick? Where does it stop?
Well, one point it stops is not abolishing the Senate. One point it stops is not abolishing the Supreme Court. Those are two pretty good lines, I think, that are
Why not
fair. I think that because then the balance is off. Then
why? What's the difference? Like, why is that meaningfully different from your position?
I'm telling you. Then we have a critical lack of protections, antibodies, right, in the system that allows the majority to just run rampant. It's like a body. A body has antibodies, right? If you have too many antibodies and they start attacking your cells, that's bad. But it's also bad if you have too little antibodies because then viruses run free. You have to have a balance. And you may disagree with me on this, and that's fine, but to act as if I'm not seeking the correct balance by saying these checks are good and these checks are bad, right? It's misrepresenting my position.
No, the problem is, Whick, that, okay, you think let's get rid of the Electoral College, and I don't think you said this, but I'm just going to ascribe it to you in hopes that it's true. And that's the last one. That's the last one we're getting rid of.
That I can think of. Yeah.
That's it, right? On the larger left, that puts you in the fringe right position. Like you're in the rightmost position. The rest of the left either agrees with you or tends to go the other direction. There are very few people on the left who would say something like, we need to restore more of these checks. We need to go the other way. In fact, if you listen to Kamala Harris and other leaders talk, they do the exact opposite. So my point is, if all you're saying is we need to reach this equilibrium point, you might have a preference for the equilibrium point being get rid of the Electoral College and no more. But that doesn't leave you with sufficient leverage to prevent the mob at your back from pushing it further. And it's always been pushed further. It's never gone the other direction. The carpet always gets rolled up behind us, and then we say, this is the status quo, and we could improve it by getting rid of one more of these checks. Just one more this time. It's just the tip argument done politically. And that's the concern, that it's this endless just one more thing, and then but it's never the last thing. So I don't think that you're identical with the DSA. I certainly don't think you're the same politics as them. I just think that ultimately your politics will lead to the erosion of these checks more slowly, and they'd like to erode them more rapidly. And that seems to be the most substantive difference.
One of the greatest things about my form of liberalism, which I feel is a correct form of liberalism, is that it has natural protections against the kinds of overreach that you are alluding to, because it allows and limits and diversifies power amongst the state and amongst the people and amongst institutions within that state and amongst branches of government. In any individual faction or individual branch that wants to take it too far, there will be a reaction to it. Look at the Supreme Court as an example, right? The Supreme Court has been rolling back a lot of what the right would consider very illiberal, very unconstitutional things. Roe v. Wade, for example, got rolled back very recently. So to act as if this never only goes one way and never the other is just not true, right?
We were talking about populist democracy.
Hold on. Well, hold on. We took something that was a centralized power in the Roe v. Wade thing, and then we federalized it, which is much more liberal, right, than the centralizing of authority here, right? I think that, look, at the end of the day, I don't believe you when you say that most of the left wants to abolish the Senate, or most of the left wants to even end the Electoral College. I think I might be in the minority even there, right? I think that when it comes to this idea that
Whick,
the left...
Kamala Harris gave a speech calling to end the Electoral College and pack the court.
Yeah, when she had a primary, she got less than 2% of the vote.
Well, okay, but what I'm saying is, Whick, if it doesn't represent a mainstream view, what could I possibly point to that would represent a mainstream view? She was your
ballot
candidate
I'll give you
in the
things.
last election.
I'll give you some things you can point to.
No, but this is it's very frustrating when it's like, oh, it couldn't possibly be a thing. And even when there's an example of the most prominent politician on your side saying exactly the thing I'm talking about, that's not enough of an example. That's a little bit frustrating.
Well, we can point to elections, right? We can point to ballot initiatives. We can point to things where there is direct democracy that takes place and see, are these kinds of initiatives winning? Are these kinds of things winning out? And for the most part, they are not, right? I will give you that there are some areas of America, the left right now, where the DSA is ascendant. We can look at New York City, right? We can look at Wisconsin, apparently, unfortunately. We can look at some other areas, and I would grant you that those people want bad things. That's why I oppose them, to be clear. That's why I'm against them, is because they want this kind of authoritarian, illiberal kind of rejection of checks on mob rule, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I just reject the premise. I think you're making a faulty argument when you say that because I have because I want the equilibrium point slightly to the left, even though I don't know if getting rid of electoral college is that to the left, maybe. Because I want that policy, that means I'm weakening the check so much that it will just continually slide to the left. I don't think it will. I think liberalism has antibodies that will prevent it.
It's a balancing point, and they just want to balance it slightly differently. But there are some. It's just a balance,
like load-bearing things, right?
It's what? What's
like a chair.
Thing?
I know that if I have 4 stools on a chair, I can get rid of one and I can rearrange the other, so 3 is still stable. 2 is not. 2 will fall. So we have a natural point where we can say we can remove one and it'll be fine. But if we remove 2, it won't be fine. And I think that this works in the same way. There is a point where if you remove too many of these checks, it's obviously going to fall. And I think that we can point to those points and we can use data to show that this is the case. And I think that the chair example is a great example here.
Yeah, I appreciate the callback to my load-bearing norms argument with Dev. If we're going to talk about then load-bearing norms, we'd have to figure out which ones are in fact load-bearing. Like with Dev, I made the argument that the combination of substantive due process, filibuster breaking, and court packing is, at least in the aggregate, load-bearing because it allows you to basically wash out any other check. That check would let you destroy all other checks.
Do you know my position on court packing?
Yeah, I do know your position on court packing. So
I tend to agree with your argument.
So then, but I'm trying to flesh it out. Like, what are the other load-bearing norms that we can point to so that when the Democratic Party, inevitably, in my opinion, but I would love to be wrong about this. I hope you are right and I am wrong. But can we map these out so when the Democratic Party, in my view, inevitably targets these load-bearing norms, we can identify that it's fucking happening?
Yeah, sure. I think that's a fair project. I couldn't give you all the ones, every single one right now, but I could give you a good set of principles in order to guide you to find those. Can I finish? Can I answer your question?
Court packing? Load-bearing?
Yeah, court packing, at least right today, probably load-bearing. I'd give that an 80% chance of being load-bearing.
Broad filibuster breaking?
Less of a chance of being load-bearing, but still load-bearing. Like I'd give that a 65 to 70% chance. How's that?
Filibuster breaking to recognize new states?
filibuster breaking for any reason at all, because it would allow all these things.
Recognizing new states has like it just has this kind of like constitutional loophole-ism that's in it. That's a bit of a
this is why. Hold on. This is why I, instead of going individually by each thing where I don't know the rules and the laws specifically, what I do is I use a broad set of principles to guide me when I am unfamiliar with the specifics. And as I learn the specifics, I can apply my principles to them. Sometimes I try to be correct in this, but I'm not a perfect man, right? Sometimes I apply them incorrectly, but I look at these broad, specific sets of principles, and I use those to guide me in my decision-making process when the decision when the decision is unclear, when the choice isn't readily, obviously clear to me which way is the way to go. And I bet you're gonna guess what those sets of principles are. I bet you can guess.
I bet I could. So, but I just wanted to make sure I don't lose the thread.
Yeah.
We're going to be faced almost, I wouldn't say certainly, but almost certainly, I'd call it 80% odds that with a left-leaning candidate who's going to be in favor of court packing and a right-leaning candidate who isn't. That's probably what 2028 looks like.
I would say, and I'm not super, I give this 50-50 odds, so I'm not super confident. I say that, unfortunately, in the populist movement that we are in the country, that both sides will advocate for a form of court packing. They might look different, but they'll advocate for something like that. And the evidence I have for this is that when you talk about the filibuster, for example, Trump advocates for getting rid of the filibuster.
Yeah,
there's people on the right who advocate for getting rid of the filibuster.
Yeah, there are people on, there's obviously people on both sides.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, the reason they do that, but the reason that they're doing that is because our populism is ascendant in America, right? And populist ideals, which getting rid of the filibuster, which packing the Supreme Court, they are not left, not right. I would consider them populist, right? These are, can I just real quick? I'll be real quick. These are populist, and I would bet, well, no, because it's 50-50, so I wouldn't bet on that, low odds. But there is a large chance that the right also has a populist messaging when it comes to the courts.
Yeah. I think we're likely going to get a situation where there's somebody on the right who's uninterested in court packing, and you can talk about whatever the reasons why, but that's just going to be the case. And there's going to be somebody on the left who is openly advocating for it or has openly advocated for it. And I suspect it's not going to make a great deal of difference to a majority of Democratic voters. Maybe I'm wrong, and I would be delighted to be wrong about this. It would honestly make me, it would fill me, it would be the anti-black pill. It would fill me with hope for the country if I was wrong about this. So I hope I am. But I suspect that that's going to be the case, because I don't think that the balancing act that you've described actually provides people with like an ideological backbone about things like this. I think that what people are going to do is that they're going to end up saying, yeah, that would be, that would be good for us policy-wise.
I don't know if you believe this. Do you believe that most voters have an ideological backbone of any kind?
I think they should, but they
no. I agree with
don't.
You that they should. I don't think they do.
Yeah. Well, this is the heart of. Remember that conversation we had with P.F. Young a long time ago?
No, I know it happened, but I couldn't tell you what it was about.
Oh, by the way, holy shit! Does that guy hate people with tiny hats? Whew, things have changed.
Oh,
over
he's
there.
An anti-Semite. Yep.
Oh my God,
he's
Jesus!
And this can, just an aside, and this can
this is a huge tangent, but
this might be a point of like we shake hands on this. Anti-Semitism is on the rise everywhere, and it's crazy.
Oh yeah, it's wild out there.
Yeah,
I'll tell you. I mean, I had a lovely conversation with him for like an hour and 45 minutes about nothing to do with Israel, and then I was like, "Hey man, I gotta go," and he's like, "Before you go, what do you think about Israel?" And it just turned into this like death spiral of a bloodbath after that.
There was a time in Twitch poll where it was a joke. It was a running joke that you couldn't have any debate except for it became a trans debate. Trans issues would be brought up no matter what the topic was. Doesn't matter, right? Court packing? No, we're going to talk about trans issues. You want to talk about, I don't know, like fucking foreign policy? Nope, we're going to talk about trans issues. That has been replaced with Israel stuff.
Yep. It's always the new
Israel-Palestine
thing.
is the trans debate of Twitch poll now. It doesn't matter what debate you're having,
Yeah.
Israel and Palestine is coming up, right?
Yeah,
Like you were going to be debating that.
I laughed my ass off because I was trying to explain to him, like I was getting into the natural rights thing, and I was like, I view natural rights as the flowering of the Judeo-Christian tradition, and he's like, Christian, like let's remove the word Judeo, and I was like, oh, that's a warning sign. But anyway, that's I digress, because it's like, okay, you couldn't even let me use the term, but yeah, I don't know. I think that the reason I brought that up is that, to go back to our conversation, is that fundamentally I do believe that America's a creedal or propositional nation. And when you believe that, then you're locked into a particular philosophy. It's not a random philosophy, it's that philosophy. If you're a creedal or philosophic nation and then you abandon the philosophy, you don't really have much left. That's kind of the thing, right, at that point. And my concern is that I agree with you. I don't think people are ideologically armored in this uniquely American way sufficiently. But that was, again, part of the progressive project. It was expressly if you look at the writings of John Dewey and Woodrow Wilson, their goal was to teach differently and to avoid this type of anarchistic, anachronistic,
I was about to say,
Newtonian thinking.
anarchistic was not part of the founding thing.
Anachronistic.
Okay.
They overtly and expressly were attempting to move beyond this worldview, and I don't know that as Americans we get to. I don't think we get to do that and still be America on the other side of it.
I think that let me say it this way, because you're going to yell at me, because the example that comes to mind is Reagan and his famous speech, City on the Hill, and how that was part of the American creed. And I believe it was this idea that anyone could come from anywhere and become American, right? That was what it meant to be an American. Is we got people from all over Europe, from all other countries that could come into America's shore and become American. And we all haven't been perfect on that. We had slavery, for example, right? That's a big, easy one, right? Like we've never lived up to our ideals perfectly, but we had these ideals that we would shoot for. And nowadays, people call Reagan a commie, right? Because of his speeches on these things. And heritage Americanism has become a fungus, a mold on the right that is dangerous in the way that I think the DSA is a danger to the left, right? It is fundamentally eroding the building blocks of what it means to be American. But that's coming from people on the right, right? It's coming from people, the heritage American people specifically, who say you can't be American unless you've been here for X amount of years. It's insane.
Yeah, but I mean, it's funny because I mean, maybe you just don't remember the conversation. It was a bad one because I had a bad mic back then. But the reason that you and I were talking to PF Young was that we were arguing that it was in fact useful to police what James Lindsay had coined the woke right, and I was on your side in the conversation.
Yep.
So it seems unlikely that you're going to get pushback from me about the heritage Americans type.
Sure, but that's just an example of where I think that I understand that you pay it lip service, much like Josiah. Josiah will pay lip service to the threat the DSA represents, but if I look at all his videos, there's none that I can see where he's calling that out. It's Trump bad, like 100 billion videos on Trump's bad.
Why do you think
he needs to call it out?
No, why do you think people like
just like you need to call it the right?
Why do you think people like me and Rob and Andrew are going so hard in the paint on the Charlie Kirk thing?
I couldn't even begin to guess why Andrew and Rob are doing it. I think that you do it because you just fundamentally disagree with. Like, I view you as a more honest actor than Wilson.
Well, I think they are. They are. A, the conspiracy theorists are just wrong and crazy, and that's important.
Yeah.
B, like the man died. As you recall, like we were on stream together when it happened, and it was like I think it's an event that stands out in a lot of people's minds for obvious reasons.
Sure.
But C, that is the current fulcrum of one of the fights on the right. Like amongst the factions on the right, one of the fights is the right going to be team conspiracy theorist who just makes up shit about Egyptian planes and fucking secret Mossad agents? Is it going to be that kind of QAnon adjacent party in the next cycle? Or is it not going to be? Is it going to be more of a TPUSA type party?
I would agree that that's why you're doing it.
That's a fight. That's a fight worth having.
I would agree with it. That's why you're doing it. I don't think Wilson is doing it for that reason. I think Wilson sees an easy dunk and an easy way to promote his brand. That's why.
Well, I mean, I know you don't like Andrew. I do like Andrew. We're gonna have different. We don't need to litigate whether we take Andrew at face value, but the point is that like those fights are happening on the right. They might not have the same vector that you're looking for.
You're doing it now because if you guys wanted to fight against,
I'm doing it now
I'm
because
not talking you specifically.
Okay, because
I'm talking
just
the
for
right
me,
in general.
If we're talking,
sorry.
If we're talking to audiences,
I'm painting with two specific brushes.
Just to
I'm talking
clarify,
the right in general. Okay?
I started when I started my channel. The overt thing I said when I started it was, I don't think the ideas and values I have will find any purchase on the left. I've tried. I don't think it's going to happen. I think there is room for them on the right. And I would like to start something so that when we get to 28 and a post-Trump world, I have some momentum. So this is absolute, and this is not for you.
Again,
this is for the audience in the spirit of talking to audiences. But that was the overt mission statement of the channel and its reason for being.
Okay. Fair enough. No, fair enough. That's a good correction on your end. I won't include you in this. But the right has been talking about Obama being a secret Muslim, Clinton being a secret communist. All these conspiracy theories have been on the right. It's entrenched, man. It's entrenched. Yeah, and this is just the latest kind of manifestation of that problem that the right has. And the reason it's being tackled is because it takes away a weapon you guys have against the left. It takes away the weapon that some of the people on the right have against the left, which is Charlie Kirk. The official thing is that Tyler Robinson killed Charlie Kirk, and Tyler Robinson was on the left, right? That's the official story, right? And because this conspiracy theory takes chunks out of that, it defangs that. That is why many on the right are fighting against that. Not because they have any problems with conspiracy theories. I would argue that many of them don't, because they play with conspiracy theories and have for decades. I think you're misdiagnosing this.
I'm sure people have different and potentially mixed motivations. I think it is good for the right to have a strong Turning Point USA. I think so. I think it is good. But I mean, the ultimate point I was making, Whick, is that these fights are being fought. It's not like they're not being fought. You might not like the people fighting them, and you might not like the motivations.
I hope you win in this fight.
I would expect you not to, because you're not on the right, So
yeah, but I hope you win against this particular conspiracy theory.
Like, by the way,
I just wish you guys had fought against like Pizzagate and stuff like that.
Me and Destiny don't get along particularly well. I hope he fucking trashes the DSA in a bunch of debates, because they deserve to lose. I think we can at least agree on that these are fights worth having. And we can appreciate the people who are having them, even if we don't agree on other things.
No, sure. I want the truth to prevail. And in the case of Charlie Kirk, it's just true that Tyler Robinson killed him. Yeah. At least that's all the evidence suggests.
All the evidence points that way.
To be the case, and that's just true. And this is the thing. Like, a lot of people will attack me for being like, either, oh, you're secretly Republican, which I get a lot these days, or you're just a commie. You're a mask on. I've seen, like, I watched the video that you made, calling me out or saying that you wanted a conversation. I don't know if you call it a call out video. It really wasn't.
It wasn't really a call out video, but
there was a little call out. But
it was a reminder of that. August 15th is coming up.
Yeah, I read, I read your comments, bro. Your audience, or at least the ones that commented, think I'm a secret commie that I'm masking on, right? A good portion of them were of that nature, right? That Whick is a
Sure.
liar, that Whick is actually secretly this communist socialist
Yeah.
thing.
What
Those
what are your
kinds of conspiracy theories are
Mhm.
part and parcel of the right. I don't think you can escape them. Now, it's
Wick,
good that you're fighting this one.
Wick, my brother in Christ. On X, one of your fans commented, Ryan is the kind of guy who should be sent to camps. Like, if you looked at your comments right now, are they going to be
They
wildly
won't be kind to
favorable,
you.
talking
That's
about my
true. They
my
won't be kind
lovely
to you. That's a fair
intellect,
point.
my scholarly aptitude, my mastery of Supreme Court case law? I don't think so. I think they're saying some fucked up shit about me because they view me as somebody who is a gateway drug to rightward
Yeah,
thinking.
you're holding the door
The-
open for very bad people.
the way my chat views you as a gateway drug for fucking commies. So, we are in many senses occupying mirrored positions across the aisle from each other, which is what makes these conversations particularly interesting. But I'm sure your chat says all the same shit about me that my chat says about you.
Well, let's see. I have no animosity to Ryan. Fat Camp, LOL. Buy more. We have disagreements. Ryan is the kind of guy who should have had pizza and sit on the couch. Mean comment, bro, you're dumb as fuck. Faulkner
Yeah.
says because you lie to them. Headless Chicken does say you're a gateway drug to fascists. He does say that. He said directly. And this other guy's like, yes, the gulag for Ryan. So some of these are funny though. Look. Some of them, look, I'm okay. Here's the thing. I have no
Look,
problem
I'm
with
not gonna
people
I'm not gonna
insulting
get
me.
my feelings
Sure.
about your fucking
I have no problem
comments.
with
I don't
people
give a fuck.
insulting me, but just try to be funny about it, okay? Just try to make me laugh. If you make me laugh, you can say anything you like.
Bro,
Right?
I
As
don't
long
get,
as it's funny.
I fucking debated Destiny a shit ton of times. Like if I gave a fuck about getting mogged by DGG psychos who are like swarming with their insane comments after a conversation, this would be
You
not a
did get
thing I would
mogged by
do.
them. That's true.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, when you got like, my videos got like, let's be realistic about size. Like my videos got like, I've got 5K subs. My video gets like 5K views. Destiny puts out multiple 100,000 view videos. I'm gonna have a rough time in the comments for a couple days. It's
Look,
gonna
I've
be,
been, I've had DGG come at me too. I
the dog
understand.
pile is gonna be intense for a
I get
few
it.
days,
I
and
get it.
I
It's
don't.
fine.
I'm not gonna
But
pretend that
my
like
point
my
here,
fans outnumber theirs. Like, why would I?
my point here is that the right has, I would consider, a very large problem with conspiracy theories, with how they treat people who aren't fully on board. They aren't pluralists in many ways, right? They aren't. And I think that while the left obviously has its problems, obviously, right? I think that the issues that I'm facing on the left with the DSA are dangerous, but I think that it's pitching the tent on the right is just like I said in my promo tweet, like I wanted your perspective from being part of, or at least on the side of, a party that has already lost to these extremists. Like you guys
Well, I
have
just don't think
lost to
that's
your extremists.
I don't think that's correct is the problem. But a lot of this
Yeah,
comes down
I know you don't.
a lot of this comes down to like disagreements that are fairly fundamental. Like, I don't know if you ever watched any of like Pisco and I did a bunch of debates about like executive theory at one point, like
No, I did not
way
watch
back in the
those.
day. Yeah, that's gonna give you fucking brain
Not.
rot.
You can't make me.
Yeah,
You
but
can't
like
make me.
if you look at like Federalist Society people, like when Trump won some decisions about executive power, about firing executive officers, for example, the common sentiment was, boy, that's a lot of power to give to the executive, which the Constitution does. And if that concerns you, we should shrink the amount of executive
We should
agencies
put more.
back to their normal size. Like
Well,
the unitary
no.
executive types are not all about executive power, but they think, and I think, that if you give the executive power, you're giving it to the president constitutionally. the solution then is to grant less power in the first place, whereas the left-wing solution is to grant increasing power to the executive, but to diffuse that power to a politically unaccountable group of bureaucrats and experts,
Well,
and
no.
which is their preferred solution.
Hold on. That's part of like that is a liberal value, the separation of powers. That power in the state's hands should be divided, constrained, and accountable. Okay?
Separation
By
between which
dividing the
branches?
power between the executive and these institutions, it lessens the chance that an authoritarian will be able to abuse that power. Now, you can argue that there should be more accountability for these unaccountable, as you put them, right? I'm going to use your words here, these unaccountable, unelected bureaucratic agencies. That's fair. But your method of doing so just like it centralizes power in a way that is making the DSA, their mouth is watering because all they need to do now is get into that position of executive power, and then you have nothing to stop them. And their mouths are water. The DSA is looking at what the right is doing to the executive authority, and it's like, we can't wait to get in there. Right?
But Wick, what if you look at the history, the creation of administrative agencies to govern huge swaths of the country by, the hopefully benign government of their, governance of their expertise was an overtly progressive project that came out of the Wilson administration. It was
I disagree.
okay.
I disagree.
So
it was an attempt
well, no,
to divide power.
it's not disagreeable. That's a historic fact. It happened in the Wilson administration.
This idea that by getting in bureaucrats to diversify, right, the power granted to the executive is in line with liberal values.
Okay.
It's a limit on state
if we're separating powers, which branch are we separating the power from?
The executive towards we can diversify within a branch. So, for example, the legislative branch has two houses. The power is diversified between the House of Representatives and the Senate, and yet they are from the same branch, which is the legislative branch. Correct? Right?
And the Constitution disagrees with you about the way that you can do that with the executive. So now what? Are you going to change the Constitution to allow you to continue the diversification?
I think that we can put laws into place that would be constitutionally viable, that would allow us to diversify the executive power. I'm not a lawyer.
I doubt it after this Supreme Court term. The Supreme Court did, other than the Federal Reserve,
other than the one that disproves my point, all the other points, like they can absolutely make these carve-outs.
They made a rule for the Federal Reserve that has no actual correspondence or theory that is in any way in line with the rule they articulated otherwise, which is that other than the Federal Reserve, the president can fire the head of basically whatever fucking agency he wants.
One of the things that the Supreme Court does, and I think you'd agree with me, is they use pragmatism in some of their decision makings and look at how these things would actually have an effect on. I forget the technical term for this.
There are certainly times that they do. This was, I think, better explained by the fact that it was just a different collection of judges. The justices were just a different combo. But my point is, you prefer to have the executive power diluted, which is unsurprising because that's the standard left-leaning position and has been forever. It was the progressive position.
No, that's a liberal. To be clear, that's a liberal position.
Well, it wasn't. It was the progressive position. It is today what you would call the liberal position, but at the time it was the progressive position. Today it's the status quo, but that was the historic evolution of it.
So to be clear, I would argue that the position before that the quote-unquote liberals had were not actually a liberal position, and the progressives were more liberal at that time than the actual quote-unquote liberals. Same with slavery, right?
But you see how this evolves, right? Now the Constitution, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, says you are wrong, and if you give this power to executive agencies, the president can exert control over them.
Except in the case of one.
Except in the case of one. So now what?
Now we can make more.
With the exception of one, you are wrong. So now can we start getting rid of these agencies? Or are we going to seek to change the Constitution so you can be right?
I think that changing the Constitution in this case would be more in line with the liberal value of the diversification of power.
Okay, so there's
Because
another
again, my principle isn't just the Constitution, because the Constitution, built within it, is a mechanism to change itself, right? Built within the Constitution is a mechanism to adjust it, to make amendments to it. And one amendment I think that would be great to make is to, A, make the executive branch more accountable and undo the Supreme Court decision that gave him basically immunity, bar none for, and I know you're a lawyer, so you understand that decision far more than I do, but from a layman's perspective, that was just a terrible, terrible choice. And two, to also amend it so we diversify power within the executive branch so that one man does not hold the authority that someone, a Trump or Trump-like candidate or a DSA-like candidate in the future, hopefully not, but maybe, right, could ever come in and wield that. Because we don't want to see, and you wouldn't want to see, a DSA candidate wield the type of power that Trump does, do you?
Okay, so I'm trying to figure out what I'm trying to figure out what you're saying, because it's like, this is obviously a position I disagree with, but I want to make sure I get it right. So you would like to have the presidency redefined so that he is less of an all-encompassing executive and is more accountable to the other branches.
Yes.
Okay. So here's the DSA position on that. They would like to replace the president with an executive chosen by and subordinate to Congress. Would that be in line with what you want to do?
No.
Why not? What's the difference?
I think that what's
the difference between the two things?
I'm going to answer your question. We don't have to take the single brick that you're pointing to. We can look at the wall. We can look at the totality of what the DSA wants, and we can point to that, and we can say, in the context of what they want overall, this would be a terrible idea, right? But in the context of what I'm saying, which is a liberal governance where executive power is, and to be clear, the Constitution does this too, right? The Constitution puts limits on executive power, right? We would like more limits on this
it puts limits on the sphere of executive power, not on the executive's power within that sphere.
I mean, but that limits executive power, correct?
Yes, but in a very different way than
correct?
In a very different way than the one that you're describing. Like there are outer limits, but within those limits, he is the executive. There is no other executive. I think
that's the unitary theory, but I disagree that that's.
Well, it's the unitary theory that has been blessed by the U.S. Supreme Court and is currently
for now, until the U.S. Supreme Court changes, in which case it won't be.
So, but this is.
But I'm saying as a layman, right? Like this is a problem, like with the current makeup of the Supreme Court. I think that they are acting unconstitutionally, and now
on the basis of what?
Right? Say it one more time. When it comes to the unitary executive theory issue, right? For example,
why do you think that's wrong?
Well, do you think that their decision on birthright citizenship was wrong?
I disagreed. Yeah.
Yeah. So we can disagree with the Supreme Court.
We can, but I'm gonna give a legal reason. I'm asking what yours is.
We've had that argument before. I remember.
Not about birthright citizenship, about unitary executive theory. You said you think it's wrong. Why?
Yes, I think unitary executive theory is wrong. And we can. Again, if you want to have this specific debate, we can set it up for another time.
Well,
I don't have specific.
My point is that I know we're not going to have this debate now. My point is that you think it's wrong, but you don't think it's wrong for a legal reason. You think it's wrong because it disagrees with policy preferences.
Constitutional reason. I think the constitutional reason has provided limits. For example, one of the laws that has been written, right? Congress has the power to declare war in the Constitution. Is that correct? Am I right?
Yes.
Yes. We have carved out a law to allow the president, in order to every 60 days, I believe. What's the
the War Powers Resolution?
Yes, yes. I think that unfortunately is being abused by our executive, right? Currently, and so we need to limit that, right? We need to limit that. That is a sphere of power that we have given to him through our legislation that I think is wrong, and we should take it away. Okay, I think that the ability, and we can see this now, to just every 60 days renew this has been disastrous, right?
Well, it's a stupid law for a variety of reasons, not the least of which is probably unconstitutional and almost certainly unenforceable. So it's just kind of silly in that regard. And every president has taken the position that it's unconstitutional. Every president said that since it was enacted. All of them take the position that, like, whenever they send in these status reports, all of them write, "I'm sending this to Congress because I want to, not because you can make me," in legalese. Because none of them accept this limit. But the question is what the delegation of military power is between the branches there, and that's more of a gray area than it's a complicated topic, but it's not as simple as
That's
you were
why,
laying it out.
again, this is
But
why I think,
but my point is that when you talked about unitary executive theory being wrong, you disagreed, but you disagreed not on the basis of having done the analysis. You disagreed on the basis of what your preferred view of the Constitution would
no,
be.
I disagreed on liberal principle grounds. The principle of division of power and limits on state power. That is the bedrock on which I am saying that the executive branch has too much power, is because it has insufficient limits on its ability to enact its will within its spheres.
And by and large, who gave the president those powers?
The Supreme Court over various years.
By and large, it was the legislature when they created all these executive
That too.
agencies,
That
right?
well,
They
yes and no, but yes.
well, when they create an executive agency and then they say, "Executive, thou shalt go out and enforce this law, and here is the funding and tools to do it," you increase the sphere of
Yes,
executive power.
that has been
And I agree with
a
you that
mistake.
was enabled. Oh yes, I
That has
agree
been a
with it.
mistake. That
Tremendous
is
mistake.
bad. We need to stop that. But
I
the problem
I
is I don't
agree.
see I don't see this happening. I don't see anyone stopping it.
Well, the good news for you is that this is why the right cheers on the Department of Education being torn asunder. This is why the right cheers on massive deregulation.
No,
This is why the right cheers on the death of Chevron deference.
That's not
This is
true. The
this is-
reason the right cheers that on is because it centralizes the authority into one man.
No.
Yes, it
I mean,
centralizes power. It has been a hold on.
does,
Let
that's
me
not why
finish.
we're-
It has
that's
been
not why
a
we're cheering
goal
it.
for years of the right to centralize executive power in a way that allows them not to be deferential to the Department of Education for these other such agencies. They want unitary executive, a single man, to be able to wield these decisions and bypass any kind of check, right? As much as possible. This has been an illiberal action and sought after, and yes, unfortunately aided by some people on the left, in order to get the ability to enact their will with as little checks as possible. That's what's happened for years.
What the right wants is the president to have the executive authority he is entitled to under the Constitution, which is all of it. All of it. It's his authority.
Yes, they want to centralize authority. That's what they want to do. They want to centralize authority. This is a problem.
And we want to get rid of all these insane expansions of executive authority that largely have been enacted by the left over time that we don't think should exist.
But these expansions came with checks, which I agree weren't sufficient.
Unconstitutional checks.
I agree with you that these weren't sufficient checks, but they came and were given to him with checks for the idea and the express purpose of limiting this sole executive power. Now, it didn't work out that way, unfortunately, because of the end of Chevron deference, right?
Who would be wielding the power then? The experts at the agency.
I think that people who are experts in the field do better generally with wielding and making those sorts of decisions.
And this is the exact argument that Woodrow Wilson made when he ushered in this style of governance, that we should be governed by these benign experts. It happens to be unconstitutional. It happens to be a problematic move away from American liberalism and away from the form of government that our founders gave to us. You like it better.
Hold on,
and it's fine. It's totally fine that you like it
because
better,
I like. Because liberalism to work has to have limits on executive authority. authority,
Why?
to state power. Otherwise, a single individual, a monarch, a tyrant can come in. We fought a war about this, brother, right? To come
No.
in and make decisions and ignore the will of those who are governed. Thus, the individual liberties and rights of individuals to have a say in who is making the decisions, right? And who is making the laws, is who is doing these things, is lessened because a single executive can, by fiat, say just whatever, and he has nothing to check them. Now, the checks aren't perfect. The checks aren't perfect, right? Like, there's problems with these things. We can fix those problems, I feel. And I can't give you the solution off the top of my head,
No, but
come down from heaven. But, like, I think that the idea that we're going to solve the problem of bureaucratic rule by centralizing all this power in a single hand is anti-liberal. It's an anti-liberal stance.
You've missed the thrust. This is the classic leftist. And I'm saying leftist because it comes from the progressive wing of the party historically. We're going to create a thing that breaks the system, and then we're going to ask for more and more and more of our policies to keep band-aiding it. The reason that our founders weren't afraid of centralizing executive authority, and in fact did centralize executive authority, is because the federal government had limited powers back then. It was limited. It couldn't do a lot of things. So the executive wasn't terrifying because he couldn't impact you on a day-to-day level the way he can today. The problem is we've had 100 years of governments specifically engineered to break all the limits on federal authority that ever existed, which was enacted by the progressives over and over and over again. And now we get to the end of the rainbow and they're like, goddamn executive unitary theory, those fucking rightists with their crazy view that the Constitution should be enforced. Like, they broke the system and now they're complaining about the result of breaking the system, which they did.
Hold on. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Like, I would grant you that the left has, in some cases, gotten it wrong when it comes to expanding executive authority. I would point to instances like Obama's overuse of executive orders, right? And other things like that, which normalized this kind of idea that the executive has all this power, can ignore certain things that they never did ignore before. Like, that's been a problem. I would agree with you. But the people who are doing this the most today are Republicans. Trump is the king of abusing executive authority in order to go after his political enemies, in order to try to get around and ignore the courts, in order to try to loot the treasury with his scheme to steal, what was it, $10 billion from the IRS and things like that, right? Like, he is abusing executive power in a way that we have not seen. So to point at the left and say, look what Trump's doing, it's the left's fault, I think is missing the forest, right, for the trees. And we can look at the overall thrust of Bush, right, both Bushes, both Bush Sr. and both Bush Jr. We look at Reagan, right, and this, again, Reagan's big thing was like getting rid and cutting red tape, getting rid of these bureaucracies and things like that. And he wanted to centralize authority. It's been a plan that they've had for decades. And yes, some people on the left have done that too, right? That is not the argument I'm making. The argument I'm making tonight is that the right
defined executive. The right believes in the constitutionally defined executive as confirmed by the Supreme Court this term multiple times.
Until they don't.
The issue here, Whick, is that the left has historically created enormous expansions of federal and executive authority on the misguided assumption that the experts in charge of these things would always agree with them because they are the truth bearers, and they, as we started this conversation, tend to have a strong grip on the education system. Now, those tools have been created and other people are playing with them, which I get is a bummer, and it's a good reason for putting the tools back in the toolbox. And you can find endless examples of me saying we should put the tools back in the toolbox, but it wasn't the right that took them out. The creation of the administrative state is a left project. The frustration that they have is that now it's being used differently. And I would love to have a smaller federal government that was limited and within its constitutional sphere. I would love to revisit
Deeds not
some
words,
of the
man.
horrifying decisions
Deeds
made
not
by
words.
FDR
You can say
and
that
his
all
era.
day. You can say, I'm not stabbing you, and I can still see the knife going in and out, brother. Like, you could say, I would love it if we put these tools back in the box, but since they're out, we have to use them and expand upon their use and use them even harder than our enemies ever have. And we have to continue to do this as a reciprocity to teach the left a lesson. Like, I saw you make that argument with Dev, right? And with, I believe, Pisco, is that you would pack the courts now in order to stop the left from packing the courts, right? You would do these things before the left does it to punish them.
You're literally making things up and misquoting me, and it's
okay.
weird
I can't find that quote. I can't find that clip of you saying this.
That we should pack the courts
Get on
first.
it, gangs.
No. What you'll find.
You said it'd be justified to do so. Yes.
I said that it would be if the norm was broken and the left packed the courts, then if the right packed the courts, I would not have the same objection afterwards.
Yes, that's exactly
that
what
is
I
not
said.
what you just said. You just said that we should do it first. That is not what you just said.
I'm saying that you think, in your argument,
I need you to admit that what you just said
no,
was wrong.
I need you to admit that you just made it up.
The thing I said, no, Whick,
we can find the clip. We can find the clip of you saying that you think it would be justified for the right to pack the court under certain conditions. Can we? First, yes or no? I'm going to pull a Pisco. Can we find that clip?
No. Wait, okay, I need to.
Yes or no? Can we find that clip?
We're going to resolve this. Is a
yes or no? Can we find that clip?
You said to me first. The transcript. Can someone give? Can we go back and see what Whick actually said this stream? Because I guarantee you, Whick, what you just said to me was that the right should do it first, and I said no. I never said that because I never did, and have been very clear about that point. You said first. You said
okay.
First.
If you want me to take away first. There, it doesn't change that you think that the left, because you've argued earlier in this. Hold on, stop. You can't filibuster here.
The thing you said was wrong.
No, it was incorrect in a small detail. You're like, you said the murderer had a green shirt and he had a red shirt. Therefore, the thing that you said was entirely wrong.
It is not.
That's your argument that you're making. You were saying that I said, hey, this guy is murdering that girl. And he's got a red shirt on, and you're saying, well, bro, he has a green shirt, not a red shirt. So obviously he's not murdering that girl. But he's obviously murdering that girl. You're pointing to a small detail to deflect from the larger point that I'm making, and you are continue to filibuster because you know that if you allow me to speak, that it won't work. Right? If I can continue,
example, if a guy
nope, you're gonna keep filibustering because you can't get you can't let me speak because if I speak, you'll be seen to be wrong. You know you can't do that,
and you
have to interrupt me because you have to interrupt me because if I was allowed to speak, you would be proven wrong.
Wildly disingenuous right now, which is out of character for you.
I'm not being disingenuous. If I don't normally behave a way, it's probably the case that I'm not behaving that way right now. Correct?
Whick, you said something that was meaningfully wrong to me.
That is not true.
It is a meaningful distinction in my eyes. I corrected you, and you spurred the fuck out. You spurred the fuck out. When
I'm not
you
spurring
said
out. You're not allowing me to talk. And there's a reason, dear audience, that he is not allowing me to speak. There is a reason that he is not allowing me to speak. There is a reason.
Hey, Whick.
Because your overall point...
Remember that
justification. See, still not doing it. Still not doing it.
That you said
still
that,
not allowing me to speak.
That you were going to platform all these CSAM.
Still not allowing me to have a conversation.
Whick,
you just want to filibuster the whole time. You don't let me get this out. I can talk longer than you,
did something fucking up.
I can continue to talk.
Admit that you made a mistake and then you jumped on me on it.
Because you know that if I got my whole point out, that you would be kind of looking a little silly.
Whick.
No, you're not looking.
The difference between these points
I'm going to keep going.
Was meaningful.
If you keep talking, I'm going to keep talking because you got to let me speak in this case.
Okay.
And I know you're hoping
I'm going to give you
I will not remember
what
I'm about to say.
I'm going to ask you. Make your goddamn point.
Go.
Make your point.
Okay. So you said that, and I'm going to quote as best I can, that if the left were to do a thing, like court packing or filibuster or what have you, or if they were to do a thing, that the right would be entirely justified in doing it back. Is that true? Is that correct?
Sorry, I'm trying to find the quote because I'm trying to find out what you actually said. I wanted you to make your point. I assumed it was for the audience and not for me, given
we're going piece by piece.
the nature of the conversation.
Did you or did you not say that the left, specifically, if they were to try to pack the courts, that the right would be justified in doing it?
That's not what you said.
I'm asking you. Found the clip? Headless chicken. Give me the clip. Thank you. We can play it right now. DM it to me.
Is it the clip of what you asked me? Because that's the clip I want to see.
I know you don't want to talk about what you actually said. That's fine.
No, I want to see the clip of what you asked me, which is what we're talking about.
Look, give me the clip, Headless Chicken. Just DM it to me, please, sir. When he gets to me. We'll see. That's clip.
Whick, even if the distinction is not meaningful to you, can you at least concede it is meaningful to me?
I don't know what's meaningful to you or not. The question isn't whether it's meaningful to you, it's whether it's meaningful in my eyes.
Okay. So, for example, if I saw two people in the street and I said, "You think it's justified to shoot this person?" Well, shit, there are situations I do think that's justified. But then you say, it's justified to shoot them first before they did anything forceful or violent. No, that's not what I said. First is really fucking meaningful in this context. So, yeah, there is a distinction, Whick, between what you said and what you freaked out about.
Would there be a distinction if I said...
It's a meaningful distinction.
I disagree, and I'll tell you why. I'll use a different analogy. If a man was raping a girl, and then you said, well, damn, if he's raping that girl, I get to rape his daughter or something. Would that be okay?
No.
Okay, great. We can understand how in
because
court packing,
that's a
I don't think it's a
violation
meaningful
of natural
difference.
law and not a norm violation. Court packing is a norm violation, Whick. It's a norm violation.
It's a norm violation that would lead to such a destructive thing that you, again, have said, and I'm going to paraphrase here, that it would destroy the legal system. Is that a correct paraphrase?
So, yes, and
yes.
Whick.
And again, by advocating doing it indeed to respond, it would further destroy the system, would it not?
The point I made was merely this. I don't think we should do things that usher in the Mad Max Thunderdome. If we're in the Mad Max Thunderdome, the rules change. Once the norm violation occurs, and Whick, this is ridiculous. Hold on, do you think that it's inappropriate for the left or the right to appoint judges with only 51 votes because it was a historic norm violation?
I would like to roll that back. Yes.
Okay, but do you think it's wrong when they do it today?
Yes. I said that before when you asked me. I think it is a norm violation in such a case that has led to a tit for tat race to the bottom where we are having a huge issue. And one side has to say no and stop it.
So when the next time the Democrats get power, your position is they should voluntarily not appoint any judge to any position unless they can get to 60 votes.
Of course not.
That's because the norm has been broken, right?
No, because here, hold. What? Can you repeat what you said? Maybe I misheard.
Okay, the norm historically was that you need 60 votes to appoint a judge to any level. That norm has been broken. I don't think, and I don't think you think, that either side should hold themselves to the standard that no longer exists.
No, I disagree. I think that when we get back into power, when the Democrats back into power, what I would advocate for and what I would like to happen is a return to that norm. I want to reinstitute that rule because that rule I felt was good and protected us from kind of this tyranny of the majority situation where we can just enact justices at a simple majority of 51.
Okay.
I think
by the way,
what
I don't have a clip, but one of my chatter went back and found the quote, and he said, "Is that you would pack the courts now in order to stop the left from packing the courts, right? You would do these things before the left does it to punish them," was what you asked me, which I am not in favor of, and that is not a position I've ever taken, which is why I reacted the way I did.
Actual position is that in the case of the left doing the bad thing, packing the court, you would find it justified. I don't know if you'd advocate it for it. I don't know if you would or not.
Okay.
But you would find
I'm
it
happy to I'm
justified
happy to go
for
down
the
this road.
right
Can you
to
just
do it.
acknowledge? Can you, before you go down this road, can you acknowledge
I don't
that
know why
is
you're not answering my question.
That is because, Whick, you were incredibly bizarre to me about a thing that you
It's not
misrepresented my position.
bizarre.
And then
It's
I
something where
corrected
you're
you.
trying to paint
So,
this out
Whick,
a small error
can you
in
at
how I
least
quoted
admit
you
that
and
you
acting as if that's meaningful.
you
It's not.
misrepresented my position?
It's not
You
meaningfully
misrepresented my position, and I
misrepresented.
corrected you.
It's not meaningfully misrepresented.
You don't
no.
think it's meaningfully
I'm explaining
different?
why.
You don't,
I'm
wait,
explaining
hold on,
why.
No, hold on. You don't think? No. Just let me be clear.
Okay, you're good. You're good. You're gonna
meaningfully
filibuster and bad faith
different
this.
about
Go ahead.
whether
Tell me
would
what I said.
advocate-
Go ahead.
I would advocate for court packing today. If I was out there today advocating for court packing, you don't think that's meaningfully different than my position?
No, because you would be okay with court packing under certain conditions. You just have different conditions than what Josiah does, but you're still in favor of court packing, motherfucker.
I'm not in favor of court packing.
You are, because you would say that it was justified. It would be justified to do if the left did it.
If the norm
did you
is
say that?
gone,
Yes or
if
no?
If the norm
if
is
the left
violated,
packs the court,
if the norm
would you
is
be
gone, the
in
norm
favor
is gone.
of or
If
justify
I've
the
answered
right
the
packing
question
the
5
court?
times. You want me to answer it again?
Yes, clearly.
Okay. If the norm is gone, then the norm is gone. The norm, we do not hold anybody to that standard in any circumstance, that they have to maintain norms that no longer exist.
So
And
yes,
that's why,
the answer is yes.
Yes, and that's
So
why
you
I
advocate
asked
for
you,
court packing under certain conditions.
That's why I asked you about the fact that both parties appoint judges with 51 votes now, and we understand that that is part of the game because the norm no longer exists. That's why I fight to preserve the norm.
But it would not,
because once it's gone, baby.
But it would not
gone.
be. No, I disagree with that, and I think that this is why it's not a meaningful difference. I think it's meaningfully the same, functionally the same. If you advocate for court packing under certain conditions, you just have a different set of conditions.
Okay.
My advocacy is that if the right were to pack the court, if Trump were to come down to say, we're going to pack the court, baby, I don't think that the left should retaliate. I think that the left should revert it. I think that the left should unpack the court, right? That is my advocacy, not for continuing on that route and doing that thing, but to do the opposite and to restore the norm and establish the norm. And that's what again, where it's not a meaningful difference, whether you want to do it first or second. I think that for me, it is a meaningfully the same, right? It is just meaningless, right?
Well,
if you just want to, you're a court packer. You just want to pack it under different conditions.
First of all, changing the composition of the court is court packing. So reversing it is a form of court packing.
Oh, you would never.
Changing the composition of the court.
In which case,
if you change the number of seats on the Supreme Court, that is the classic definition of court packing.
So, in what you're saying is that if the right were to pack the court and add 4 more justices, and the left were to undo that, the left would also be packing the court?
Yes, that would be court packing.
I don't
which you
see
said
that
you would be opposed to in any
meaningful
circumstance.
sense. I don't think that's court packing in a meaningful sense. To revert to the norm, to reestablish the norm that already existed, is not norm breaking, right?
So
is it not? Am I not correct there?
It is definitionally court packing to change the number of seats on the court. That's what court packing is. You're now ascribing some kind of intentionality to it. Like when you do it for a good reason, it's not court packing.
So your argument then is that in your definition of court packing, removing a justice would be court packing.
Removing a seat would be court packing.
Yes, removing, like changing it from 9 to 8 would be court packing.
Yes, that would be court packing.
So, in your opinion, if the Republicans changed it to 13...
And Whick, that has to be court packing because you can, for example, one way the Republicans could pack the court. It doesn't work now because Roberts is not the kind of justice you would do this for. But imagine that Justice Thomas or Justice Alito was the Chief Justice. One way
I don't
you
think
could
that's
pack
what
the court
anyone means when they say pack the court, though. You understand that that's not what anyone you have argued with?
Let me finish the hypo and then you can explain. If Justice Alito was the Chief Justice and the Republicans removed every justice other than Alito, so now he's a one-man court, Would that be court packing?
I
Justice
think it
Alito
would be
gets to make
changing
every
the
decision for the
composition of the
Supreme
court,
Court.
but I wouldn't call it court packing. I would call it fundamentally
You
altering. There would be another
you
word that I would use. Court
you would
packing implies, and this is how it's always been used, to be clear, right? You laugh at me, but when FDR threatened to pack the court, did he threaten to take away justices?
No, he threatened to add.
Yes. When Pisco's talking about packing the court, is he threatening to take away justices?
No, but he
Yes.
cites examples. But he cites examples of reducing the number of justices.
But he's not
as well as
advocating for
adding
that.
them.
He's not
He's
wanting
not
that.
advocating
He
for
is
that.
not trying
he
to do
cites
that.
them as
He is trying
examples.
specifically to pack
He
the
cites
court
them as examples.
by
Rick.
addition, which has traditionally been the way that everyone who has advocated for packing the court has advocated for it. So while you can maybe argue in a specific hypothetical world that we could maybe call it court packing, I think that that's playing with language.
Okay, I would like
that
to. Rick,
that is obscuring what is
hypothetically.
meaning of the
I would
court.
like to reduce the size of the court to 8, and by coincidence, that means we need to
Also,
get
can
rid
you
of
give
the
me a
most.
clip of Pisco advocating for removing a court
Wick,
justice?
let me make my point. By coincidence, we are going to, when we reduce it to 8, we have to get rid of the most recently tenured justice, of course, which means Justice Jackson is gone. Would that be court packing?
No, I think there'd be a reorganization.
Okay, so if the right eliminated Justice Jackson's seat, that would not be court packing in your view.
It would be bad. It'd be reorganization, though.
Okay, well, I mean,
Like,
I guess
look,
you can.
this
you
is
can
why
define
we
it
don't
however
let
you wanna
people
define
play
it,
with
right?
language
We-
because you're
we can
obscuring the
talk
meaning
about
of words.
the fucking shmew if
And you
want,
make it
but, like,
harder to communicate when you obscure the meaning of the words. When the word that we obviously know, as everyone has advocated, that court packing, and every example that we can cite of anyone advocating for court packing is advocating to add justices to the court. We
it's
can
to change the
intuit
number of
that
seats
the
for a political purpose.
That is not
That's-
how anyone ever has advocated for court packing.
It actually, I mean, I haven't done, I don't have my notes in front of me because I wasn't planning on having this particular debate, but I actually think there were historic examples of people limiting the court in order for political purposes. Like, for example, if there were seats that were empty, that they would leave them unfilled, or that they would then reduce the court down so that the next party wouldn't have
But we
those
wouldn't
seats to
call
fill.
that court packing.
Well, it was all part of the court packing research I did, and I think it would be considered court packing. But I mean, hysterically, if we're going to use your definition of court packing, then you shouldn't have a problem, because all I would have to say is, okay, if the left packs the court, then I think the right should eliminate all those seats and get rid of those justices the second they get power back. And that's not court packing in your view. So we're good.
Do you think that that's
So we're good.
Are you telling me that that's what you meant when you answered the question on would you be okay with court
I would be
packing
like,
if the left did it? Is that
sure,
what you meant?
sure.
Is that what
The
you're arguing you mean?
I don't think the right has to
I'm gonna
go
call
to
you a liar if you
more
say
than
yes.
a 6-3 majority. We have a 6-3 majority. If the left packs it to be 8-7, to be like, 8-6 or 9-6, and then the right wins and then reduces the seat to get back to a 6-3 majority, and you don't consider that court packing,
gonna
I
ask the question
would,
again.
but you don't consider that court packing, that would solve the
I'm
problem.
going to ask the question again. Was that? Are you saying that
No,
that is what
I didn't
you
have
meant?
your proprietary definition of court packing in mind when I made the statement, if that's what you're asking.
Yes, you meant when you answered the question, would it be justified for the right to pack the, or I don't know if you answered the question, you made the statement, I don't want to misquote you again, right? That you made the statement that you would be fine, or it would be justified for the right to pack the court if the left did it first. You
Mhm.
meant addition.
I mean, I meant either, both
I
court
don't believe
packing,
you.
but it's fine.
I don't believe you.
I don't
think you meant I think you meant adding. I think that that's what the context of the conversation was. I think that that's what everyone understood it to mean. I think that that's what I understood it to mean.
Is there something
I don't think you meant-
magical about addition that rather than subtraction, if it achieves the same political end in your, like, what's the magical difference between these
Because
two
the
things?
reason we started this argument is that I said that if the right were to pack the court and add 4 justices,
Okay.
I would revert to the norm of 9 justices. And you made the argument, well, that's still court packing. And I don't see
Yeah.
that it meaningfully is, because it's a reversion to the norm.
Okay, but
Which
then
is
at least
obviously
if we're-
not what you meant
If we're
when
going to
you
take,
said that you would find it justified to pack the court
if we're going
the
to
left
have,
did it first.
if we're going to have
That
this
is
conversation,
obviously not
then
what you
at
meant,
least
correct?
you can acknowledge that on my view, you're just as in favor of court packing as I am, which is to say, almost never and only in the circumstance where the norm is broken.
No, I don't think
On
that
my
that's
view of the
meaningfully
term, there's no.
case.
I mean, you've defined it differently, but can you understand that on my
I think my
understanding of
definition
the
is
term,
closer to the truth than yours.
the truth of what? Is there
The
some
truth of what
objective
people
definition of court
understand to
packing we're
mean when
appealing
they
to?
talk about court packing.
I mean,
Why are you dying on this hill? It's a weird hill to die on.
I'm dying on this hill because you were a total fucking asshole about this conversation.
I was mean to you, so you're
Yeah,
willing to change
you
the meaning
kind
of
of were,
words to
Wick.
win an argument?
You,
I'm sorry that I hurt your feelings.
You literally misrepresented me, and then got very, very like indignant about the fact that I found this to be a meaningful distinction that I care about. You may not care about it, which is fine, but I wasn't the one who misrepresented your position, Wick. You were the one who misrepresented mine.
Because you feel I misrepresented your position, you are now trying to claim that me saying that I think that we should revert to the norm if the right were to pack the court and make it 13, 20, whatever, that we should revert it to the norm of 9, that is court packing in the way that you meant court packing when you answered the question, or you made the statement that if the left were to pack the court, it would be justified for the right to pack the court in retaliation.
Yeah,
I don't think that these things,
if
I don't
the
think
left,
that's what you
if
meant.
the left packed the court, the right would be justified in packing the court to regain the conservative majority it currently holds, or originalist majority would be a better way of putting it. You could do that with addition or subtraction. I don't care particularly about which way it would get done. Like, what difference does it make to me if it's addition or subtraction?
Because you obviously meant addition.
What's the magic, Wick? What's the magic in
the magic
in
is one is
addition versus
reverting to a
subtraction?
norm, and the other is taking the broken norm and engaging in the world where the norm no longer exists and continue to play by that rules. That's the difference. I think it's a difference with a distinction. It's a distinctive difference. It's an important difference.
I think
it's
it matters.
a difference that matters.
It matters almost not at all. Like, for example,
you're acting very communist right now with the redefinition of words. By the way, it's very
I mean, Wick, this is if we're going to play that game, Wick, the classic move of a fucking communist is to misrepresent someone and then get indignant about the fact that they have a problem with the fact that you are misrepresenting them.
The classic move is also to redefine words so that
but I don't think we need to just endlessly ad hom this. The point here, Wick, is that there are endless situations I could come up with, and I've given you a few, where a subtraction is just as likely to be viewed as a court pack as an addition. There's nothing fucking magic about it. If we eliminated,
you're doing the same where you ignore the context again. And I know you're smarter than this.
No,
I know you're smarter than this. So it makes me wonder why you're doing this.
It's context that is specific to your proprietary definition.
Not
it doesn't matter to
definition.
Mine.
Here, we can pull it if you like.
It doesn't.
When people talk about court packing, because that's what words are. Words are what most people understand them to mean and how they are used. The thing is what it is used to do. When people talk about court packing, when people advocate for court packing, the examples we have of presidents threatening to pack the court are every single one, about addition.
Okay.
Right?
Wick, let's make this as obvious as possible. If the right tomorrow eliminated every seat on the Supreme Court and then restored it to 9, meaning they get to appoint 9 justices, would that be court packing?
Reorganization of the court?
That's not court. It's not court. On your view, it's not court packing if the right eliminates every seat and then gets a 9-vote 9-0 majority. That's not court packing.
I think that it would be the abolishment of the court, reorganization of the court. I wouldn't call it packing.
All right. Well,
I disagree with, for example, if you're going to call that,
if you want to fucking talk about dying on hills, we can leave it at that. I think there's nothing more I need to talk about on this topic.
Do you think you won this exchange, man?
I think the position you just took is so patently ridiculous that anybody watching this is going to have a hard time.
That words matter and the meanings of words matter. And like, for example, murder is different than killing, even though both result in a dead body. Correct? But it would be important to make the distinction between both murder and killing, even though both result in a similar thing. Is that correct?
Wick, the example that you just gave, and I don't want to move off of it because this is literally, I think, the last word I need to say on this topic. You said that if the right eliminated every seat
gonna answer
on the
my
court
position?
except for
Okay.
Justice Roberts and then refilled it to 9 with whoever they wanted, that would not be court packing in your view.
It would
That
be
is
a
position
reorganization of the
that
court
is
where I would not call it
so
packing.
crazy that I don't think it's worth it to continue arguing with definitions around with you because the position you've taken is obviously nonsensical.
No, of course not. But the reason that you're doing this is because you know you can't contend with it. And so you're trying to frame it as I can just call it crazy, and that's all I need to do, and try to hand wave the need to actually support your positions here because you know you can't. And it's a rhetorical trick, very in line with something that Wilson does. But luckily, I'm better at debate than Wilson, and I'm better at debate than a lot
Okay.
of people on the right.
So
And we can
is there
cut
is there
through this
is there
bullshit.
anything else you
We can
would is
cut
there
through this
anything else
dishonest way of
is
dealing
there
with
anything else you would
conversations.
like to talk
Again,
about?
we understand that words matter, that the
Mhm.
definitions of words matter, that the distinction matters, even if it might result in the same thing, much like murder and killing are distinctly different and have distinct meanings that it is important to keep the distinction of, but both result in a dead
Okay.
body.
So if your position, and I'm just going to keep reiterating it, is that if we eliminated every justice on the court except for the Chief Justice and then expanded it back to 9, appointing universally conservative originalists, that would not be court packing. I understand the point you're making, Wick. I think that's all I need to say on this point. I think it speaks for itself. Is there anything else you would like to talk about?
Oh, no, I think I'm good. I think I did what I needed to do tonight.
All right, Wick. Well, have a good night, buddy.
Bye-bye. Did you guys like the conversation? Ugh, he does this thing where he gets angry because he's losing. He tries to pretend he doesn't need to deal with the points at hand. He throws a fit. He gets all quiet. He pouts. And then he leaves. Look, at the end of the day, you can think that eliminating 9 justices and then appointing new justices is bad, and it is, and it's norm breaking, and it's horrible. But we would call that reorganization of the court. We would call it something different, a manipulation of the court. If we want words to have meanings, we have to make sure that people understand that when we talk about court packing, people are talking about adding to the court. That is just true. You understand this is true, dear viewer. We have done countless debates on this channel about that, right? It's called court packing when you add justices to the court. That is what it is called, right? The reason that Mr. Mullally is making the argument he is because he knows the fundamental weakness of his position where he said that it would be justified to pack the court if the left packed the court first. That just makes him a court packing advocate, or I won't say advocate, but someone who is okay with court packing under certain conditions. And that is in contrast to me, which says if the right were to pack the court, I would advocate instead of further packing to reorganize and restructure back to the norm of 9 that it was. And he wants to call that court packing too to prevent the rhetorical win that I would get, the substantive win that I would get by being able to say, I am not a court packer, even under extreme conditions, whereas you are under certain conditions. And in order to try to wiggle his way free of that, this is why that whole argument happened, right? I've been doing this a long time, right? His definitions change based on what he's arguing, right? It's a very Gramscian maneuver, right? To redefine words to fit your argument and things like that. And this is, again, the whole point, back to the top 2 things that I was saying initially, right? Top 2. Let me get them up. I wrote them down. There is no real functional difference between MAGA and DSA and how they will govern. It will be authoritarian in nature. It will be of the same type and style, right? That is what will happen, and we saw that tonight. with him wanting to use very kind of a communist type of redefinition of words in order to try to win an argument, right? And that, too, the Trump or MAGA is in large part responsible for the rise of the illiberal left. We didn't get that at the end. We got to that further in the beginning. I was able to provide a clear, concise, succinct definition of liberalism. And I will repeat this for the audience. Liberalism is the political philosophy that protects individual liberty through equal rights, rule of law, democratic government, pluralism, and limits on state power. I can define each of those individually as well. Individual liberty means the freedom of each person to think, speak, associate, worship, work, and live as they choose, so long as they do not violate the rights of others. Equal rights are the principle that the law protects and constrains everyone equally, regardless of identity, status, wealth, or political belief. The rule of law is the principle that everyone, including government officials, is bound by publicly established laws rather than the arbitrary decisions of those in power. Democratic government is a government whose authority ultimately comes from the people, the will of the governed, right? Through free, fair, competitive elections and peaceful transfers of power. Pluralism is the idea that the acceptance of different political, religious, cultural, social groups may coexist, organize, disagree, and compete for influence without one being entitled to dominate the others. And state power is the government's ability to make and enforce laws, tax, regulate, investigate, punish, and use coercive force. Liberalism accepts that this power is necessary, but insists that it be divided, constrained, and countable. I got some super chats. Let's read some of these. Adam defunded. Ryan, why are you illiberal? DSA is going to destroy everything that keeps society functioning, with or without government being overbearing. $50 from Adam defunded. Ryan, the DSA's manifesto suggests ditching the two-party system and having just one congressional branch act like the executive. Can you explain why that's a good idea? It seems like it could lead to a one-party system and more authoritarian rule. $10 from Boers. I'm not political, but I just love so much that you two with strong disagreements can come together and hash it out. It's so beautiful. You two are so good together. That's how it began. I just don't like people who I don't like weasels. I don't like weasels. Say what you mean what you say. Don't try to weasel out by picking on a single word choice and trying to pretend that meaningfully changed my argument. It did not, right? And I think we demonstrated that. $2 from the skeletal, $5, I should say, from Odashara. Ryan literally acts like the DSA. The amount of cover he runs for Trump is as much as Hassan did for Plattner. Maybe even more. $2 from the skeletal big. Texas stopped teaching critical thinking in 2012. Well, I don't know state curriculums. I just don't. $5 from Mad Mulligan. Whick, I literally watched my ex go from liberal to Marxist while getting her PhD. She is absolutely sneaking Marxism to her undergrad students today. Like, when you say Marxism, do you mean actual Marxism, or do you mean things like, I don't know, equal rights are important, right? Because, like I said at the beginning, Rush Limbaugh and people like him have been painting very liberal things as progressives and progressive things as Marxism for decades. So that's the problem, is you guys have made these words almost meaningless. You've cried wolf so many times so that when I say, hey, DSA are Marxists, a lot of Democrats are like, oh, Marxist like Obama was Marxist? Marxist like Clinton was Marxist? And no, it's not. But it's hard to convince them because you all have taken that term and turned it into mush. And it's frustrating, right? I wish you would stop. $10 from Mr. Middleman. In 2015, my state university in the Midwest taught racism equals power plus privilege, and crime only exists because of poverty, among other illiberal lefty propaganda as part of the freshman orientation course. Again, I can't speak to yours specific college experience, but my college experience was remarkably different. $5 from Rick Cripper. To John. Doesn't Trump put massive emphasis on a popular mandate, allowing him to do whatever he wants, skirting checks in the process? Who's John? Are you talking to Ryan? His name's Ryan. $20 from Adam Defunded. Ryan, do you agree with this definition? American liberalism is the belief that human dignity gives us agency and society should protect the rights and liberties that let each person manifest their own destiny. His definition was American liberalism is a system of government that was established in order to protect natural rights. That was his definition. Natural rights being the things given to us by a higher power, a deity, God, whatever you want to call it. $2 from Desticle Johnson. Hashtag my foreskin, my choice. Thank you for that. €2 from DT. Whick eats pompous youth pastors for breakfast. Yum, yum. $5 from Crazy Monkey. Whick, Trump already packed the lower courts and the Supreme Court in his first term. Ryan talks about load-bearing norms, but those have been broken. So I don't agree. This is why it's important to define terms. I would not call that court packing. It's still bad. It's still very bad, but I would not call that court packing, and I don't believe I ever have. Yeah, it's not court packing. But no, that would be a great question to ask him if he thought that was court packing, and might be interesting. $5 from Robert Paulson. Whick, you can bring me on to moderate. I broker complex trust agreements for high net worth families. I got you, and I'm only a little drunk. It's fine. Old school from $5. Whick, are your arguments so weak you can't let Ryan get a word in edgewise or accurately represent his positions? That is projection of the highest order. I couldn't stop him from talking. He kept talking. I had to talk over him to get any points out. If I had not asserted myself, I would not have gotten any speaking time. One of the things that you learn is that some people play the mic. And what I mean by that is they'll snatch it and they will never let it go. They will clutch it with both of their hands continuously. And whenever you start to speak, they'll, boom, 2 seconds, 3 seconds in, 5 words in, they'll come on in swinging, right, to grab the mic again. Ryan does this constantly. You have to fight it, right? And the way to fight it is just to keep talking. It's just to keep going. It's just to outlast him. And I am a stubborn man, and I have a lot of wind power, okay? I can go as long as any man, okay? I'm proud of that fact. And we like to do that here at Whick TV sometimes. $5 from Alio, longtime listener, first-time donator. Can Ryan describe a process by which he would be okay with court expansion? Or is the court forever stuck at 9? I don't know. $5 from Mr. I suspect. So as someone who isn't okay with court packing, right? Who's not okay with expanding the court under these conditions, I think that there are certain conditions where we could expand the court, but those are not existent. No, I think the political landscape would have to change so much that I don't think it's feasible. I don't. I'd have to think about that. $5 from Mr. Middleman. Court packing is changing the number of seats to create an advantage. Reversing a court pack to reestablish a norm is meaningfully different, Ryan. I agree. $5 from Admiral Gibbs. When we talking about how the libs got in bed with true evil, the socialists, just to stay in power, and now are regretting that choice. Oh, Gibbs. $2 from Mr. Middleman. You're both dying on stupid hills. Laugh emoji. The enlightened centrist has struck again. $2 from Old School. Say, sorry, Whick, you lost big time. I'm pretty sure I didn't, but we can let the audience decide. Filthy Nature for $5. I don't see the issue with teaching Marxism. You got to teach the awful that came after, but knowing the doctrine as it evolved is interesting. Well, yeah, that's true. I think Nazism should be taught as well under the same vein. You should know what it is so you can recognize it. I think that that's a good thing. I think socialism, Nazism, capitalism, all the isms should have a place to be taught, right? So you know what they are. And that way you recognize it when it happens. And it creates an antibody, right, in the immune system of our country. So one of the problems that I alluded to is the breakdown of what words mean. What socialism is, what Marxism is, and what people think it is versus what it actually is, and how both the right and the left have kind of worked hand in hand to dilute the word for remarkably different reasons. The right did it so that they could paint the left as this big boogeyman so that the left would lose elections and they could win elections. the left did it, the socialists did it, in order to dilute the word so that they could mask on. So much easier and make their entryism much easier. So when people called them a socialist, they'd be like, yeah, I'm a socialist like Obama's a socialist. Not true, but because so many people have painted Obama as a socialist, people will be like, oh, okay, that makes sense. So yeah, $5 from Mr. Middleman. I think Ryan legit felt like there was a meaningful difference in your characterization of his argument. I think he is wrong, but not a weasel. I think he's a kind of a weasel. $5 from my listening library. I just looked it up. In 1801, they reduced the court seat, and the opposing side did recognize it as court packing. Look into it when you can. In 1801, I mean, fucking maybe. But today, since FDR, every time I've heard it, it has been in reference to adding a justice. It would be weird, right? To talk about court packing and say, well, actually, I mean reducing the court size. No one does that. Ugh. Noah Hickman says it's insane to me that we are just going to gloss over him saying he would support court packing in some conditions. I don't think we glossed over that. I think that was a main contention, right? Especially at the end there. We got some people backstage. Drop Table Account says, Whick is incapable of self-reflection. Holy shit, he digs in and spurgs to his grave, as you spurg out in my comment section. Okay. I mean, I think it's very normal to be upset when someone is being a weasel. I think it's very normal to get passionate when you feel someone's being evasive. I don't think that's spurging out. And I think it's like, it would be like someone, this is a very feminine tactic, by the way, right? To use your guys' terminology. It's like when your girlfriend or whatever comes in and pouts and gives you the cold shoulder and the silent treatment, and then you get more and more annoyed that she's doing that, and then she looks at you as like, the reason I'm doing it is because you're so annoyed right now. Like, Jesus Christ, you caused this situation, and now you're getting mad at me? Crazy. Alio says, do you feel like Ryan ever directly responded to any of your arguments or questions? Not really. That's okay.
Apparatus. Oh, Jesus. I'm
bringing you guys on.
What an infuriating conversation to listen to between you and Ryan Mullally.
Go ahead.
I don't know if you ever caught when he was talking about like wanting to reintroduce like more restrictions on like the people to like prevent them from like doing things in politics. Like, you guys were arguing over the electoral college, which I'm personally, I actually am pro electoral college. Like, I don't want to get rid of the electoral college. But then I don't know if you guys ever actually got into like what were the other things he wants to reintroduce into, like, does he want to repeal women's rights to vote? Does he want to like prevent black people from voting? Or is it like, does he only want landowners to vote? Or like, I don't know. It was completely ridiculous that he is advocating for like reversing a lot of, I would argue, very good reforms that happened in the American political system.
Well, that's the narrative story he was going with, is that every change to our political system has been to the left. That every single change of a norm has been leading the country more left. And therefore, any change to a norm right now is obviously going to lead further left changes. And that the left has no natural stopping point. I disagree.
Which is ridiculous. The articulated argument should be that when you introduce changes to a governmental system that allows it to have like more democracy involved in it and more like accountability towards the people, you're just getting rid of like entrenchment of like whatever the existing power is already there, instead of like bringing it more left. Like if you were to get rid of the Electoral College and you were to have a popular vote for deciding the president of the United States of America, that wouldn't necessarily like make it more left or right. That would just mean that it's like more accountable towards like the, I guess like the entire voter base. Now, I have opinions on it, but yeah. Anyway, fun
Thank
times.
you.
I'm
Oh,
slightly
thank you for the
inebriated, so
tier
I'm a
1
little
sub, Mr. Middleman. I appreciate
bit
it. sir.
unarticulate.
I want to hear from other people, but thank you for your opinion. What the rest of you have to say. And gang, if you disagree with me, if you think that I did ungood, poorly, I guess, not to use a doublespeak phrase, call in. You can push me about it. I'm not afraid of disagreement. I'm very confident that I did very well. But continue. What you got?
We got two people who are too scared to talk, I guess, on Wick TV.
No, I just went to go grab another drink.
Oh, I should do that
One
soon.
thing I would
Go ahead.
say is every conversation I find Ryan in or any debate, he's really like snaky. He has to like redefine terms that have already been defined, and he will straight up avoid certain arguments. And when he avoids those arguments, it's kind of obvious why he's avoiding the argument, because he knows it's an argument that he's going to lose. So then he does the redefining stuff and then tries to like
Sure.
push like
I agree.
It happened with Pisco in that debate like a month ago or something. He tried to completely just neglect the prompt and then just started screaming about, "You're trying to pack the court, Pisco," basically. And it got really annoying. Like, I find Ryan to be, like, really obtuse, really annoying a lot of the time. And I don't know.
I think that he's stubborn, okay? He can't be
Hold
good
on.
faith.
It's beyond stubbornness. Like,
It's bad faith.
do you remember? Do you remember when you guys were talking about like liberalism and you were asking each other like your definitions of like liberalism?
Yeah.
Did he ever give a definition for like what he considers liberalism?
Yes, he said that he said American liberalism specifically was the idea that, I'm trying to remember the exact phrase so I don't want to miss a word and then he accuses me of misrepresenting, right? That the system of government that was designed by America in order to protect natural rights.
Okay. I didn't catch that much when later in the conversation, but when
It took
you
him a
were
while to
defining
get
your
there because
liberalism,
I'd ask him a few times, but he
Yeah.
got there eventually.
when he was asking for your definition of liberalism, you gave it, which I thought it was a pretty good answer. Democracy,
standard
defending
one,
individual
yes.
rights, pluralism, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. He basically sidestepped that and then tried to create like a caricature of liberalism, of it being like differently defined today versus like what we would universally understand as like the definition of like classical liberalism in the West, which was that's beyond stubbornness as an attempt at bad faith tactics. In
Yeah,
my
he
opinion.
muddies the shit out of terms that are pretty normally, accepted. That's what I was saying. Like,
I want to point out one thing, and it happened right when I got into stream. You guys were talking about the packing the court first, and
Yes.
Wick, you 100% said that he would do that. He's never said that, and you have to back down when that
No,
shit
but
happens.
he has said, and he agreed to having said that if the left packs the court, that he thinks that the right is justified in packing the court back.
100%, and
Yes.
you said it was a distinction without a difference.
Yeah, I stand by that.
Can
Can
I give you a reason why it's
Can you hear
not?
me?
Go ahead.
I can hear you, but let's let Kui. What was
Okay,
your
yeah,
name?
go ahead.
Queeg?
Quick way,
give us
Moby Dick.
give us a reason why it's not.
Okay, if somebody says I'm going to kill you and you pull out a gun and you shoot them,
Yeah, that's
you
the analogy he gave. No, but if I saw someone raping a child and then I'm like, I'm going to rape his child back, does him
no,
doing it first
not the
make a
same.
difference?
It definitely makes a difference. Yes.
Hold on. No, it doesn't. I think that raping a child is bad, no matter if someone did it first
killing a human
or
is
you're
bad.
doing it after.
I think
hold on.
killing
Do you
a human
disagree on
is
that?
bad.
Do you disagree on that? That whether someone did it first, it doesn't matter, that the act itself is bad?
Correct. It's always bad.
Yes, that's my argument. That's why it's not
But
a
see, but
distinctive
he
difference,
isn't
because I'm
saying
arguing specifically that court packing is always bad.
But wait, I thought you were fighting for it.
No, I'm
Okay.
anti-court packing.
Okay. I just came into the conversation at the completely wrong
he
time.
didn't hear the
Apologies.
Okay. No, the
No,
reason
hold on.
the reason he was arguing
There's a
that-
difference.
Hold on, can I finish? I want to explain to him.
Yeah.
Okay?
Yeah, I want to hear.
The reason that he was arguing that,
I would love to jump into.
yeah, I'll give it to you in a second. But the reason I was arguing that was because in a previous conversation, I forget exactly which one, he said that he would, because the norm is broken, right, that you can now go forward with that broken norm and it's justified. And he used the argument that the left does it first, then the right would be justified in doing it back. And I disagree with that. I'm against court packing. And I said that no, if the court was packed by the right, and say Trump did it, and Trump said, I'm going to pack the court, we're going to add 10 justices, I would not add more justices and further pack the court. I would revert it to the norm.
Reverse it. Yep, I 100% hear you. I'm sorry for butting in. I just got
You're
in
fine.
at a
No, I get it.
wrong
When you
part of
only
the
hear
conversation.
a portion, it gets weird.
Yeah, muddled and stuff.
I
Good luck.
would pick up Kukage's argument a little bit, though. I think he has a good point.
I'll
to
drop
make,
out.
even though he wasn't
Peace
fully
out.
there to be able to defend it.
Go ahead.
So, one of the things that I don't like about there's a shooting analogy that we're appealing to, and there's a rape analogy that we're appealing to. One of the issues with a rape analogy is a rape never justifies a rape. There's no situation in which, well, I got raped, so if I rape you back, we've in some way created a system of justice or prevented like a harm being done to someone, right? Whereas if we're talking about a situation where someone's going to shoot you and you can shoot them back, then you're creating a situation where you're actually preventing a harm, right? So when it comes to court packing, go ahead.
I would no. This is entirely disanalogous. Like one of the reasons why we consider self-defense shooting justified is because it's something that can happen in the immediacy. So if someone has a gun and they are aiming at you and they're like saying, "I'm going to kill you," you can pull out your gun in that immediate moment and then shoot them back. One of the reasons why I think court packing is disanalogous to that analogy is because when we're talking about like retributively packing the Supreme Court, it's not in response to like an immediate threat that's happening. It's more so like a threat can have already passed and you're doing so like after
Well, I
the fact.
disagree. It's not
we don't even need
immediate. It's not the
knowledge.
immediate
Like,
act of
look,
packing that represents
Yeah,
harm.
it's not a past
Hold on.
threat.
I'll be
Real
right back.
quick,
I
let me
gotta
jump
get a
in.
drink real quick.
Please.
Continue.
Oh boy.
Like,
the
please,
harm
please.
comes.
Okay.
The harm. No,
Look,
hold on. Let me just, because this was a response.
I'm
to the point
listening.
that I
I'm
made.
getting a tissue. I'll be right back.
Okay, so when the issue is not the packing that's the harm, the issue is now having a majority that allows you to push through decisions that you otherwise wouldn't have been able to push through. So the harm is ongoing. You're in a gunfight.
No. Hold on.
You haven't been
Look,
shot.
when we're talking
By
about like
your
Supreme Court
own
packing, my
definition,
issue
the
that I
Republicans
have
already packed the
explicitly.
court by withholding Obama's nominations. By North,
Okay, well,
sorry, not North. I apologize. Ryan, that was way off base. North, I apologize. By Ryan's own definition of court packing, the Republicans already packed the court by withholding Obama's nominations. So this tit for tat, you don't need an analogy.
I agree with you 100%.
The left and right
Wait, hold on.
advocates for tit for tat. We've got it right there. Like just do it.
The major problem that I have when people talk about packing the Supreme Court is that they see the court as like a tool to be used in order to be like basically legislate from the bench. As in, if I have
But it has
my
been.
amount of
It
justices,
has been, though.
yes, it has. But
for 100 years.
There's two mindsets you can have. The first mindset is the Supreme Court is a way to legislate from the bench and to get like my policy positions implemented in society, and thus I need to have as many Supreme Court justices as possible on the bench in order to like get my policies through. That is one way you can think about it. Or another way is if we're going to mess with the Supreme Court, we can have actual meaningful reform in order to actually make it what the founding fathers meant it to be, that being like a body beyond any sort of like partisanship, that is just meant to make sure that when we introduce like legislation or do certain actions based off of like the Supreme Court and like prior court precedent, we can determine like whether we're like allowed to do that or not. I think the
I think
ideal
the Supreme Court,
that we should be striving for should not be further partisanship of the Supreme Court by just
fair enough.
adding more justices just for your
But
side.
since we're
The
since we're
ideal
gonna
should be to
bring
create a Supreme Court that's beyond partisanship.
I agree with you 100%.
since we're gonna bring
but
originalism into this, though, if we're gonna bring originalism, like we have the emoluments clause, like we put into place in the Constitution specific like laws or amendments to say you can't take advantage of your place in office. You have to adhere to these certain things. You
No. I entirely
if the
agree with you.
founding fathers wanted to put a limitation on the Supreme Court, they would have. They fucked up. And whether it was not like I personally, I feel like the carte blanche kind of like you make your own rules that we gave the Supreme Court that's existed since the Supreme Court has existed, and that has never like that's how it's always has been. What I'm talking about is that absolutely needs to be limited. That has to be changed. That has to be like get rid of that shit. Put in fucking term limits. Like our founding fathers fucked that up, and we do need to address that. And how that gets addressed is by absolutely saying, okay, well, here's the thing, just playing out the Republicans packed the court by this conservative definition of limiting Obama's picks. We've already politicized the court prior to Mitch McConnell doing that. Every single justice that's ever been up for any sort of nomination gets asked partisan questions every single time. Do you support Roe v. Wade? That's been going on since the 60s. Like, it's always been political. I don't see this like shaking out into where we have this non-political branch of the government where the other two branches of the government are inherently political. It's going to be political.
Look, I think a great thing that would allow it to get a more unpartisan Supreme Court would be to reintroduce the idea that if you want to appoint someone to the Supreme Court, you need a 2/3 majority in Congress, or what is it? Is it the Senate or is it Congress? I think it's the Senate.
Senate.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Look, who was that Democratic politician?
Because then all picks would be bipartisan, and it's less about like right versus left.
Exactly. And you could probably add on, like, if you're going to enforce this as part of an amendment, however unlikely that would be, or whether you would make it like a Senate rule instead of it being part of like an amendment.
Would you do that right now?
Like,
North,
100%.
Would you do that right now? Like with the 6-3 Republican majority, you would say, let's go ahead and do the Democrats' disadvantage. To the Democrats' disadvantage, you would say, actually, let's go ahead and just like strip away all of the shit that's happened in the last 20 years.
Whether court packing is, or I guess not court.
Oh, are we
I hate the court packing combo.
Really, at the moment, the conversation that we're having is about
non-partisan
how we can get
Supreme
a
Court.
non-partisan Supreme Court. But what I was
Yes,
interested in talking to you about, Whick, is you said people should join if they thought that your debate performance was
please.
below
Give us what we
your
got.
usual standard. So I want to be clear, I'm much more on your side. But the question is, did you have a good debate performance, right?
Sure.
I think I'm very sympathetic to how difficult it can be to debate someone who wants to monopolize the conversation and to take most of the mic. But I think you have to be aware of times where, if you have misrepresented his argument, that you have to give like a little bit of slack there.
I didn't misrepresent it in a meaningful way.
I disagree completely.
Fair
I
enough,
think
that's fair.
if you are talking about a norm, because let's take him at his word for a second at least, and then if you say no, he's bad faith, then we can get to that. If we take him at his word, he's interested in preserving norms. So for him, being the first person to do it, the first person to break the norm, is meaningfully different from a position that you might take where you say, well, if you're going to do that, then we're willing to like respond in kind, right?
Okay. I disagree that that's a meaningful difference. If under certain conditions you would be willing to break the norm too, and those conditions aren't like super extreme ones, right? Like, so I can imagine a situation where if God came down and said, I will destroy the earth unless you pack the Supreme Court, then everyone would be okay with packing the Supreme Court. But that's not the kind of conditions we're talking about here.
No, we're talking about conditions where
me.
the norm has
Not
already
me.
been broken, right? So we're not breaking the norm, we're responding in kind.
Again, I think that isn't meaningfully different in a real way. And I gave the example of the rape analogy, and I think that fits because it shows a bad action that is being taken that we all agree is bad, and that there is no justification simply because it has been done to you that you are now going to do it to the other person. I view court packing in the same way.
This is why I wanted to get into like your rape analogy, which I would agree, just because you've been raped, that doesn't justify raping someone,
Of course
right?
not.
Versus like fighting for power and maintaining a correct balance in a court. Now, I'm not saying the Republicans have historically done this, right? I agree with you. I'm on your side, right? But if our interest is in maintaining the correct balance and not allowing the court to be, I'm going to avoid the word packed because there was disagreement over the definition, pushing the court in an extremely partisan direction unfairly, then you can try to pull that back by making changes, for example, to the number of judges, and that's not breaking the norm.
I think that it is because that is not what he meant when he originally, and this is why we had that argument on stream, right? Like, he tried to pretend that when he said and answered that he thought that packing the court would be justified, that he also could mean removing justices. That is obviously, in the context of the conversation, not what he meant. And I think that this is a post hoc rationalization that he's making in order to make that.
I agree
Wait,
with you
I
100%.
have
when
one
you-
question regarding the old debate. When he said he was okay with court packing after the other side had court packing, did he also include that you would make it so no one else could court back in the future?
No.
Because
No,
like,
that would have
if-
been a good
all right,
change.
because if you add that, right, then essentially you are also court packing, but you are also
Mm-hmm.
removing the threat of court packing, and that is like the just outcome.
So-
I'd have to think about that more, but it would be better than his answer.
Well, what's funny
think
is
it's
that
an
I
important
actually
point.
agree with him that removing seats is also court packing, functionally, okay, at least. Because it would be the same thing if, say, like, the Republicans added 3 conservative justices using court packing. It would be the same thing to add 3 liberal justices and then cut off the court packing with a rule as removing those 3 conservative justices. Like, the actual function of those two would be, like,
Well,
mirroring each other.
I think that,
So I actually think
however,
I
the
agreed with his
comparison,
definition there, but it was pointless to the argument.
but yeah, the comparison being made was that he was trying to get rid of the rhetorical W that I took by painting myself as someone who would not pack the court, even if the other side did it first, by saying, well, actually removing justices is reverting to the norm before is actually just court packing too. And that argument I found facetious, right?
I agree
think
with you
it was-
100%.
Yeah,
I think that was,
I still do agree there. Okay.
yeah, that was
yeah.
the best part of your argument. When you were focusing on that, I thought you were doing like really, really well. There were other times where we focused a bit too much on like addition versus subtraction, which I thought
Well, because no one means subtraction. Like, I've done
I
this
agree with you,
argument.
by the way. I think he was being weaselly. I
I
think he
think
was being
I think I've done this argument so many times on my channel, right? No one ever means removal, right? When they say it, no one has
well, because
ever meant
adding seems easier.
taking
right,
things
than
away.
removing. Yeah, generally, I think adding is seen as easier to achieve than removing and not replacing. But
Well,
I don't
Pisco
know. If,
specifically, because I've made this argument with Pisco. I've had this argument with Pisco, and I said, why don't you just impeach judges or remove their seats? And he says,
Right.
no, that would be unconstitutional.
yeah, it's more difficult. But are you saying that's more of a harm to add, or are you saying it's just more
No, I was just talking
expedient?
about the way that the words were being used. I can imagine
Right.
it would be just as harmful to reorganize the court or impeach court justices for little reason. I can imagine that would be just as much
Right.
harm. It wasn't a harm argument. It was a definition argument.
So
Yeah,
in the
well-
event that, say, I don't know, Mitch McConnell refuses to
God damn it,
have
that's
any-
exactly what I was saying.
No, this is, and I completely forgot about this, but this was the reason why I hopped in backstage.
Give us
Like, if Mitch McConnell hops in and says, like, you know what? Yeah, we're not going to have any sort of hearings for any of Obama's Supreme Court nominees. Like, Wick, do you think that's not a form of court packing?
No. So I think that is manipulation of the court, but I wouldn't call it court packing.
I think
I feel
you
like it
noticed,
is
Wick.
court packing if
Does it really
if
matter
you're
at that
thinking
point?
of
Well, here's the thing,
having like set number of justices. So many are liberal, so many are conservative,
people like
and if a
Pisco-
conservative one drops
Sure.
off, he
Just let me make
isn't
this argument real
replaced.
quick. Pisco has argued that is court packing, right? I disagree with him. And the argument is that Mitch McConnell packed the court by doing this, and therefore court packing is on the table. Ryan disagrees because he understands the difference. Okay? He understands the difference between these two things. And though
No, his own definition, Wick, was that was court packing. He said if you reduce the amount of
his
judges, isn't that
definition
court packing?
now,
Because
he's arguing with me.
Yeah, hold on.
He was
If
being
we're talking,
100%.
yeah, to be clear, if we're talking about Ryan Mullally, if this was given in like, let's say we're in like a different timeline, and the Democrats are the one that limited the Republican president from being able to nominate someone during their term for like the Supreme Court. Ryan Mullally would 100% call that court packing. It's just that it was
that's
in
literally
favor
what he
of the
said. He
Republican
said,
Party.
and he
Yeah.
pushed you on it. He said, if you take it down to one justice, is that court packing? And you're like, no, that's not
Look,
court packing. That's something else.
I
That's
think
another
that-
one.
I think there's a better
in
like
this
redirect
scenario,
to
Pisco
the
would
people
take
that are
Ryan's point
pro
of view. Okay.
to the people that are pro court packing here. If we were to investigate, let's say, two conservative Supreme Court justices, and they were going to be removed due to corruption, would you then say that like that court packing, we'll call it like the cosmic injustice, has been like undone, and thus everything is like fine and dandy?
Well, no, because the whole point of Mitch McConnell's play there was that it didn't matter how qualified any of Obama. He even said that it doesn't matter how qualified any of Obama's picks were going to be, that they were not going to make it into the Supreme Court. Whereas what you're describing is, well, like if you can actually like prove corruption here and they need to be impeached and removed. No,
well, they
that's
were replaced with like liberal justices, and they were to like be on your side. Is
but
that
if
not
we're
like
within
in a
the same
sense
framework of
like
whoever is
reversing the
president and
injustice?
whoever can appoint them, let's say that president is liberal, and well, yeah, if he gets to appoint them, he gets to pick who he wants to pick. That's completely within the scope of even the Constitution. So, not at all.
Pick who you want to pick with the confirmation of the Senate. Like, it's not just
Well,
like
sure, you can pick it with a confirmation of the Senate, but I think at this point
we have an expectation. We have an
50-50 with the-
expectation as part of like our norms that the president during his term should, when they appoint someone to be a nominee for the Supreme Court, that person would then.
Yeah, but
be
when was the
appointed
last time
during
the
their
Supreme Court
term.
nominee didn't win on party lines? Like it's always been.
I couldn't
on
answer
party
that, and I'm
lines.
too inebriated
It's-
to answer that. I don't know the historical context on that.
No, you're fine. I'm just saying that, like historically speaking, like it's pretty much always on party lines in how
Like,
these people.
I am sure there have been Supreme Court.
I
like,
think
it doesn't even have to
Roberts
be on
might have
party
been the
lines.
last.
I'm sure there have been Supreme
It was
Court
not party lines before they
appointees.
changed the rule from 60.
I'm sure there have
to
been Supreme
60,
Court
they needed
appointees
bipartisanship.
that have been attempted to be appointed historically, and those people have failed.
Well, I'm just trying to think of like, I mean, I don't know the last few, and I know it's hard to think about this, but like Trump started his political career a decade ago. Like you know what I'm saying? Like it's been a while at this point, and like the last few, at least that were appointed, like there was massive like, hold on, Brett Kavanaugh shoved drugs up his butt and might have raped some chicks. Like that
Actually,
was
it
a
was
whole
Kagan.
thing that was. Sorry, they think you can't. I
Kagan
wanted
was,
to think it was.
yeah, sorry. Like Kagan was
Yeah.
the last Supreme Court justice,
Yes.
not
Mhm.
by party lines.
It
That
was everybody
2010.
before Trump. It was everybody before Trump. It's Trump is when it changed. Like it was
Yeah.
really McConnell that caused the change, but like because that one
Mhm.
wasn't confirmed, but everything before that actually was bipartisanship because it needed 60 Senate votes. It was really hard for a party to have 60 Senate votes. So therefore, like
Right, but
all of them
before
had to be
that, it was like,
bipartisanship.
Like,
yeah,
if
absolutely.
we're
But
if
after
we're
that, it's all kosher. So why
Alito
should it
was
be all kosher?
fucking close. Well, not close in this day, in age, but it was close. He was confirmed with 58 to 42.
like Harriet Myers, Robert Bork, this is 2005, 1987, 1970, 1969, 1968, 1968,
Mhm.
1952. Like, these are all people that were nominated to the Supreme Court, either one reason or another. They were like withdrawn or they failed like the Supreme
All
Court like
before Mitch
nomination.
McConnell decided to say that we get to now politicize this down
With
to
Merrick Garland, yes.
right. So it's changed.
I would agree that it has changed, but train of thought is getting
Should
fucked up
we?
like
I
an
mean, like,
alcohol in my head.
should the left?
Yeah.
I guess this is my like direct, just ask here is like, so should the left be the bigger man and be like, you know what?
Well,
We're
it's not so
not
much like the
going
bigger
to
man.
take
If you think
advantage
that
of this
there's like, if
shit.
you
We're
think
not
there's like a
gonna.
historic, if you think that there's like an injustice that was had with
Yeah.
the Mitch McConnell Supreme Court
Do
withholding
we
of
agree
like
on
Merrick
that?
Garland,
Like, do
I
you agree with
would
me
agree that it
was an
was like
injustice?
I would
Okay.
agree that like I don't like I probably would agree that it would be like considered like a form of court packing. Obviously, it's not by any like conventional definition. I
By
would raise it for like a form
by
of court
Ryan's
packing.
definition, it's
Like,
definitely
but if we
court
were to
packing.
like, if we're talking about like correcting it, then that would be like one seat added to the Supreme Court with like
Sure, but
a
that's
liberal
literally what
justice.
Whick was
But
advocating for. That was that. I guess
No,
that's my
but that
grander point
that
here.
is
Is like
entirely
that's
different though than
literally
like what people talk about when they're talking about packing the Supreme Court. They're talking about like adding like 4 or 5 justices or however many it takes in order to get like a liberal majority on the Supreme Court. And then when I've pressed other content creators on this before, of like, let's say you appointed someone to the Supreme Court, and then like there's this very important legislation you want passed, and then that legislation gets denied by the Supreme Court, would you pack the Supreme Court again? And sadly, the answer that I've heard is like yes to like a lot of other people. That they would pack the Supreme Court again until they would get a favorable enough court in order to get whatever legislation they want passed. And I think that's like the issue that I have. It is the degradation of the Supreme Court to the point where like it is no longer an effective institution at like limiting congressional and presidential power, but more so like a yes man institution that is controlled by whoever has a majority in Congress.
so.
Like that's the future we're trying to avoid.
Yeah,
here.
that's why
We
I
are, but
advocate
like
against. Just to be clear, just to be clear.
But like to try
Just
to
to-
get your
just can I-
gauge
can I-
on like.
this is my show.
Yeah, sorry, I shut
No,
up.
it's
Whick.
fine.
It's your my
Yeah.
bad.
That is the conditions. What North just said is one reason why I'm strenuously against packing the court, because it will fundamentally ruin the justice system in America. It would destroy the institution, right? And that's why, even if the right does it first, my goal isn't to run with the broken institution and continue to keep it broken. I would be reverting to the norm by unpacking the court, by reverting it to the number of seats that it had before the court packing occurred. And that is not court packing. That is reverting it to the mean, okay?
So-
that is restoring the norm.
This
And I
is
think that's
something that I
totally
really wanted to
fair.
focus on with you, Wick, because I think this is quite important.
Go ahead.
Because there's two definitions of packing kind of going on here. So I want to present to you, hypothetical, where the Republicans remove 2 seats, and then Whick comes in and says, we're going to fix that by adding 2 seats to revert to the norm, right? The best version of the argument. I think you would agree that's a great idea, and you wouldn't say the addition of 2 seats is packing, because the focus is on reverting to the norm.
I'd have to think about that. Would it be
Hold
court
on,
packing
hold on.
technically? Perhaps. But it would be reverting to the norm, I think, would be the better way to put that.
Right. And I agree with you. I think this is where we need to kind of focus on the version of the argument that's the norm is important. Maintain the correct the correct proportion, right? But we're acknowledging that it's partisan, and we're going to keep that proportion.
I just want to jump in because my phone's going to die. I got to go to bed. My daughter works at Fish in the morning. Just real quick, just to jump in here. Like, I understand what you're saying about reverting to the norm, but there's nobody on the other side of this conversation that thinks that what Mitch McConnell did was wrong. And it's like we're talking about reverting to the norm. So the people that supported what Mitch McConnell did are not sitting here thinking like, oh, what he did was outside of the norm. They're sitting here thinking we operated within the rules. Go fuck yourself. We won. Caca. Go fuck yourself.
Well, technically, they did operate within the
whatever
rules.
you're doing here, whatever you're doing here in terms of like, we need to revert to the norm. Like,
Well,
I guess
just
that
real
makes
quick.
you look good to the people that already agree
Like,
with you.
you
Court
can
For
say
the
that
other
there was
side
like
of
an
this conversation,
injustice.
Court
they
packing
don't
would
give a
also
fuck.
be operating within the rules technically, right?
Yeah,
It would be legal
that's
to
my
do.
point. That
But
is my
it's
point. This has been done. Mitch McConnell did it. He fucked over the Dems. We now have this ridiculous
no,
majority
just
in the
because it's
Supreme
legal doesn't mean
Court.
it's good.
We get. I know. I think it is good because I actually want there to be a balanced Supreme Court. So I think it is good, and you think it's good. But like
No, I don't.
we're looking for reason. We're looking for reason in a debate where there is no reason. The people that are from the other side that are saying like what Mitch McConnell did was good, they don't give a fuck about whatever moral
Wait, hold
framing you're
on.
putting around. They don't care.
You're
Yeah,
Don't
so you need
fucking
to
care.
change the rules. You need to make it
You're
the
correct.
norm. The
Like,
previous norm needs to become the rules. That is obviously the
But
fix.
why?
yes.
We were already in the previous. I'll steel man this. We were already in the previous. We're talking about going to another norm. We were already in the norm.
So
Yeah,
let me
but
just
it
ask
wasn't
you.
enforced.
It's
What
a,
Mitch
The norm
McConnell
wasn't
did was
enforced.
absolutely within the
A
norm.
Yeah, but
norm
Mitch
is
McConnell
not
did was
like
bad.
an enforced rule.
Yeah, a norm is just something you abide by out of like friendly terms.
That's
What we
literally
need is a
every law
contract that
in
says you
every.
cannot
Yeah,
do
God
that.
damn
like
it.
No,
No.
laws
if we're
are not
talking
norms.
about like no one wants
Laws
to
are not
be
norms.
in like ideally no one should want to be in a world in which the Supreme Court is used as like an infinite escalatory like thing until like one side like backs down and like we inevitably introduce like legislation in order to like fix the Supreme Court so it can no longer be abused for like partisan reasons. Ideally, we need to sidestep like that entirely and advocate for like the reform to happen before we get to the infinite escalatory partisanship of like the Supreme Court. And that's not even like ignoring like whatever damage can be caused by like having a Supreme Court that is just used entirely for partisan reasons. Like, do you agree or disagree with this?
That's to you, Robert.
I think his phone died. He did say his battery was
I
low.
know.
Damn,
He went out to get a
Damn.
beer.
He was
They got him.
roboing a bit.
they got him. Okay.
I
Like,
did send
when
a
people-
message to him that he was, kind of muffled at the very start of this. So
Look, when we're talking about tit for tat, like the ideal of tit for tat is that like inevitably with like enough response and counter response that like both parties realize that like okay, if we engage in this behavior, we're only going to get hurt. So we both need to like mutually
Like-
agree to like to like fuck off. But like you can sidestep like tit for tat is like not the only thing you could do. You could engage in like tit for tat as in like you like respond proportionally to people like attacking you, but then you also can strive for like changing the rules to make like the tit for tat like
Exactly.
a no longer like viable thing.
You don't want exactly. You don't
Yes.
want a regressive tit for tat, which is what some people are pushing for, where you just will continually regress through an infinite tit for tat scenario. Okay, until one side backs down. What you want is you want to tat back evenly, and then shut down all possibility of a tit returning. Right.
Yes. Well,
Basically.
it doesn't even necessarily have to be that,
Well,
but yes.
One of the things with tit for tat, though.
that relies on the honor system, though.
Well, hold
No,
on.
it doesn't. It's
No,
a
you
law.
No,
create, you
Make a
create
rule.
laws.
Tit for tat without
Yes.
any like enforced rules does rely on the honor system.
But without
Yeah, so
enforced,
you need-
enforced rules is a
it's
problem.
You would
creating-
need some
it's
sort of
creating
legislation.
enforced like yes, of course it would require
Yes, that's what-
legislation.
what we're
Any
saying.
like
Okay,
major
well,
reform would
then I
require
agree with you
legislation.
guys then.
Okay.
If you
One
both
of the-
agree
one of the problems,
legislation is
though-
required, then yes.
One of the problems with people like, and this is why I disagree with Destiny and his tit for tat kind of worldview here, is that in this game, in game theory, it assumes that there is no, or what people often forget. I won't say game theory doesn't assume this because sometimes it does. That there is an audience watching you, right? That it is observing how you respond to the tits. Okay. and it will judge based on your responses. And so in certain instances and in certain conditions, tit for tat works because the audience rewards tit for tat. In certain other conditions, however, tit for tat doesn't work because the audience looks at you both the same, sees no functional difference, and responds accordingly. I argue that in our electoral system, one of the biggest problems that we have is too many people see the left and the right as the same. And so thus engaging in tit for tat reinforces that belief amongst the electorate. And instead, we need to be drawing bright red lines of distinction between the left and the right so that people can properly make their decisions on who is electable and who should not have power. And that is my argument against the tit for tat as Destiny and DGG.
And
I do
I'll
have
also
one
say
I would not
that,
necessarily agree with that.
like,
but
there
whatever.
is
Oh, Admiral
there
Gibbs,
is a
oh boy.
massive confusion, and it's intentional confusion between what is tit and what is tat, because Republicans have constantly said that what they're doing is tat against what Democrats have done. Like, this is always what they have been employing since Trump got into office. They've already done this. We're just doing it back. And every single time it's like false. Like, Democrats have not been the ones to do what the Republicans are trying to do. So it's just
Sure,
confusion
but like
over tit for tat.
in a tit for tat scenario, like if you don't have any sort of like structural changes of like how you can operate in tit for tat, then like the only response to like even if MAGA was to manufacture a tit in order to do their tat, like you still have to respond with a tit.
Yeah, and that's
like-
what they would call escalation, because that's what they have been
well,
doing.
Well, yes, but you're operating under the assumption of like infinite escalation until like something breaks, and then we all have to agree to like back off, when you could be advocating for like meaningful reform of like the structure of government to prevent this happening like in the future. Like, I think this is the ideal that we pursued in the past, and this is the ideal that we should pursue like far into the future. But maybe that's just
So, Wick, I had a question in response to your version of the tit for tat. You are presenting kind of this idea, which I agree with you 100%. What you're saying is true. If you are focused not on fighting back, but on resolving injustice and being the adult in the room, that plays really well with the electorate, as long as you can get that message across to people that that's what you're doing. But one of the ways that
it's how the civil rights movement won, to be
Right.
clear. Right? They went into they went into the diners where they weren't allowed, right? And the police brutalized them in ways, and they videotaped it, and it got caught on camera, and people saw this, and they did not tat, right? They did not respond. They just let it happen. And
Sure.
people saw this, the audience saw this, and rewarded them.
Yes, 100%. I agree with you. That's a viable strategy. But one of the things with the civil rights movement was there wasn't really an equality of force between the oppressed and the state that they were like demanding rights from. Whereas I think in Congress you have two parties that have kind of like, obviously fluctuating over time, not equal right now, but roughly equal amounts of power. There's more of an opportunity to say, if you do something wrong, we're not just gonna fix it. We're actually a threat to you. We can do things back to you, and you're kind of losing that side of like them being worried that there might actually be a real consequence outside of getting away with it for a little bit and then just having it go back to how it was before.
like, to be clear, you can do like the tat in like tit for tat, and then also like the ideal should never be infinite escalatory tit for tat until we have like a mutual negotiation. That, at least that's what I'm arguing for. What I'm saying is, like, if someone does an injustice towards you, you can do the exact same back. But when you do the exact same back, you should have it with like in the mind of creating new systems to prevent that from like happening in the future. Because otherwise,
Right.
there's going to be an
Yeah,
infinite
or even just even just
Jesus, I can't
sorry.
talk. Escalation until you're both
Well,
gonna like destroy the system.
And you don't even necessarily have to do it back. You could just threaten to do worse, or we pass the thing that stops the tit for tat, right? Like, You can lay the threat on the ground as well when you have control. Like you don't even have to actually partake in the same tit for tat scenario, because the goal is to stop it, like not to harm the other side. Okay, even though I think in our political atmosphere, most people just want to harm the other side, and that is part of the problem that leads to these scenarios.
Gibbs is here. Gibbs, what do you got to say?
Okay, Gibbs, give us what you got. Did you watch
Yeah,
Did you watch the debate?
I did watch. I watched like the second half of it when y'all stopped talking about DSA. I came to see the DSA shit. Of course, y'all didn't talk
me
about
too.
that once I tuned in. But I was speaking on that line of thought. Let me just throw something out here because I haven't really heard anybody say anything about this. So let's just say y'all are able to pack the court or whatever side packs the court. Something's interesting happening. And I kind of, someone mentioned that y'all kind of glossed over with the DSA, right? I see this kind of right now for the libs. Unfortunately, I like the libs more than the socialists. Y'all are in y'all's death throes, right? Like it's y'all are struggling. It's really bad time for y'all, right? The DSA is subverting y'all.
I
It's
disagree
very similar to what
that we're
that's
in our
fine.
death
That's
throes.
fine. That's fine. But we can look at like
I disagree.
just hear me out. Just hear me out though. Like for a lot of people, it seems like y'all are struggling really mightily right now. Y'all let the coyote in the hen house, etc. So following this line of logic, I would rather team up with the libs to get rid of the socialists. However, let's just say hypothetically, y'all decide y'all are going to pack the court, and the Republicans aren't able to get back into power, and y'all are in power for the next 2 major presidential elections. Okay, so 8 years. In that time period, the socialists continue to gain power. What happens whenever y'all pack the court? Now you'll have y'all's 7-6 majority or whatever, and y'all are slowly forcing the righties out. And then now suddenly the socialists have enough power to start putting their Supreme Court justice in there. Are y'all not concerned about this? Because this seems like this should be a valid concern for y'all. And I haven't heard anybody on the left talk about this at all.
I don't understand.
Well, that's why all of us are against court packing.
Yeah.
Well, sure. Yeah, but it's fine. Y'all are all against it. But none of y'all are bringing this up. Y'all are all like looking at it only from the
Wait,
liberal
hold on. Gibbs, you're operating under the assumption that like the libs will inevitably be like working with like the socialists.
Well, yeah, but yes, I am taking that because
no, we're
the
gonna
reason
fight
why
against
this
that.
is the
That
I
would
hope
be-
so, but
that
I
would
hope
be a
y'all figure it out.
failure
But
if
the reason
we
why I
did
think
that. We
that
would
y'all
have
are going to
lost.
continue to do that, Wick, is because y'all. Why are the socialists in y'all's party in the first place? Why is Chuck Schumer saying y'all are a big tent party? Y'all got in bed with these people in order to maintain control, and now that y'all are losing y'all's control, y'all are starting to see, oh, maybe this wasn't a good idea. So, like when you're saying this kind of thing, oh, okay, yeah, it sounds good. Y'all are going to fight them, but y'all have already left the coyote in the hen house. So what are you going to do to stop them now that they're gaining power?
The same thing that
Well,
I'm
hold
doing.
on.
We're like,
I
have you
don't
not watched
think
my
it's
content for the last
impossible to
week or
do that.
2 or 3?
To be clear, when you're talking about like the DSA like infiltrating liberals and like what are you gonna do about it? Like there are elements in this community of like the liberal streamer community that are already fighting and have been fighting against like these leftists for a very long time. You have people like Hutch, you have people like Whick, you have people like Destiny who have continually fought against these people.
I'm not arguing about that.
And will continue to fight against these people like in the future.
Would you agree though the Overton window for the most part of the recent memory has moved further and further to the left?
No, I think
Sure,
it moved
I would say
further
that.
and further
Well,
to
sorry,
the
no,
right.
No,
I
when
agree
we're
with
talking about the Overton window. It is moved towards populist politics, whatever axis
that's
you
fine.
want to ascribe to that.
I'll
Whether
grant
that
that.
be like left wing or right wing populist politics, like it is gone towards like the anti-establishment.
I mean, but even then, it's still more
appealing to
left.
like some sort of like elite or like some sort of like group controlling like the government and like
Well,
that's
I
how
like
you're
let's just
building
I mean
your
like
base.
I agree with that as well. I think they can both be true. But like let's just take TV for example. It used to in like the 90s, you had a limited amount of fucks you could stay on TV or whatever, like per season or shit. Now it's like you could say whatever you want almost on like cable, not even like on whatever. And like just other examples. And like we become like LGBTQ has become much more accepted. But that was a very big right leaning thing. Now they're fighting against that sure on the right. There's other examples over. So I would say even then the left is gone. It's moved towards the left. And with that shift, has become more progressive.
Cursing leftism?
Well, hold on.
I mean, from a traditional values point of view, I'm not saying
there's like.
You disagree. You think that listen. I know a lot of Christians curse. That's not the point I'm making. The point used to be that like you're gonna be more like moderate. You're not gonna like be oh no, it's bad to curse. It's bad. These are bad words. Mouth washed out with soap. Like that was a thing Christian parents would do to their kids all the time. Like you'd say no, you're not gonna do that.
I think that's what any parents really do.
Sure. I mean, it's. I mean, I don't know how many parents you know with kids or how old you are.
Okay. Let's skip the cursing leftist argument. I do not.
The point is I'm making is move to more progressive, right? And so when I'm saying this, y'all are like, oh, okay. If we're gonna expect that trend to continue, it's well, sure, whatever. Like, listen, you don't have to agree with it. I know you'll always want to jump on the first example, not talk about the
But
actual
it's
issue.
weird.
But
It's a
like
weird
that,
example.
so see, but you do this every time. Wick. I'll make a point,
boy.
and you'll
Destiny's
focus on the
background.
issue, the point, like, and y'all won't let me make the point. Right? The point that I'm making is that okay, look, it is moving further left. Right, overall with the cultural window, right, and so when this is happening, y'all like need to have a stronger stopgate, like against this, and accept what y'all are proposing with, hey, let's put out port packing. Y'all don't have a stopgate for if these people do gain power. Like it seems like y'all are in y'all's death throes. Y'all let MAGA win.
Gibbs, you're making an assumption that like the progressivism is like inherently tied towards like the
Socialism.
like the
I mean,
socialism. Yeah.
Is it not?
Like these socialist people,
No.
like I think the progressivism does like
Well,
open
here,
probably,
this
like,
is
a
really
window
important.
towards like more socialist things, but it's more so like these socialist people aren't really concerned about like progressivism. Their thing is more about
Socialists
like
fucking
class.
hate progressives.
Like
Yes,
everything you
exactly.
actually,
I think
Gibbs,
progressives
everything
are more
you
likely to allow
actually
socialists, but like socialists
described was
don't really
more
like
liberal,
progressivism.
right? Like
Yeah.
everything you described, Gibbs, was actually more liberal. Like letting LGBT people have freedom to behave as they see fit within society, within reason. Less censorship. Okay, socialism is less freedom. You're taking away people's ability to choose
I
what
agree
they
with
pick
that.
in the market. So that's why I would say this is a completely different alignment. Like it's not related to those progressive
Well,
things.
then which
Yeah.
party do the socialists vote in the United States?
Well, I would argue they
Well,
mostly
they'd be
don't vote.
more likely to
Okay.
vote for like the
But
Democratic
they're more
Party,
likely to vote
but
for
They're
the
going to
left.
vote more on the Democrat.
However,
Yeah.
I
Okay.
agree. I agree. Okay. And they should support the Democrats, but the Democrats are closer to them, right? But the Democrats, I would argue a Democrat, and this has been my point of view, and I've been on here on Wick before. I would argue when faced between a socialist and a Republican, a good Democrat should be voting Republican.
I
Well,
don't
I
know
would
about
hope
that.
so.
I think we should sit out. But I wanna give the mic to Destiny. Destiny, what's up, man?
welcome.
Oh, hi, what's up?
Okay, yeah, you jump backstage. I assume that means you want on. What's up,
I'm
man?
drinking.
The Gibbs guy triggers the fuck out of me.
Okay.
We do have an issue in the Democratic Party. One of the big sources, though, of the socialist shit was conservatives literally breaking the fuck out of the government, and then a growing faction on the left who are constantly discontent with the Democrats because they think the Democrats aren't doing enough. But when they say the Democrats aren't doing enough, they're looking for us to do the things that Trump is doing. And since Democrats don't typically govern in such an unfathomably crazy authoritarian manner, now you've got this like leftist coalition or this leftist faction that's starting to grow because they want to see that type of activity out of Democrats, which they just typically don't do. So yeah, we do have an issue, but I mean, it largely stems from the fact that conservatives said, what if you just pretend like the government doesn't exist? And then they see that like that has widespread support on the right. And they're, you talk about the failure to stop the socialists on the left. I agree that we have a huge problem with that,
Yes.
but you guys already lost that fight against MAGA, where you were totally incapable of stopping the 180 on almost every single conservative value I grew up having drilled into me from my super Republican neocon conservative parents.
One of the just to
True.
elaborate on this just real quick, right before I let you go, right? One of my major thrusts tonight with Mullally was that one of the biggest drivers for the rise of the liberal left, DSA, etc., has been Trump, right? Trump is the reason that DSA is ascendant in a large portion, right? Because again, people see his threat, they see his way of governing, and they think that we should emulate it. And Trump has governed as I feel that the authoritarians in the DSA and on the socialist left would as well. And it's a problem, and we need to fix it. But Trump is exacerbating the problem. But go ahead, respond, Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, to some extent, Destiny, like you might be surprised to hear me say this. Like, I agree with a little bit of what you're saying. I think Trump, once again, is a populist. He was more reminiscent of like, I don't know, a '90s Dem than like any kind of Republican that I would have chose to vote for. The problem is, I think that for the Republicans, is they felt like they've been forced into a corner, right? So they've got forced into a corner. Whether this is true or not, Republicans believe that there is some sort of like control of the national government that's unfair to them, right? And so they picked Trump to throw like a grenade and break the system, which so I guess leads to like you being correct in some senses. However, with Trump though, it seems though he's at least attempted to at least on the surface follow the rule of law, right? And I think that maybe this precedent Well, hold on, hear me out. I know that y'all object to this. This precedent where he's doing things within the rules, where he's expanding his power, is concerning because it's the same issue I think that I have here. If Trump was like, I'm going to pack the court and put a bunch of Republicans and make it like, I don't know, a 9-3, I would also not like that because what happens when we get an extreme, even someone further than Trump, like Trump times 10 or like whatever on the, like this. So yeah, I see this and I don't want court packing at all in any regard. The difference is though, I think with MAGA is
Wait, why do they? I don't understand why conservatives say you don't want court packing.
I'm not saying all conservatives. I don't.
No. Yeah, but why would you? You already have a 6-3 court.
Sure. No, I agree with that. I mean, like, I'm just giving you a hypothetical, or like any kind of system where they like give like too much power to the executive or too much power, they subvert the judiciary. Any of these examples, my issue.
The power of like the EPA should be limited.
Sure. Yeah, I would like less
and
power.
The BLM and the CDC. Do you think the power of all these things should be limited? Okay.
I mean, it depends. Sure, I'm not a libertarian.
Sure. Do you think that the I'm trying to think of conservative things right now because like you agree that things should be limited that you don't like, and then you agree that you don't want to limit things that you do like. So I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a principled stance here. You just want to reduce the things that you don't like, and then
no.
Keep
I mean, the issue is
like, foundational rules of how like a system works.
Well, I'm looking at this from like, I don't know, like maybe a hopeful, optimistic scenario. I like Trump as like a temporary thing within the Republican Party. He's populist. He's getting like a rocket thrown at the window, right? And I think that when we look at like Rubio, he's maybe a leading voice in the Republican right now. He's an old school neocon. I don't think he's converted to. I think he's just maybe polished his image. I definitely think there's going to be a swing back away from some of the MAGA stuff because what was the whole thing that you remember when DeSantis was running? He was talking about how Trump is too LGBTQ. He made other attacks on the culture issues that Trump is allowed. There's like other things like Dan Patrick here, fuck you Dan Patrick. He's been doing like the anti-weed shit here in like Texas. Like there's been a big swing like some way to like the middle on a lot of these issues, and I think that afterwards, after Trump here, there's going to be at least in the Republican Party, it's going to be interesting to see because I see cracks already in this MAGA alliance. I mean, do y'all disagree that y'all think MAGA is like a monolith united front? Is that what y'all are saying?
No, I think that there's absolutely been a lot of infighting on the right of late, but I'm
just saying I think it's less dangerous in the right than it is with like the left right now because y'all have these socialists gaining way much more power than in the right.
You guys have already lost your battle. You have people. The post-liberal right is on the rise. Over 50%. What was it? 50% of Republican staffers were groypers, right? That's a huge problem for you guys. Okay, and it's really crushing the right's ability to govern. They've been hollowed out, and I don't want that to happen to my party. I don't want my party hollowed out by these illiberal actors. DSA and MAGA operate on the same way, and I oppose.
I'm. Yeah, where did you see that? Is this like an article or like a study of like 50% of Republican staffers are groypers?
Yeah, I've seen these articles on Republican staffers.
Is Mike Johnson a groyper? I just
one area where I would be with
politicians are. He's saying that there was some article that came out a while ago that said 50% of
staffers.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I've never heard of that before.
Is this like the statistic that all the white people are rapists, and then you go and look, and it's a whole bunch of people with the name Abdul or like other people's names? Is that the same kind of staffing like memo that we're talking about here?
It was in Politico. Okay.
What's the problem y'all do?
Hold on. It's a political article. The GOP staffers say the party has a groyper problem, and that's one of the stats they cited. Now you can disagree with that stat. But
sure. So like, wait, the SPLC.
I'm not pulling this out my ass, is what I'm saying.
I believe you. So, but the SPLCU said that the United States military was a hotbed of white nationalism, and then when Graham Plantler got a Nazi tattoo in the army, y'all's excuse was he didn't know what it was. Like, so, like, it seems very convenient. Maybe not y'all, but I mean, the general Dems. There's a lot of that defended.
No, I agree.
It seems very convenient when y'all did this double speak.
This is where I want to jump in, Gibbs, to actually like back you up a little bit here, and this is like kind of one of my problems with the left lately. Is that when we look at like who, like if I were to call someone a groyper politician, it'd be Marjorie Taylor Greene, and it's the left that's welcoming her recently, and Trump's the one shitting on her, right? Like,
well, why is Trump shitting on her? Why is Trump shitting on her?
Trump's shitting on her because she shit on him, and
exactly. So
yes,
what is the lesson learned? The lesson learned is just that as long as somebody's loyal for all the insanity that Marjorie Taylor Greene has provided our political system, it's actually absolutely okay as long as she's a loyal player.
No, I agree. But what I'm saying is the far right, a lot of it is moving away from like the Trump coalition and the MAGA stuff. And then a lot of the far left is trying to coalition. But the far left is trying to coalition with these people.
Yeah, we agree, but the far left is still like 2% of our party. The MAGA
Yes,
ate
I
you guys
agree.
alive.
I agree, Destiny.
So,
I
mean,
agree.
like,
I agree.
okay.
Okay, but this is a growing problem. I know you recognize it as a growing problem, but I think the growing problem is worse than like you even recognize too. Okay, not to the point where like we should support Trump. Okay, but like if it were Rubio versus Mamdani, like we should pick Rubio.
Well, that would require a bit more. I don't even know about Mamdani versus Rubio. Yeah, I'm saying that as like a conservative.
Yeah, I do know Mom Donnie can't run.
Brother, I
mean,
got
shit.
news for you, North. You're not too conservative, and you have to wonder if you're going to pick Rubio over Mom Donnie, brother.
Well, it's
I'm
more
sorry,
so
you lost.
like
You're not a conservative at
I
all
would
if you're saying
need
that.
I
Like,
would
there's
need
zero-
I would need more like data.
No,
on,
there's no data you need.
on-
Just
on-
like
on
surface
that.
level. That's like listen, brother.
I'm already like
on the surface
my
level, it's
opinion.
toss-up because Rubio is literally a Trump dick suck. You guys prove that you have
Yes,
no
exactly.
capacity to push back
Listen,
against anybody on the far right. So
Yes.
why the fuck would you support
Yes.
Rubio over Mamdani? Like, it's a toss-up at that point. Like, you have a MAGA dick suck who
Yes,
can't stop the extremists in
exactly.
his party, and then you've got a fucking dude holding the door open for fucking commies. So it's a lose-lose.
Yeah.
I mean, and radical.
It is a lose-lose.
Push
Okay,
up
I agree. It's a
agendas too,
lose-lose.
sure. Yeah, I mean, listen, that's ridiculous. First of all, listen, I understand why Destiny wouldn't like either one of those, but like North, I gotta be honest with you, brother. Like, if you're ever gonna pretend to be a conservative again, that's the most ridiculous statement you could have ever said. If you lost all conservative points, like, listen, I no offense, but
It's
like,
because
this is
it's
ludicrous
like
statement.
ultimately, I believe in like
I mean, you believe in a liberal
I
agenda, not
disagree
in
with,
like a middle right agenda at all.
I believe in like the rule of law and like the preservation of our constitution. I think like,
Yeah, so you want to be a Madami
like,
who's like wants to
more
replace us with
important.
Islamic Socialist Republic? That's ridiculous.
Okay,
I
that's
would
extreme.
never ever
Okay.
want to like.
Well, you wanna
support
have
that.
Rubio
We're
who
having,
approved,
this
like,
analysis
shipping
between,
people
like,
out of the
Rubio,
country?
who's going to literally be willing to like have all these like MAGA like dick sucks like enter into the administration.
Yeah.
who've
Rubio was
already been
greenlighting
proven to
shipping
like
people out.
destroy our constitution.
I mean,
Like,
listen, if you're gonna pair
the
Destiny's
analysis
talking
here is,
point,
like-
he's at least
like
a
the
liberal.
theoretical harm that
Like, so-
Mamdani has versus like the actual harm that Rubio has already demonstrated by participating in this administration.
Yeah,
Like,
but listen,
I-
if you're
I'm
gonna make
sorry,
the
this is,
argument Destiny's making, that's a liberal argument. Like, you're not making any conservative arguments at all. That's the problem.
Conservatives
the
were supposed
conservative
to be
argument
the
is
big
preservation
freedom of
rule
speech
law, the
guys.
preservation of our constitution.
Madami wants to get rid of the Constitution. What are you talking about? He's allied with the
I'm
DSA.
sorry.
He gets money from them. What are you talking about? Do you think they would endorse him? Yeah, absolutely. DSA would. Would you say he's more aligned with the DSA than he is with the normal liberal Dems?
The problem
Absolutely.
with the Rubio versus
So what are you
Mamdani thing
talking
is, like,
about?
I am not here to like defend Mamdani. I think that he would definitely be allowing like communists and like communist adjacents to be allowed into our government. The problem is that like it's the theoretical aspect of like what is Mamdani going to do versus like the actual harm that Rubio is already doing. Like if we're comparing the two, I'm sorry, like the actual harm of like actual history of like what Rubio is doing versus like the theoretical harm of what Mamdani is doing.
I mean, I don't have to
like,
look
a
at
no-brainer in
theoretical.
that, like,
You know,
situation.
because of
Like, I'm
Madami,
sorry,
Texas
but-
has become one of the richest countries in like states.
I'm not saying it's even like overwhelming.
Wait,
it's like a very
North,
close margin,
North.
but even so.
North,
But
do you
that's,
think
like
like
what
the
I've analyzed.
DSA platform in charge of the White House would be more harmful to our country than Trump?
That's insanity if you say yes.
Oh, see, DSA as the
Yeah, like the full
hardcore
DSA platform, everything they want, like.
Oh,
if-
100%. Yeah, that would
it's
be
100% worse
harmful.
than Trump.
Yeah.
Yes.
No
So
one
how would you even
disagrees.
wonder? How would you even wonder which one's worse? Because Madami's going to put the DSA platform.
And this is a huge
Because-
problem.
because
Hold on.
Mamdani
Part of what
is
you're missing.
my
Hold on,
problem
please,
with
please,
the
please.
platform.
Part of what
That's
you're
the
missing
difference.
here is the ability to implement the harm.
Hmm.
MAGA is in control of the levers of power in the government. They are
Currently.
able to exercise their will in a way which the DSA simply is not. Now, I agree with you that the DSA is a growing threat to the Democratic Party and to the I think America as a whole, right? That's a real big problem. But one of the biggest threats that they pose isn't that they're going to take over the party. One of the biggest threats that they pose is that they're going to be an impediment to beating MAGA, which is currently eroding our Constitution, destroying our norms,
Yes.
violating our laws, and wrecking the country.
Sure.
Both are
I mean,
problems, but part of why the DSA is such a problem is that people don't recognize that they are actually worse than Trump. If more people recognize that they were worse than Trump, they wouldn't be getting fucking elected to run for our seats in the first place, and they would not be this threat to like enabling MAGA, because a lot of people will vote MAGA over DSA, like when faced with that.
I mean, I just don't know how
And-
you could possibly make the argument to an ordinary person that Trump is worse than or that the DSA commies would be worse than Trump.
Why don't you think you could make that argument to normal people? I
Because
think normal
conservatives
people
have completely and totally destroyed our ability to understand any fact from fiction now, such that even the major positions and things they ran on, they've completely fucking abandoned. No new wars and the Epstein files and Doge cutting the fucking budget. Like at this point, and conservatives have dragged the insult of commie through the mud for
Yes, I agree.
decades. And not like
But
I can't even
Trump-
when I call them commies, I feel cringe because it sounds like I'm talking about Obama
I know.
again.
I know.
Well, and I made this
Trump
argument.
has
Hold on,
eaten a lot of shit.
Just real quick. I made this argument to Mullally. Like when we talk about the rise of the DSA as a threat, one of the reasons is because they've been able to mask on. Because when people call them a socialist, Rush Limbaugh called Clinton a socialist. He called Obama a socialist. He called everyone on the left a socialist. So they would be like, yeah, I'm a socialist, like Obama's a socialist, like Clinton's a socialist, even though they are absolutely not. And so, as Destiny said, when you call one out, right, you feel like, well, they're actually a socialist, right? Because the right has cried wolf so much.
Brother, you listen. You're
it's
saying
just
this is the
ruined the
side
word.
that
It's ruined the word.
You're saying this is the side with a guy, like, for example, let me just show you how, like, ridiculous this sounds, okay? You've called people that voted just because they were, like, didn't like policy, and they voted for Trump. I've heard since 2016, fascist, right? And, like, I got to be honest, if he steps down at the end of his next term, then guess what? That really goes out the window. And so when you say things like what you're saying,
What does that even mean? I mean, that doesn't make sense. Even Hitler stepped down at the end. What do you mean? What a stupid qualifier.
Hitler stepped down. He killed himself after the war was lost. What are you talking about?
Yeah, and Trump's not even going to fucking survive.
I don't think that's exactly the same. I hope he survives, Lord willing, or of old age or something.
If that's your test, Trump has already failed because
no,
he
that's
already
not my
attempted.
test.
Okay, well, you said that if he steps down from power, then he's definitely not a fascist, and he literally fabricated one of the largest lies in U.S. history to try to remain in power.
Yes, and so did Dems with Russiagate. What's your point here? My point here is
wait. Oh, so quick. I'm so quick. Name what part of Russiagate do you think was not true?
I don't know. Maybe all of it, except for he met with somebody. What's his name? Met with somebody. Like it's such a ridiculous.
Didn't they meet with a Russian in Trump Tower, a Russian lawyer that they were trying to get dirt on political opponents from? That they actually
hold on.
Wasn't Roger Stone directly working? No, wait. Wasn't Roger Stone directly coordinating with Guccifer in order to time leaks to the media that were hacked out of the DCCC? I mean, like what part of it? Didn't they contact Ukraine? Weren't they in Ukraine trying to dig up information about
somebody
Hunter
was in Ukraine? I mean, are we gonna talk about who's in Ukraine with Burisma and all that shit? I mean, like,
yeah,
I don't know.
Gibbs.
Oh, it was all lie. Oh, okay, yeah, okay.
You seriously think every single thing was true? Every single thing was true. Just saying.
Not all is true. I mean, listen, and once again, y'all blew way out of proportion, to the point that it's not even a real thing. Like, this is the problem. Once again, y'all keep sitting here saying we cried wolf. All right, listen, I have been called literally every name under the sun just because I fucking want to be able to make a living, and y'all are going, oh, that's an evil individual because he's a fascist.
I will go to the commie wall as long as I get to watch MAGA go there first. That's my position. Jesus Christ, never mind.
I mean, that's fair. At least you're honest. At least you're honest.
Over fucking Rubio. Holy shit! Just to see these guys go first.
I mean, at least you're honest. I mean, I can respect that, but what North's doing is actually duplicitous because he's saying he's doing these things for conservative reasons when he's only pushed liberal values. And just admit you're a liberal now at this point and never were conservative.
To be clear,
that's fine. At least Destiny's honest.
The Democratic Party because that is objectively the best position in terms of preserving our constitution.
Do you not think
preserving the rule of law and preserving all this?
Gibbs, do you not think a conservative?
If we're talking about policy, I will disagree with probably 95% of the rest of the Democratic Party.
Hold on.
Position.
Yeah, just to be clear here, calling conservatives not liberal is one of the problems we're having because back in the day, at least before MAGA, many quote-unquote conservatives were liberal conservatives. Liberalism is something that transcends left and right? You can be a liberal progressive, you can be a liberal centrist, you can be a liberal Democrat, you can be a liberal Republican. It's just that all the liberals on the right have been kicked out. Liberal. They've been called rhinos. They've been called commies, secret mask-on Democrats. They've been pushed out of their party.
Why is that, Whick? Right? Why is that?
Because because MAGAism has infected the right, and they don't believe in pluralism. And if you don't bend the knee to Daddy Trump, you get the wall too.
This makes me very confident for the Republicans going forward because y'all don't really even understand what happened in the Republican Party, right? The issue is.
Well, how old are you, Gibbs?
I'm 35. How old are you?
I was a Republican. 37. I was a Republican longer than you were,
So,
motherfucker. Jesus.
Sure. I mean, I don't know about longer because you've been a liberal commentator for a few years now. But like, that's not really what I'm going with. I mean, you might understand. I'm worried about the rest of these people. Like, I'm sitting here going, like, y'all are sitting here saying, oh, okay, we have like this guy over here who's I've never once heard him put forth an even center right position. And then we have Whick over here telling me this idea that, oh, it's all these things. No, y'all don't even understand what happened with the Republicans. Republicans got sick of what was going on. They got sick of not seeing change in the direction they wanted. They got sick of what seemed like to be a neo-lib, neocon alliance. And they wanted to get rid of that. And they wanted to get rid of it. And I'm not going to sit here and say I think there's a deep state, but I do think there was at least a stagnation due to people like in the center, the mid.
Yeah, you're the
center
same
right,
as
center left in a
DSA
problem.
Gibbs.
No, I'm not the same as DSA. I mean, like
You're the same. You're
How
the
am I
opposite
the
side of the same coin.
I mean, I'm not a MAGA, like hardcore. Like I'm
The
not even
DSA,
hardcore MAGA. I go
DSA's
against
number
Trump
one
all the time. All
enemies
sorts
are
of
also
shit.
the neo-libs and the neocons. All right, and when the neo-libs and the neocons realize that they need to like fucking actually get together to stop both of you unhinged groups, that's when this ends.
First of all, one, I'm ready for what's post MAGA personally,
All right.
but so like the Republicans. So like I don't know why I'm getting lumped in here with this. I
Well,
guess
hold
'cause I'm
on.
the only
Let
one
me
who-
ask you on that question on post MAGA. What do you see is happening when Trump, assuming he does, when Trump leaves office? Do you think MAGAism goes away?
No, absolutely. I think it evolves into its next form.
Which is?
Probably something moving more towards normal conservatives and moving away
Why
from
would you
the
ever think that?
establishment. Well, because what I've seen so far is throughout the Republicans is they've had this kind of rebelling against establishment, right? And they want to have people that are going to represent their views. This is a big reason why they're pushing term limits. This is why they're pushing out like incumbents that haven't done stuff like Jeb Bush, where he had to go, right? They got Dave DeSantis. Now, whether you like DeSantis or not is a different thing, but he's ruled very differently than how the Bushes would have, right? You see how Abbott, maybe you don't like Abbott, but he's ruled very differently than how Perry did before, or George W. well before that, right? Like, so we're seeing this like fight against the establishment, which I think is like going to move us towards a more like, I don't know, Tea Party-esque style thing, or a more like conservative, like that's not neocon.
That doesn't seem to be the
The
case.
Tea Party led
the
to
the
MAGA.
evidence that I would
like,
point
what the
Sure.
fuck?
Hold on, just
I
real
mean,
quick.
it
The
did lead to
evidence I
MAGA,
would
but it
point to
wasn't
that that's
fascist.
not going to be the
So they-
case is because you have J.D. Vance, who's one of, might be, right, a possible flag bearer of the party, calling themselves post-liberal, right? You have Stephen Miller and other people within the MAGA coalition who have power, who have the ability for MAGA to coalesce around, who are what I would consider very, very nationalist figures, right? Christian nationalists, white nationalists. This is a growing party within the right that has,
Wait, do you think
there is a
nationalism is
very
inherently
big
bad?
chance, because of the populist nature of America right now,
I mean,
that
you can't
that
be
is
proud
the
to be
way that
American?
that the Republicans are going to go. Look at the staffers, right? Look at the staffers. I'll cite it again. 50% of the Republican staffers are groypers. That is further
mean,
to
Okay,
the
hold on.
right.
No, Whick,
I still don't have
hold on.
receipts
I have to
proving
push back
that.
on that. I reviewed that article. It was one person in it was one staffer.
You
said
remember
that, like,
the leak, the group
50%.
chat leak that they had? The
Yeah, no, I
Republican staffer?
remember that. I remember.
Do you
that. I
remember the
also
picture,
went-
the guy that
Yeah,
one of the
yes,
Republicans had to
I
fire because he had the
remember that, and
Nazi
then
American
the
flag?
thing that people
You remember
don't
that?
remember about that leak was that literally every single one of those like young Republican organizations all immediately like condemned that. That's the thing that like people don't
I love
tend to remember when it comes
Okay,
to like
bye-bye.
that. But okay.
But like again, like they had to fire a groyper who had like the Nazi American flag. The blue thing was like in a Nazi symbol, right?
Yes,
You
I remember,
that?
and that was
That's
it
a
was
real
incredibly
big
bad.
problem.
Yes, it looked incredibly bad, and I don't agree that
Brother,
there's like
y'all
a
ran a candidate
within the
with a
Republican
totem
Party,
pop.
but I
At
don't
least
think it's
they
like
fired
50%.
him though. Like at least they
Y'all are talking about a
True.
staffer when you literally ran a candidate with a Totenkopf tattoo,
Just real quick,
and they
just
defended him in
real
the
quick
mainstream
before
media.
before DGG abandons us, gang, if you like my content, hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, send me super chats. I have a Patreon.
Quick.
Please go to it. Sign up to give me money there. Okay, great. Shilling over. Continue.
I got.
Yeah,
the
I
hope
just
for
think
your
it's rich
DGG.
when you say this, and then you have a literal senatorial candidate with a Totenkopf, and it was defended by the mainstream media, which is the establishment left. So, like, maybe
No,
you
the
just viewing
mainstream
it as-
media didn't defend it.
They
the
absolute
mainstream
bro.
media-
I have
Okay, hold
I have
The
about
alternative-
5,000 clips
The
from
alt
CNN
media
defending
defended
it.
it.
Hold-
Please
hold
tell
on,
me they
hold
didn't
No,
defend it.
people on CNN defended it, not
Populist
the
That's the
left
mainstream media!
media
No,
defended
it's
it.
pundits. They argue with each
Kyle
other. They defend
Kalinske,
Trump on
breaking
CNN.
Points. What the fuck is it
Scott
called?
Jennings,
Tim
baby,
Cedar,
that's it.
Like these are the people that were like the ones that were like defending it, but like the mainstream media was definitely not defending it. They were shitting on
Yeah,
the Grand Platform.
in fact,
Brother,
like
brother,
the whole
you are. I need
their
to read those
platform
names.
is about like attacking
You got the good shit.
CNN in these groups. Like they see them as part of the establishment. The whole Plattner movement is anti-CNN.
Yes.
Listen, I have watched. You can say this.
Just like you guys.
I have clips all galore in my
A
Discord
huge part of the
from
reason why
MSNBC, from
Plattner was being
CNN,
so
defending
successful
it
is
in
that
that.
he was able to peel off your most unhinged voters.
Bro, listen.
Because
I need to read you
the whole appeal of
dope.
Plattner is he gets the deplorables on both sides of the aisle. Okay, the same people Hillary Clinton was talking
Okay, so
about.
why are you
and
running the
new
guy now?
Hassan
That's
deplorables.
like,
Okay.
This is insanity, but this is the problem, right? Like I'm hearing what you're saying, and it's y'all are just being so like you're literally arguing. Okay, after Wick just said, there's all groypers, and then I'll be honest, North and you pushed back.
Not
That's
all.
Good. I 50%, whatever.
50%.
But then
Yeah,
then he says, oh, we have one tattoo. We have one guy that's a staffer with maybe a tattoo, and then y'all have a senatorial candidate with a token. This is not the same level of playing.
You have
Look,
Hegseth
I
with
literally
a Christian
voted against
nationalist
him,
tattoo.
and I came on Wick's channel to fucking actually hold like a fucking 2-hour debate against Plattner.
You're talking to the wrong
I
guy, Gibbs.
understand.
I was against
Plattner.
Plattner from the
Yeah,
tattoo.
Yeah, sure, but the mainstream
You
didn't push the needle.
Plattner is the
Everyone
worst
in
of the
this
worst.
community, I'm pretty sure
Well, we
we're talking about like
Y'all
condemning
are
the
trying to like push the
Plattner
needle now
token
after it's too late.
tattoo.
Is the problem?
Hold on,
you-
no,
you
no,
hear,
no,
like,
hold on,
pushed
no,
the needle
Gibbs.
and kicked him out
I've
of the
been
fucking
pushing
party.
this
He
needle
had to
for a long, long
resign.
time.
Yeah,
Like you're
But
absolutely arguing with the
it
wrong
was
guy
for the
here.
wrong reasons, and it was too
No,
late.
see,
okay?
this is the issue.
I argued
is when
with.
you said,
I argued against Destiny on this point,
sure,
and I was
sure,
to be clear, I was correct. Okay,
that's fine,
obviously,
and that's good.
right?
I'm glad y'all did. But the problem is y'all are doing too little, too late. It's like y'all have already let the fucking
I went
Coyote
further than Wick.
Sure, and that's good. I'm happy you did. Y'all should have been doing this about 5 years ago, 10 years ago, with the
No, we
socialists
didn't
were
have
first
guys
in
in
it.
no
Y'all
Nazi
should have pushed that
tattoos 10 years
AOC.
ago.
Y'all should have pushed
There
that
were no
Illian
Nazi
Omar.
tattoo
But
guys back
instead, y'all
then.
like welcomed it in with open arms because you wanted Illian Omar in the squad. Because you
Well,
wanted
no,
AOC.
I never
And
liked
then they
Ilhan
brought,
Omar either,
they
but I
brought in
can't
the
vote
they
for
brought in the socialists, and now they're sitting here and you're having to pay the price.
Ilhan
And then
Omar
instead
is in a
instead of
district that
taking
supports
sure,
her. I'm not going to go there
that's
and
fine.
wipe out her district.
You should maybe you
Her
should
voters
because what you
support
should
her.
instead of taking a look at
You can
yourself,
go do
you're
that.
saying
I
is,
think it's
I don't
illegal.
need to. I don't need to. Here's what I'm saying. Oh, I
Wait,
wouldn't do anything illegal.
Gibbs,
But y'all instead of here's your
You
problem.
can't just
Is
nuke
y'all
her
are so
district.
focused on MAGA,
Okay.
you can't put the mirror on yourselves.
Gibbs. Look,
I'm done.
who here is
No, I've been
defending like
looking in the
AOC and like Ilhan Omar as part of like the DSA and like their craziness?
Look, I might have defended AOC.
They are the reason the DSA is in there now. They push socialist
Wait,
policies.
who here?
Okay,
Who
just
here
real quick.
defending
Just real quick.
This.
I am tired, gang. So we're gonna end soon. Okay,
Okay.
end soon.
Well, you know,
But I
one
want to
last thing.
give.
Gibbs.
Okay, go ahead.
Sorry.
Last
Yeah.
arguments, and then
I feel like Gibbs probably
we'll
likes
go.
Bernie. Don't you, Bernie? Don't you, Gibbs, or no?
Fuck no.
Okay, all right. It's like Bernie is the root of this, and I feel like your type usually likes him too.
My type is money grubbing. I don't think Bernie and money grubbing goes together, brother. I can at least be
I
honest.
respect that. I respect
Okay, you know
that,
what?
okay?
We respect the grind. Okay, I've been doing too. Look, I have been too late in my streams of late. I don't want to ruin my schedule. What do we got coming up next week? We got some great shows coming up next week. Okay, I'm excited for them. On Tuesday, we're gonna have Destiny versus Jola on the DSA stuff. That'll be fun. I'm trying. If Hutch answers his DMs, if you know Hutch, bug him. I'm trying to get Hutch on for Monday to talk about Keith Edwards and how he called us all freakazoid sex perverts, which is a great name for a band. But we're gonna have a right-wing debate on Wednesday about, well, not a right-wing debate, but I was gonna ask Ryan to be on this debate. I don't think he will anymore. Maybe we'll ask Mr. Gibbs here.
Gone.
We'll see. But we're gonna have some two bigger names on the left coming on. Let me get their names right so I don't mess it up.
Wick, if you want to
Tashika and Hunter Dunn. Okay. So we're gonna have them on arguing against Lactoid and one other person. And I need to get.
If you want to get in contact with Hutch, just talk in his YouTube chat because he will never, ever respond to DMs.
Okay, noted. And then Friday, I'm going to be debating Dragon Fist TV on whether liberalism and Christianity are compatible, and I think they are. So that should be fun. So tune in next week. I love you all. Bye bye.